So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Harry and Fleur took on a horde of Death Eaters in Paris. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The Beauxbatons students walked back to their carriage. Fleur was the saddest among them. Just last week the Triwizard tournament ended. Fleur was a champion. She should have been the most ecstatic. Victor Crumb, the famous Quidditch player, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and Cedric Diggory, tall and handsome kid from Hogwarts, were the other champions, but something terrible happened. The Dark Lord had risen again, and Harry was kidnapped, though he made it back safely. Fleur had so far been depressed. She didn't save her sister in the second task and she failed the third task. It wasn't her fault. A teacher attacked her, but she couldn't help but feel this way. She also was leaving Hogwarts during a bad time. "Fleur, please, Curry, Zed carriage is ready to leave," said Madame Maxim. "Okay, please give me a moment to say my goodbyes." Madame Maxim looked at Fleur knowingly and winked. "Okay." Fleur walked toward the front doors. Spying him, she rushed. "Ari," she yelled, running up the stairs toward him, "we will see each other again. I hope." Fleur held out her hand. "I am hoping to get a job, to improve me English." "It's very good already," said Ron in a strangled voice. She smiled at him and the Granger girls scowled. Fleur laughed inside of her own head, they were so obvious. "Goodbye, Ari," she said, turning to go. "It has been a pleasure meeting you." Fleur walked away, her heart a little heavier because of the year. She stepped on the Beauxbatons carriage. "Hurry up, boy," yelled Uncle Vernon to Harry. Harry was going with them on a vacation to France because Mrs. Fig had broken her leg, because Dudley hit her with his new motor scooter. In 10 minutes, they were on their way to the airport. Harry had a lot of contact with the wizarding world throughout the summer. Ron, Hermione, and Sirius kept him updated, though he suspected they had left things out. It wasn't exactly the best policy, but what could he do? Dumbledore had also came about a week into the summer. Dressed up as a muggle, he told the Dursleys he was with the census and that since Harry was in St. Brutus's and it wasn't public, they had to test him in private. Dumbledore really just talked to Harry to see how he was, and cast some spells on him and the house before leaving though. "May I get you anything, my Lord Harry Potter?" said a flight attendant when she offered Harry some champagne. They were seated in first-class core, a new type of highly preferred service for corporate owners and families. The only reason Harry wasn't in coach was because he wasn't old enough to travel alone on international flights yet. "Yeah, you're a witch," Harry whispered. The witch nodded. "Can I get your autograph? My name is Kylie Pottle," she asked cheerfully. Other passengers were starting to look. Thank goodness the Dursleys had chosen to sit away from him to save face. "Don't talk too loud. Muggles are starting to listen," he hissed instantly. He didn't want to get in trouble. "So sorry, Mr. Potter." She apologized quickly. "Oh, I know your daughters, Parvati and Padma, right?" Harry said. She nodded. "I went to the Yule Ball with Parvati," he continued. The surprised witch then took out a pen and a napkin and asked Harry to sign it. Harry did, and they said their goodbyes. "I wonder why she didn't know about the Yule Ball," Harry whispered to himself. As the 4-hour-long flight ended, Harry stepped off the plane, taking in a lot of French air. Harry heard someone call his name. "Ari, Ari over air." Harry turned to his right and saw a beautiful teenager waving at him. She had a flawless face and long silvery hair, and her name was Fleur Delacour. Harry grabbed the railing and hopped over the side of the stairs, forgetting that they were in France. The stairs here were like 10 feet off the ground, but using his reflex born of his Quidditch skills, he landed and rolled on the ground, shooting straight up and brushing at his clothing. "Ari, are you all right?" asked Fleur, giggling a little at his attempt to play it off. "I'm all right. Wow, it's such a surprise to see you here. Wow." He was certainly speechless. This trip was getting a little better every second of the way. "Yes, Ari, it's me. How are you?" she asked as Harry stared at her. His mouth wasn't wide open, but it might as well have been. For some reason seeing Fleur brightened his day. It had been a while since he thought of the wizarding world without Voldemort connected, and she had just commenced it. "I'm fine, you?" he answered, taking off his glasses and wiping them inside of his shirt. "I love your eyes. Geez, I wish I could have them," she cried. It wasn't a joke, she loved his green eyes. They were just like his mother's. Fleur happened to know Lily and James Potter. In fact, they were her godparents. If anything were to happen to her parents then, Aunt Lily and Uncle James's would have taken over her as responsibility. "Why are you here?" asked Harry, finally stopped gawking at Fleur. Fleur tossed her hair back and grinned. "I was sent by Madame Maxime. She said that you were to stay at my house, but how to convince your guardians, so she said you'd know. I'll explain the whole story later. We need to get you to my house first." Harry thought for a moment. He thought of how the Dursleys would let him leave them on holiday with a witch he knew from school. Then he thought about the pig flying overhead with ice skates, heading toward hell. So in other words, he wasn't going to get away from the Dursleys. "I don't know how to," Harry said aloud, concentrated on his fingers that were currently twiddling. Fleur tossed her hair again. "I'll handle it," she said, primping herself up and tugging at her tight halter top so that it was tighter. Dudley came waddling up staring at Fleur, mouth drooling. He walked up and in his most suave voice said, "Hey darlin', how about me and you make some magic?" Fleur grinned at him. Harry knew how critical she got, and if she told Dudley off then maybe he would say things about her and the Dursleys wouldn't let him stay. Harry reached over and pinched Fleur in her leg. She jumped, but got the picture. Fleur twisted her hair flirtatiously and said maybe. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia came walking up. "Come on Dudley, Harry," said Uncle Vernon. Dudley turned, but Fleur had an idea. Mr. Dursley, could Ari go with me around town? I mean, he's never seen Paris and I want to train to be a tour guide. We will be accompanied by a group." Fleur pointed over towards several people standing by the terminal door. Vernon looked Fleur up and down, finally deciding she was not a wizard. Or is that what changed his mind? "Okay, we're staying at the Ramada Court International down the street, room 17, and with that Fleur and Harry walked off. He could hear Petunia telling Vernon off in the background and had a suspicious inkling that Fleur's story wouldn't have worked without other help. "You used your Vila charms, didn't you?" asked Harry suspiciously. Fleur nodded and smiled slyly. Harry looked around and saw several groups or couples around the airport, looking around, pointing and talking. He just couldn't understand a word they were saying. "Fleur, where do you live?" Harry asked as they exited the front entrance to the airport several minutes later. Fleur gestured her hand in the direction in front of them. It pointed at a huge mansion, positioned high on a hill, but it seemed about a mile off. Fleur and Harry walked in silence for about 20 minutes until they came to the house. Fleur silently opened the door and led Harry to the family room. The rest of the Delacours were sitting. Gabrielle, Fleur's little sister, was reading a book with her dad. Fleur's mother was filing her nails. Harry started to say something, because nobody had noticed him, but Fleur pulled him out of the room very quickly. She dragged him to the next room and shut the door. Oh brother, I forgot to tell him. What if he can't handle it?" said Fleur, pacing back and forth in the room. "What if I can't handle what? What did you forget to tell me?" asked Harry anxiously. He had been pulled from the room so quickly that Fleur was the only person who knew he was there. Fleur looked at him and gasped. "You didn't tell me you know French," she said. Harry looked up at her slowly and said, very slowly, "I don't." Fleur seemed to think that this mystery was much less important though. "Okay Harry, since you can speak French I'll talk to you in French then. My mom is a Vila, do you know that is?" "Yeah, wait, since you're part Vila, do you have that bird form?" Harry said, trying to sound nonchalant. He was trying to say it without offending Fleur. "No, but my mom is a full Vila. My dad is a wizard, but you can't, well, you can't fall victim to her charms, because she's nearly irresistible to guys." Fleur seemed nervous, but Harry didn't get the point. He stared at her blankly until she clarified it a little more. "Listen Harry, if you can't handle being around my mother then we have a problem." "Don't worry, I won't start drooling," said Harry, joking. Fleur seemed to have thought that this wasn't enough. "Harry, jump up and down on one foot and say gobbledygook." Harry felt a sudden blankness. The world was a void and all that mattered was Fleur. It was almost exactly like he had the imperious curse put on him. He started to bend his knees, but that little voice in his head came back. "But that doesn't make sense, does it?" said a little voice in the back of Harry's head. Harry suddenly snapped out of his trance. The disembodied voice was right. Why should he do whatever some girl wanted? He wasn't a slave, was he? Why?" Harry asked. Fleur smiled at Harry. ran to him and hugged him.
"Yes, I guess there won't be much of a problem," said Fleur, hesitating, and then finally letting go of Harry. Fleur gestured for Harry to follow her and she left the room, locking it on the way out. He followed her to the family room, and hoped nobody would notice that they came in from the direction of that room and not the front door.
"Hello Mom, Dad, Gabby. This is Harry," said Fleur nervously. She was twiddling her fingers behind her back. Harry walked up and shook Mrs. Delacour's hand, whose name was Isabel. Fleur was right, she was a looker. He felt that trance mode again telling him he would do anything this lady asked. He shook Mr. Delacour's hand, whose name was Pierre, and before he got to Gabrielle, he felt something hit his waist. He looked down. Gabrielle gave him a hug. "She's very affectionate, but she's always good for a laugh," whispered Fleur so nobody but Harry could hear. She started to slowly pry Gabrielle off of Harry. "Hi Harry, remember me? You saved me from the lake. My name is Gabrielle, but they call me Gabby for short. Well, at least my friends in Fleur. Oh yeah, that's Fleur's nickname because when she was little she used to always wear robes with fire prints. I always liked fire, it is fun, but I bet you were scared when the dragons shot fire at you, huh?" Fleur got hit though. She likes dragons, or she used to, I don't know anymore. "I like dragons, and Charizard. Charizard are like dragons, but they can change shape. I like shapes, and coloring. I want to be an artist someday. What do you want to be?" She said this all really fast. It reminded Harry of when they first met Hermione, him and Ron on the first day at Hogwarts. "Oh yeah, you hi," said Harry weakly. He didn't exactly know how to respond to this. Now dear, Harry has probably had a long trip. He needs his rest. Fleur, could you show him his room?" said Pierre. Fleur obliged and walked out of the room, followed closely by Harry. He just realized it now, but his suitcases and stuff would be at the Dursleys' hotel room. Harry followed her to a room up on the second story of her house. Walking in, Harry immediately fell in love with his room at the Delacour's house. It had a lake view, and it was next to Fleur's room. Harry had to still address the no clothes and the no school supplies issue though. "Fleur, see I have this. Problem. See I have no clothes, nor do I have my school supplies, and since I cannot use any magic I can't really escape them." "Oh Harry, then I guess we gotta go shopping," said Fleur, jumping at that last word. "I know this cute little mall just outside the village, only a quarter of an hour's walk. Oh, wait, I got a better idea. How about Paris? I have only been twice, and never done shopping, but I hear they always have the newest things. We can't tour Paris in one day though. Well then we'll get a hotel, and in the mornings we can meet and tour. I'll tell Dad and get reservations." And that was it. A little thing like not having clothes ended in a week-long trip to Paris for the pair. She ran outside of the room to talk to her father. Mr. Delacour agreed and decided to immediately set up the whole thing. The next morning they were going to leave. "Oh Harry, this is so fun. We take the train to 2 Harbors, and then we'll go to Le Serpent au Vert, one of the best hotels in the world," Fleur said as they stood at Herald Station in France. It was the boarding landing for the train they would be taking. "Doesn't that mean?" But Harry was cut off by something hitting him around the waist. It was Gabby. She was giving him a hug before he left for a week. "Bye Harry. See you later, promise?" she asked, wide-eyed and teary. "I promise," said Harry. He was a sucker for little girls and teary eyes. The whistle blew. The train was calling its last boards, and Fleur and Harry said goodbye to the Delacours and stepped upon the train. The ride was rather boring, as there were no sights to see going through the country. "Harry, I am going to catch some shut-eye. Would you mind terribly if I did?" "No," and with that Fleur rested her head on Harry's shoulder and snuggled comfortably next to him. Harry looked down at her. This was gonna be a great summer. "We will be arriving at Rouge Cap for a pit stop to fuel up in 5 minutes' time. Please remember that you will have a half hour to tour, then we will head toward 2 Harbors. That is all, beep." Harry shook Fleur gently. She came to. "Huh? Oh Harry, are we there yet?" "No, but we are taking a break. Want to grab some ice cream or something?" Harry asked. He wanted to get out and stretch. They got up and put on their shoes. The train was pulling to a stop. Harry and Fleur walked down the cobbled street. It looked as if it had been once a battlefield. The air was cold, so Fleur was cuddled upon Harry's arm. They walked into the newest ice cream parlor. "Well, how are you two doing today?" "My name's Kyle. Can I help you?" a man at the counter asked. Yeah, can I get 2 coffees please? Asked Fleur. She turned to Harry. I hope you don't mind. I mean it's a little cold for ice cream and I want you to try this new thing. It's all the rave in America. Harry and Fleur walked down the lopsided cobbled street in Rouge Cap, sipping coffees and glancing sidelong at each other. After about a quarter of an hour Fleur said she was hungry. Okay. Let's get some takeout from Kyle, said Harry, and he walked into the store and ordered 2 cheeseburgers, 2 large fries, and 2 large Coca-Colas. It took a while to make, but Harry and Fleur waited patiently, and got their food. As they walked back to the train Harry was explaining Coke to Fleur.
Okay, it's soda. It's like a highly acidic drink.
If it's acid, why drink it? Because it tastes good. But wouldn't it kill you? No, it's not that type of acid. Hey, the train's leaving, yelled Harry. Fleur bolted toward the train, and Harry was right behind her. She was fast. I'm talking real fast. Harry was trailing behind her when she hopped onto the caboose. Harry jumped on too, and handed her the food, crawling upon the caboose himself. You were really hungry, weren't you? Asked Fleur. Why do you say that? You saved the food before yourself. Oh. They were eating inside their cabin on the train. Fleur had enjoyed cola very much, even so much she stole a sip of Harry's. About an hour into the trip Harry and Fleur realized that they had barely knew each other, and the only reason they ever met up was because Madame Maxime, and they started to talk about their lives. Well, I have a certain knack for defense against the dark arts, but it's nothing like what you've done. I couldn't ever face you know who. I will be student teaching under Dumbledore, like Aunt Lily and then. Who's Aunt Lily? Does she teach arithmetic or something? Well she. My mother's sister, but she went to California, America for an exchange program. Oh. Well I will teach with Professor Fig. Oh sorry, I was supposed to tell you that your neighbor. I know. He cut her off before she could finish. How? Ever heard of the internet? I didn't think so, let me tell you about. Last stop, Paris, France. All passengers off the train. Come on Fleur, let's get off, we still gotta grab our luggage, said Harry. They were deeply immersed inside of conversation. It seemed as if Fleur had been everywhere in the world. Harry was jealous. Hey, we better get off now, your luggage is in the box compartment, I'll go get it okay, said Harry. Fleur walked outside, and looked around. It was almost 4, and people were bustling around the plaza like it was prime time. The shops were amazing. The strip was more dazzling than Las Vegas, Nevada, and more crowded than Idushiwa, China. All the shops looked appealing, but there was no way you could get through them all in one day, barely in 1 week if you're a fast shopper. The strip was teasing you to try to visit it all. Strip tease, said a voice behind Fleur. It was Harry. He was looking out onto the strip with wide-eyed admiration. The words penetrated into his thoughts. Strip tease, mimicked Fleur. They were at a total understanding. Harry and Fleur walked around the strip for about an hour, until they found a clothing store, Valley. They looked around. Harry found a couple of decent designer robes, and tried them on. They were made by Colin Quinn, some famous wizard robe designer from America. Fleur grabbed her purse and paid for them. They had a deal that Harry would pay her back when they went to Britain. Harry, I want to go to Glamour, you know, the clothing store. I hear they got a new Capri-style robe in maroon. Harry put his hand in his pocket. He felt a satchel. He didn't take it out. He could tell it was at least 30 galleons. Okay. How about we meet back here at Valley in 2 hours, said Harry. He had a plan. Harry walked into Kensington's Killer Animals. He found a sweet little bird. Actually it was a grill owl. He bought it, and asked it to be sent to Fleur's residence in Gabrielle's name. His plan was to get presents for every member of the Delacour family. He next walked down the strip, and found a nice little stand, selling emerald pendants. Harry thought this was a nice gift for Mrs. Delacour. He paid the 9 galleons for it and then picked the pendant he wanted. Ha 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 ha, snarled the man behind the tent. He grabbed up all the necklaces and ran. Hey, get your ass back here, yelled Harry and took off after the man. Running down the strip at full speed they were both yelling. Bystanders were jumping out of their way, and sometimes being pushed. Harry didn't believe such an old guy could run that fast, but Harry was on his tail every step of the way. Ems, do you want to try these robes on too? Yeah, I'll take them too, just put them in the pile with the other ones. Fleur was trying on the cutest,
sexiest, and most detailed robes. She wanted to look good for Harry.
Hey, did you hear? There are two psychos running down the strip. One is screaming obscenities, and the other is babbling about jewelry and money," said a woman who had just entered. "Look, they're coming now." Fleur, the counter girl, and the woman all looked out the window. Two blurs shot past, and one of them was Harry. "Get back here, you old geezer," yelled Harry. By now news of the crazy people had spread around the strip, and people were staring at them. Harry suddenly became aware of this, but he couldn't just stop. Then everyone would recognize him and it would be all over the newspapers the next day. No, he had to wait until the old guy ran into an alley or something. The old man turned the corner, right into an alley, and up a fire escape. Harry climbed up it too, and into the open window. "Do you think this looks good for a first date?" asked Fleur. She was planning to have a nice dinner with Harry tonight, and say it was to celebrate them being friends in these harsh times. "Yeah, not too revealing, but just enough to keep them hooked. Baby, you got it made. Who's the lucky guy anyway?" "My friend Harry," Fleur said, smiling. The salesgirl's attention perked a little. "Does this Harry have a last name? I might know him?" "Oh, Harry Potter. Do you think this one looks better? 'Cause I think it may be more." The salesgirl cut her off. "The Harry Potter, like the boy who lived Harry Potter." "Yeah, but do you think?" Fleur tried to continue the conversation about the dress, but the salesgirl wouldn't have it. "Oh my God, I have Harry Potter's girlfriend in my store," breathed Celia, breathe. This went on for a few minutes, until Fleur herself decided that she liked the first one better. Can I just pay for these?" asked Fleur. "Oh yeah, can I have your autograph?" "Oh wait until I tell the Daily Prophet, I'll make 100 galleons for this story." Fleur's heart dropped to her toes. Harry and she weren't actually a couple, and he might, or actually probably would be mad if she started telling everyone that she's his girl. No, don't tell any papers anything, I swear, please don't." Fleur pleaded. "I'll pay you double, no triple, just don't say anything." How about you let me meet him?" "Okay, anything, just don't tell people about us." "Deal." Harry crept into the bedroom. He didn't know where he was, but he did know the guy ran into wherever he was now. Harry went to the doorway, and turned his head, looked both ways and rolled out. Nobody was there. Harry continued toward the front of the apartment. He noticed the front door ajar. He ran to it and saw the man run out the door. Harry followed. Harry, yelled Fleur. Walking down the street, it was almost 7. They were supposed to meet in a few minutes, so Fleur waited by Valley. Harry dived, and the man couldn't dodge it. Harry got him and rolled out into the strip. Harry jumped up, and grabbed the necklaces out of the guy's hands. Fleur looked down, surprised that Harry and the man came rolling out of the alley near Valley. "Ah!" yelled Fleur. Harry looked down at the man. "Who are you?" he asked. The man turned into a bird and flew away. Harry was so shocked he couldn't do anything, yet he felt a sense of relief. "Harry, do I even want to know what happened? Long story, let's walk and talk." They walked down the strip, and came to a large building, at least 6 stories. Harry looked at a sign, and it was a snake wrapped around the name of the hotel. Fleur piped up, "La Serpent au Verde, it sorta looks like that house at your school." "Yeah, like I tried to say before, doesn't that mean, the green snake?" "Sure does, Potter. And why are you here?" sneered a voice behind him. They both turned around, and standing in front of them was the poster boy for a green serpent, Draco Malfoy. "Malfoy!" snarled Harry under his breath. The last person he wanted to see was Malfoy. Fleur didn't quite know him well, but she did hate him. When Dumbledore made a speech at the end of the school year, he just sat there, laughing. Fleur had never felt so angry with anybody in her life. Dumbledore was pouring out his heart and his soul, and the stupid bloody git was laughing. Anybody could have been killed that night. It could have been her. If she had taken a left instead of a right, then she never would have met up with Crumb, and she could have tied with Harry.
"Shut up, you slime," said Fleur. Both Harry and Malfoy, who were staring daggers at each other, turned.
"Fleur, it's not worth it, come on, let's go," said Harry, and walked into La Serpent au Vert. Malfoy's eyes widened with surprise. "Don't tell me, Potter, you're staying in there," said Malfoy, shocked and mouth hanging open.
"Got a problem with that?" "No, of course not," said Malfoy in a shaky voice. He ran off yelling, "Father!" all the way down the strip. "What's his problem?" Fleur had turned to Harry. "I don't know," but let's go check in. They walked to the counter, bags in hand, and rung the bell. A man came in through the back.
Yes. We'd like to check in please. Under what name? Delacour. Oh, so you're the Delacours. Harry looked at him, and finally said, yeah, why? Oh, because due to a convention, the rooms weren't available. I'm lucky your brother and sister, because I only had one room. Harry didn't know what to say. Harry, are you okay with this? I mean, only having one room won't be that much of a problem, will it? Harry gave a laugh. I am okay, it's no big deal to me. Harry, I've been thinking, maybe we could go have dinner, I'm hungry, and we could tour Muggle Paris. Fleur went to the bathroom to get ready, and Harry changed in the front room. Harry re-evaluated his position in life. This is sweet, I'm in Paris. Paris. I'm in a hotel room with a half villa. Harry finished changing and started pacing the room. He wondered what restaurant to go to. I really shouldn't end a sentence with a preposition. Harry, I'm ready, said Fleur. She stepped out of the bathroom. You look wow, said Harry. Fleur was wearing a satin red Muggle dress, with a collar just above her bust, and the bottom ending at her mid-shin. The material outlined with black lace and in frizzy curls, designed for a figure like Fleur's, the hourglass. Thanks, she replied, blushing furiously. She strutted down the room, in a seducing walk. She looked like a runway model. Shall we go then? She asked. Yeah, sorry, let's go. He got up and offered his hand. Fleur took it and they left to exchange some money. As they entered Chez La Markham, the room went dead silent. Men and women were staring in their direction. Harry didn't like all the attention, but then he realized no Muggle knew who Harry Potter was, and he was glad Fleur had all the attention. She did look pretty. Can I seat you too? Asked the waiter. Harry stuttered. Why? Why? Yeah, yes please. Okay. They walked to the center of the room, right below a gorgeous chandelier. It was crystal, with 12 candles around the perimeter, and one more in the very center. Harry, this is gorgeous. This table, it is magnificent. Yeah, I know, you look so beautiful. Thank you, you look very handsome yourself. Thanks, let's order. I'm kinda partial to fish. Then try bouillabaisse, it's a stew with fish and vegetables, it's great. Okay then. Harry and Fleur entered their room. They had a wonderful evening. It was filled with food, and at one point they had even got up and started dancing. Right there in the restaurant, and everyone was clapping. Harry recognized a couple of people who were from the news, famous people. They were with the Parliament or something. Harry, I had a wonderful evening, and thanks for buying everything. They were close to each other. Yeah, it was the least I could do. Slowly he felt himself drifting closer toward her. His feet were light, almost floating on thin air he was. Fleur stepped closer to Harry, her feelings similar. Maybe it was just because of the night, but she felt an attraction to the young wizard. They were in fact only 2 or 3 years apart. Of course. They stepped closer, their lips merely inches away from each other. Fleur could feel Harry's breath on her. She turned her head and puckered her lips. This kiss just seemed so right. Harry could feel her lips preemptive. He could sense the soft smell of raspberry from her lipstick. They were about to kiss. Room service, yelled a voice. They parted and answered the door. The kiss didn't happen. Somewhat relieved and thoroughly annoyed, Harry walked to the door. He answered it, revealing a hotel worker. I was told to deliver this to Mr. Potty. There was a note in his hand. Harry thanked him and took it. He opened it. Potter, don't ask why I am doing this, because I don't know myself, but get out. The hotel you're staying in is a danger, so you must leave. I expect this note to be destroyed immediately, Draco. That was strange, stupid Malfoy. He probably wants to lure me outside. Harry said, crumpling up the note and tossing it over his back. He may have thought about trying to kiss Fleur again, but it just didn't seem right anymore. Maybe it was just a one-time thing, and it was probably for the best anyway. He sighed slightly. Yeah, Harry, come on, and let's go to bed, Fleur said, rubbing his shoulders subconsciously. Neither noticed this movement. You want to go to bed with me? Well, let's get started. I'll get the whipped cream. You get the cherry sauce. He laughed. She stopped rubbing his shoulders and turned, heading to the bathroom to change. Fleur walked toward the bathroom, swinging her hips purposely. She turned her head backwards. Maybe you should get the cherry sauce. The next 5 days passed by rather unimportantly. Harry went out and grabbed a cookbook autographed by Emerald for Mr. Delacour on one of his off days, and other days he and Fleur went shopping. She made him visit all the local museums and interviewed most of the older citizens. Fleur was almost as studious as Hermione. Well, at least more so than Harry. On the day they needed to check out, Harry and Fleur walked downstairs, toward the lounge area. There was a sign.
"Do not disturb, conference." Harry turned to Fleur.
"Wonder what they're talking about." He put his ear to the door and caught a piece of what was being said. "Then we will have him." Cheers erupted. During the attack, there are 3 points of weakness: the lake, the West Tower, and the Quidditch pitch. Squadron A will be assigned the West Tower, Squadron B will be assigned the pitch, and Squadron C will go through the lake. "Potter, what are you doing?" Harry swung around. Lucius Malfoy was looking at him, with that sneer of hatred. Lucius's eyes opened wide.
"What did you hear?" He ran to the door and swung it open. Hundreds of men were in the room, all surveying the current speaker. The elder Malfoy broke the speech.
"He's out here." Harry Potter heard everything. Harry and Fleur turned to each other. They ran. Harry and Fleur were running full speed up the stairs. They had just overheard a plan to take over Bobaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The hotel they were staying at was a semi-literal breeding ground for Death Eaters. "Harry, what are we gonna do?" said Fleur in a panicky voice. "They'll have like 100 people searching the entire building." Harry knew what it was like to have to think fast on his feet. He was used to it. Now at the moment, what would be of most use to him? "Okay, let's run to our room and grab our stuff. There must be another way out of this hotel." So up to the room they ran. "Here, throw this in the sack too," said Harry, tossing Fleur the 2 pendants. She put hers on and placed the other one in the bag. They had been packing all of their important stuff in a duffel bag. Fleur gave Harry her wand. He still hadn't gotten his yet. He would try a summoning spell, but he didn't have time for it now, and it wasn't such a necessity when he did. "Shrinkita." He pointed at the bag, and it shrank to the size of a large marble as she placed it in her pocket. "Okay, listen, you're gonna need this more than I." "No way. Listen, you know the broom closet. We're gonna hide in there. When I open the door we break for it," Harry said, thinking out his plan in his head as they sped toward the hallway. Harry thrust the door open and ran down the hallway. The numbers on the door blurred past. He opened the closet door. Fleur bolted past him and into the closet, and he entered and shut the door. He scrunched in among the large basket full of towels and the window cleaners. "This is a dead end. What are you doing, Harry?" Fleur was still panicky. "It's okay. I have a plan." "Where is he?" A voice called out with a low grunt. Another voice answered. "Check the closet." The closet door busted open. Some anonymous Death Eater, at least that's who Harry thought they were, had opened the door. "Here he is." The Death Eaters ganged up around him. Harry thrust a laundry cart out of the hallway, pushing all of them back. He took off toward the stairway, and opened the door. Somebody grabbed his shirt. "Get back here." The same anonymous Death Eater that had found him. This time though he saw his face, it was familiar, too familiar. Harry jumped down the flight of stairs, making the man lose his grip and fall. He ran to the next floor, and went inside. They wouldn't expect that, but it would buy him little time. He heard their voices and footsteps running down the stairs. What was he going to do? A thought suddenly hit his head. "Where is Fleur?" Fleur poked her head out of the laundry basket. They were all gone. She jumped out the basket. Duffel bag in her pocket still. Now the plan was to go through the laundry chute, using some spell. She was worried for Harry though. This was not the time, she told herself. In any moment she should be chased by a couple of bad people trying to take over her school, or well, ex-school. She grabbed the bag and proceeded to the laundry chute, taking a deep breath. "For you," she muttered to herself as she jumped, referring to Harry. The chute was narrow, yet she slid down easy. Each horrifying turn was gruesome enough on her stomach without the fact that she could see it too. Anticipating the final drop onto the cold cement in the laundry room, she closed her eyes and waited, and waited, and waited yet some more. The fall didn't come. She opened her eyes, and realized she was falling in a black hole. What was going on? If this was where the clothes went, this hotel needed a washer and dryer. Lumos. The wand in her hand lit at the tip, and a large light in the middle of the hole was visible, and not Fleur's wand light. As she got closer she realized it did end, right into a cement floor. Wingardium Leviosa. Fleur lightly hovered herself into what looked like the basement of the hotel. She was through playing games, she was going to go get help, and that was that. Little girl. Why are you here? A voice behind Fleur whispered. It was icy and cold, almost empty, as if he had no meaning in his words. She turned, and she stood face to face with none other than Lord Voldemort. Little girl. Who are you and why are you here? The voice was merely a whisper. Fleur was scared. The voice sounded so cold. Please, do not make me ask you again. Harry opened a door to a room. Ah, get out, out. A woman wrapped a towel around herself. Harry didn't care he was on the run. He glanced around, finding a hair dryer, a banana, and box of something called tampons. He grabbed the hair dryer just as he heard another voice. There he is. The Death Eaters found him. He threw the hairdryer and knocked the guy out. Harry ran and grabbed his wand. Coldasiah. A Death Eater shot a freezing spell at Harry. He dodged it, rolling to the left and toward a window. Harry snatched the towel from the lady as she screamed once more. Sorry, he muttered. Oh. She fainted. Harry quickly wrapped the towel around his hand, and the next thing he knew, his fist was through the window. He climbed up on the sill, and edged his way out and shimmied sideways. Don't look down, and do not look down. The voice in his head repeated over and over again. He looked down. Damn it. He froze on the spot. If he fell it would certainly be to his death. Crucio. A jet of red light broke through the glass to his right. The Death Eaters must have broken into the next room. Harry jumped to the side, and kept moving. At every window Death Eaters were shooting spells at him. Stupefy. Crucio. Confuddle. Obliterate. Impatio. That was the last curse Harry heard. A jet of orange light shot at him, and he couldn't dodge it. Harry felt himself being thrown off the building. Harry was rushing toward his certain death, and the fact that it was completely unexpected didn't help at all. He was free-falling, panicked and uncoordinated. His scream attracted the attention of the shoppers 6 or 7 floors down, on the strip. Cordia. A long black cord shot out of Harry's wand. It hit the roof of the hotel and held still. As if on a grappling hook, he jerked up quickly, almost causing him to lose grip of Fleur's wand. He flew toward the roof, failing to let go of the wand, hit the top, and climbed over. The roof was empty, not even a stairway to the building. Well, there was one thing. Harry walked over to the ventilation pipe. It was about as big as him, but he didn't have any other choice, did he now? He climbed up it and stood on the ledge. Taking a deep breath, he jumped into it. As he plunged into pure darkness, his life flashed before him. All the times he didn't tell Dumbledore or Sirius, or even Ron and Hermione all the information he knew, and how every time he caused someone's death, or near death. The tunnel was suddenly getting lighter. That's the end of the tunnel. Great, thought Harry. He positioned himself correctly and Wingardium Leviosa. He floated down to the floor of what seemed to be the hotel's basement. Oh, the great adventurous Harry Potter. A cold voice merely whispered. Maybe it was because until now he was running for his life and he didn't notice it. Maybe it was because the voice just happened to be Lord Voldemort, or it just may be a combination of both, but nevertheless Harry's scar exploded with pain at that moment. He fell to the floor. The shadowy figure that was Lord Voldemort slowly walked toward Harry. Fleur ran to his side, and knelt next to him. Harry, are you okay? She panicked. I can take the pain away from you, Potter. Voldemort slowly walked to him. Fleur looked up and fell back. She crawled on her back, crab style. She hated to leave Harry, but her fear caught the better of her. Voldemort reached down and touched Harry's scar. The pain vanished instantly. What do you want? Why are you trying to overtake Beauxbatons? Harry spat out. Voldemort's smile widened like he had early Christmas. Harry doubted that he would celebrate Christmas though, maybe a birthday or... He was getting off track. Oh naive, poor, dumb, naive, dumb Potter. I have no intention to overtake Beauxbatons. Harry was staring into the depth and darkness of his eyes. Then why? What were your Death Eaters planning? Harry was looking at Voldemort with intense hatred. Oh, we were planning to take over Hogwarts, on opening day. It won't matter that I told you though, you won't be there in time to stop it. You're going to kill us? Asked Fleur. She had been too afraid to speak before then. No, dear girl, I am not through with you, but Potter on the other hand I should kill. No though, that's what he wants me to do. Think I would forget about prior incantum? Yeah, Potter, don't look surprised, I studied up on it. All I have to do is point my wand while any curse you shoot at me is in the air. I don't even have to say a spell. Harry opened his mouth but closed it quickly. He was going to remark that it wasn't his wand, but Voldemort would just kill them then. A rustling noise came from where Voldemort was standing. He was searching for something. He pulled out a small time turner, but it was different somehow. It had red and black swirls of sand, and it was slightly larger. He flipped it over once. Harry and Fleur felt the ground shake violently. Ah. Now you feel it, that's the 23rd gone. He turned it again. There's the 24th, and the 25th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Harry was staring, watching Voldemort turn the dial in horror. After 2 more turns Hogwarts would be attacked, and there would be nothing he could do, and nobody he could warn. During all the first day chaos it would be easy, especially with a bunch of panicky first years. Harry determined his mind, and stood up. Voldemort, or should I say Tom? Don't call me by that name, Voldemort exclaimed. He forgot about the time turner, and Harry took the chance to move. Stupefy. The spell shot at Lord Voldemort. Voldemort barely flicked his wand up. He didn't even try. It hit him, and he went crashing to the ground. The time turner fell and cracked. Harry grabbed Fleur. Hold on tightly to me, okay? I have a plan, but we gotta hurry. Fleur snatched up the duffel bag and hugged Harry tightly.
Levitate Osa, he called, chanting a different levitation spell. The upside was that it took less concentration than Wingardium Leviosa because your attention needn't be focused on the moving object. They floated up the pipe.
Look at this shit. Where is he, Dumbledore? I thought you said they would take care of him. Who is it? Tell me. Sirius Black was yelling in Dumbledore's office, 2 days before term. Sirius. I will have no profanity in my dorm, and furthermore, I cannot tell you where Harry was staying. Professor. He is already endangered. Tell me, find Sirius. He is at the Delacours. Sirius looked at Dumbledore and mouthed widely, up and down. He slammed something down on the desk and stormed out of the room. I can't believe you let him stay with them. I respected you. Dumbledore looked down on what was on his desk. It was a copy of the Daily Prophet. It was open to an article. Harry Potter. Missing presumed dead Harry Potter, boy who lived, Quidditch star, and Triwizard champion has gone missing. Writes Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter. Last year, after a series of articles involving Harry Potter and the Triwizard tournament, a student was taken. Cedric Diggory, the second Hogwarts champion, was killed. After the Triwizard Cup was transformed into a portkey. Harry and Cedric were teleported directly into the midst of the Dark Lord himself. Harry Potter has been missing from his Muggle guardians for over 2 weeks now, and has shown no sign of returning. We can't rule out kidnapping, because that is a very prudent possibility. We can't rule out kidnapping, but I sincerely hope people don't think that you know who has anything to do with this, said Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. When asked about Harry's disappearance and the recent Muggle killings, he replied, "They are nothing more than rumors. Maybe one may be true, but it certainly has nothing to do with you-know-who." Then highly respected and favored dark arts fighter Albus Dumbledore had something else to say. If Fudge can't believe that he is back, then very well for him, but the truth is that he is, and we need to prepare for the worst. Well, this reporter sincerely hopes that our minister is right, for all our sakes. I hope Fudge is right too. Dumbledore mumbled before he left his room. It was time to prepare for the opening day. Half the staff wouldn't be there, so he had to plan before he himself left. Oh, come on, we gotta hurry. Everybody is probably worried we've been missing for a week. Fleur looked at him confused. What are you talking about, Harry? She stood atop the roof. The wind was blowing horribly. Harry reached down and picked up a newspaper article that had flown toward him. Here, read this. Local girl missing. Ministry gets involved. Local girl Fleur Sophie Delacour has been missing. After a trip to France with her friend, she was expected to arrive home last Friday but never did. Ministry officials believe this may be connected to the sudden disappearance of Harry Potter, as both of them were champions in the most recent Triwizard tournament held in England, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Cedric Diggory, another champion, has already deceased, internationally famous Bulgarian Quidditch seeker, and the last champion Victor Crumb, of Durmstrang Academy, has been warned to stay put for now, as he may be the next target. Madame Maxim had this to say about her star pupil's sudden disappearance. I don't know what has happened. I can only wish Pierre and Isabelle get their daughter back safely, and as soon as possible. Well, I think we'll all be praying to the Delacours. This is Candace McFarland with the Daily Report. Harry, what happened? My parents know where we are. No, they know where we were. That little hourglass was a time turner. It changes the day. It's next week and we've been missing all this time. But it's only been an hour since checkout. Harry was feeling panicky now. Voldemort would be waking soon and they had 2 days to get to Hogwarts. Well, I know a spell. It's illegal, but it will get us to my house in about 12 hours, as opposed to the 26-hour train ride. Fleur took out her wand. Harry picked up his from his pocket. He wouldn't need this one. He concentrated all his might and will on his own wand, and... Accio! Vernon, come here, yelled Aunt Petunia. The 3 Dursleys gathered around the door to Harry's room. The whole house was shaking violently, and... It burst through the door. The Dursleys jumped back in fright as a wand came fleeting through the door. It soared out of the window, and was gone. Harry was standing on the hotel's roof and his wand flew into his hands. He threw the Death Eater's wand off the top. Fleur looked over the side, catching her wand from Harry. She was lucky she had known a little bit of wandless magic, but she wasn't a mage. Fleur, you shouldn't stand that close to the side. She turned around.
Harry, don't be such a warrior. She fell. Harry. He ran to the edge and yelled. Wingardium Leviosa. It had no effect. He tried again, with no avail. Lumos. Nothing happened. His wand wasn't working, and there was nothing he could do. Fleur was gone. Fleur! Harry yelled. Her wand was 3 feet away from her. She couldn't do anything. Accio. He missed. The spell shot right past her, but at least his wand was finally working. He'd have to ask Dumbledore about that later. Damn. What? Ah. He felt his wand vibrate. A string of gold shot at him, and connected with his wand. It came from directly below him as he leaned over the roof. Everything stopped, and a dome of weaving golden strings made its way around Harry and Fleur, who was in suspended animation. It was like something from this old movie Harry had seen called The Matrix. The dome moved around until it was about a mile away from the hotel. It landed them on a flat grassy area Harry had never seen before. He looked out on the other end of the dome. Voldemort. So you figured it out, clever Potter. So you figured me out. Harry hadn't figured him out, but mere chance saved her life. Voldemort had been magically making her fall, so he didn't need to shoot a spell in order to perform prior incantum, only point in the right direction. The beads of golden light started making their way down toward the tip of Harry's wand. Fleur was in the middle of the dome. Harry again used all his willpower to move the beads. It seemed as if Voldemort's mental power hadn't replenished, and his willpower wasn't any match for Harry's. As the golden beads were mere millimeters away from the Dark Lord's wand, Fleur's eyes opened. She had been either unconscious, or really dazed until now. Harry lost all focus, and the beads shot toward his end of the wand. He regained his composure just in time to stop them. He used his willpower and shot the beads back toward Voldemort. They were sitting there, centimeters from his wand. Fleur grabbed her wand up, and pointed it at Voldemort. You wouldn't, little girl. Fleur felt a smile brighten up her face. I would. Impaccio. An orange jet of light hit Voldemort's magical barrier. Her impact spell hit him hard enough to shake him. The beads touched. As Voldemort's wand shook vigorously, and started to procure unusual shapes of smoke, Fleur climbed to her feet. She ran to Harry and held on to him. Harry, I'm scared. What's coming out of his wand? Oh, Harry knew what she had gasped at. Voldemort obviously hadn't used his wand much because the ghost, or reverse echo, or whatever of Cedric Diggory had come out of Voldemort's wand. It walked over to Harry and Fleur. Harry. Fleur. Hello there. Harry looked at Cedric with horror. Fleur expressed hers. I. What? Huh? Cedric Diggory, back from the dead, oh my lord. Cedric looked at her puzzled. I am sorry, Fleur, I don't speak French. Cedric was acting perfectly normal, but by now another shape was emerging. It was Harry's father. The body of smoke entered Harry's presence. Harry, you keep on fighting, don't let him take you. The old man Harry saw in June was nodding behind him. Harry looked at the wand expectantly, because Lily was to come out next. First a long head of bouncy hair, then a torso, and finally the legs of a beautiful young lady. It was Lily Potter.
Harry gasped. He had expected Lily to come out, but he hadn't expected Fleur to run up to her. Aunt Lily. Oh my God, Aunt Lily. Lily smiled, and stared down at Fleur. Hello Fleur. It's been a while, huh? Fleur stared up at Lily, misty-eyed and tongue-tied. Harry knew this little reunion was going to have to end pretty soon. Fleur, what was your way to get to Hogwarts? Fleur snapped toward Harry. What? Oh, the hyperbole, I'll explain later. She reached her wand high in the air. Hyperbolea. A small blue hole appeared in the sky. It swirled and grew larger and larger. It looked like a mini galaxy of blue in the sky.
Harry, here it is, the hyperbole. The blue vortex swirled, as lightning bolts shook the hole. Break the connection and jump in the hole, Harry, said Lily. James was on the other side of the dome, talking to Voldemort, probably shielding Harry and Fleur from view. Fleur ran to the vortex.
Harry, come on, Voldemort jumped at her voice. Never. He tried to break the connection, but couldn't. Only Harry could. The hyperbole was shrinking every second, but as soon as Harry broke the connection, Voldemort would go after him. Harry, come on, hurry. Fleur jumped into the vortex. It was shrinking. Harry eyed Voldemort in. Boom. He broke the connection and ran, dodging spells every which way.
Avada Kedavra. He ran to the vortex. It was the size of a bed now. He had to hop into it, and swirl he went. He heard Voldemort's screams in the background of the hollowness that was the vortex.
No, he turned. Floating in midair like Dragon Ball Z or something. Harry looked around at the colorful nothingness that beheld him.
Fleur, what do we do now? She smiled, and said, just say where you want to go and you will be summoned there.
Harry looked worried. Fleur didn't like to see him like that. It's okay, we'll get there tonight, and warn Dumbledore, then the teachers will be prepared when the Death Eaters come. What if Voldemort decides to pull them back and wait? He can't stop them in time. A plan of that caliber must already be in motion.
But if he just apparated to their hideout? International apparition laws.
Huh? Fleur looked at him rather impatiently. Okay, come with me. She swam through the vortex, which was like jelly, except not as thick. He wondered what was sustaining their bodies in midair, but he thought it would be better to just read about later. He just proved his ignorance to Fleur. No need to do it twice in 2 minutes. He followed her as she swam through the vortex for a little while, and they came to a flagstaff. Trey Beniel. He read aloud. He had never heard of it though.
It's one of the non-Muggle environments in France. See the little tunnel there? She pointed, and off to the left of the flagstaff he saw a small black vortex.
We get off at our stop then, huh? Said Harry slowly. Fleur nodded. Red is non-Muggle, green is Muggle. Harry seemed to understand. He looked around, and saw little tracks on the bottom. What are those for? He pointed. Fleur looked down.
Oh, those are wayward tracks. We step on those to get moving, and we don't have to accelerate our own bodies, so people don't get tired, you know, if they have to travel far. She dived down to the tracks. Come on, Harry, we can get there. Warn the staff and get some rest. It will all be okay in a day. He dived on the track, and they zoomed off toward Hogsmeade.
I don't know what could have happened to Harry, Hermione. Ron and Hermione were neatly gathered in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione sighed. He probably had to be brought to Hogwarts some special way because of what happened. Hermione was completely unconvincing. What about the Daily Prophet? They wouldn't just lie. Ron had a gut feeling that something was wrong. He sat back, and crossed his arms. Hermione pursed her lips and stared back. He unfolded his arms. Hermione, listen, I'm sorry. She turned her head, and faced the window. Ron got up and sat next to her. Hermione, I'm sorry. I am just anxious, okay. She turned to him, and collapsed in his arms. It's just that I'm not sure what happened to him either. How do you know my mom? Harry broke the silence during travel. He and Fleur were moving side by side, on their way to Hogsmeade. Fleur paused. When I was little, my mom and dad knew your parents, and your mom used to always take me to go places, and play games with me. Her eyes were so pretty, I remember always wanting to have them. Have them? Fleur smiled. I used to think, because my mom has contacts, that you could change people's eyes at will. Like take someone's eyes and change with others. Harry and Fleur chuckled. Harry thought about something else too. What are international apparition laws? Fleur shrugged. Oh, whenever a wizard has to cross the border, through apparition. They stop at an automated checkpoint, just to make sure no fugitives are crossing, and to check with them. Reminding them of foreign beasts, and the time difference and... They looked at each other. The time difference. They yelled together and used their remaining energy to propel themselves even further. Harry and Fleur were zooming top speed through a seemingly endless tunnel of side paths and flagstaffs. Harry was tired. They had been flying for 10.5 hours now, exerting themselves. There it is, the Hogsmeade Tunnel, we're there, yelled Fleur. She barrel rolled over on her back and swooped into the black tunnel. Harry followed. They popped out of the tunnel and landed on the cold hard ground in Hogsmeade. Harry got up and ran toward the castle. In 5 minutes the two had burst into the great hall. The room went dead silent as a storm brewed outside. Harry! Hermione yelled. He ignored her and ran up to the front table. Professor Flitwick, where's the headmaster? He's gone, Potter. Now what's with the entrance? I would have thought after the car you. Death Eaters attack Hogwarts, today, now. Professor Flitwick didn't even question Harry. All students to the dungeons, now. Chaos is what emerged of this statement. All the remaining teachers, Vector, and Sinistra, even Trelawney helped gather the students when. Boom. The Great Hall received new entrants. Harry noticed the first years weren't in yet. A group of masked Death Eaters stood when the smoke cleared. A lot of screaming burst out right about then. More students were being taken to the dungeons. Harry, what happened? Hermione screamed. Fleur turned around and started pushing students in the right direction. Where have you been? Ron asked. They weren't exactly by him, but they were yelling into the air. Come on, Ron, we need to get to the dungeon. Ron and Hermione had found Harry. I want you three to go to the dungeons now, and help the teachers. Harry had a look of deep conviction. Ron laughed. Like I am going to let you have all the fun, Potter. He stepped up next to Harry. The Great Hall was empty except the Death Eaters and the Potter Dream Team. You're through, Potter, yelled one of them. The Great Hall erupted with spells. Red, green, purple, yellow, blue, and orange spells shot every direction. Harry dived to the side as the Ravenclaw table blew up. Hermione was thrown into the wall and slumped over unconscious. Ron pointed his wand at the Death Eater, the one who did it. Woodsboro. 1,000 small knives flew at the Death Eater and stabbed him. He fell over, and his blood ran like water. Harry shot a couple of distracting spells at the Death Eaters, like jelly legs and tickling. It hit 2 of them, only 4 more to go. Not for nothing though Fleur was a teacher. She fired a spell Ron and Harry had never heard of, but it hit 2 Death Eaters. They flew several feet and sort of disintegrated. Harry gasped. She killed 2 people. You'll pay for that one, Missy. Gonregia. Purple light flew in her direction. Harry dived on her, making the spell miss and hit the wall, molding over it like a blanket of darkness. Impaccio. He shot the chandelier and it fell on the remaining. He looked down. Lying on Fleur, she smiled. You saved my life. That spell would have killed me. She smiled. He rolled off of her. Ron had just gotten Hermione back to consciousness. They got up and walked to the Death Eaters. Together they wrapped them up and took their wands. Flitwick ran in. What? What happened? Harry ran past him though. The others followed. He ran to the doors by the lake. The first years had just made it to the shore, except one boat. The storm had riled up the lake and the waves were high and strong. The boat in question had 2 people in it. Harry ran to Hagrid. Hagrid, take the first years straight to the dungeons, and he looked out to see 2 people waving their hands. Harry ran to the shore's edge. Wait, I'll come out and get you, he screamed, and started to take off his shoes when they heard some more things. Harry, go get him, we'll handle this. Ron yelled, throwing a spell toward another horde of Death Eaters. A couple of things were happening at once, but this was the first time he had seen little Flitwick in action. Flitwick dodged a spell in a weird little flip move and then did a web-like curse that entrapped them all. Harry. Gabrielle's voice called. She was still out on the boat, her and a small brunette that resembled a mouse. Harry didn't have any more time to waste. He jumped out into the water, greeted with a very painful logged blow to the chest. He digressed and struggled out into the water. He really couldn't swim himself, so the thought of him saving 2 young girls was ridiculous. He paddled his way into the depths of the cold, squid-infested powerhouse known as a lake. Looking up he could see Gabrielle's blonde hair waving up and down. Harry swam toward them, grabbing onto Gabrielle. She climbed on his back along with the other girl, but their weight was too much, they began to sink. "Watch out!" Somebody yelled, obviously very loudly, though he still only barely heard it. Fleur and Ron had swum out. They were really the only two who could swim well. Ron grabbed the brunette and Gabrielle climbed on Fleur's back as they headed back toward shore. Harry waddled in place, trying to stay up in the water, but it was hard. It would be easier just to let himself go. Waves pounded into him repetitively, swaying him quickly. Fleur and Ron had made it back to shore he saw as another wave hit him. His face slammed down into the water as he took a deep breath. His head popped back up and he gasped for air. Another wave slammed across his side, cartwheeling him in the water. His head dunked underneath and he began to intake water. "Don't let go." A voice called to him. It was close, yet so far away. Everything was getting quiet and he could see a flash of blonde before sinking down into the water. Harry saw no more.
"Ron!" Fleur yelled out to him, but he was still trudging through the water with the little girl.
Fleur tried to grab Harry, but she just wasn't strong enough. Water poured out of her eyes, though she couldn't tell whether it was the constant splashing or the heat of the moment. She lunged onto Harry's unconscious body, but it wasn't enough, and suddenly she couldn't move either. Her hands were entrapped in the folds of his shirt, and she was struggling to get loose. She couldn't. Fleur kicked out, hitting Harry's lower back. He jerked and her hands were free, but now he might be bruised. She swam over a little farther, holding him around the waist and placing him upright. Another large wave came splashing at the two, hitting her dead on. She plunged back a small ways and regained her spot, holding Harry by the waist and trying to drag him along the water. She couldn't hold him any longer. Slowly she began to sink with him. She cried out to Ron again, but couldn't see him above her declining line of vision. The water was rising, or she was falling. Either way there was no way she was going to make it. No way at all. No way at all. Ron fell. The killing curse hit him. Voldemort had just broken into Hogwarts, just as his Death Eaters had. Hermione ran to his side, sobbing. Harry's eyes went bloodshot. Hermione stood up. "How could you? Can't you see?" She shot the spell at Voldemort. It broke his barriers and hit him. "Nice one, little missy, but you can't control a mind this powerful. Avada Kedavra." She fell. Fleur burst into the great hall and stopped. Voldemort pointed his wand at her. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot at Fleur. "Ron, Hermione, Fleur." Harry screamed. He looked around. Ron, Hermione and Fleur were standing over him. He was in a bed in the hospital wing, but the room didn't look familiar. It was a dream, all a dream. "Harry, you're finally up," said Fleur. Hermione and Ron looked puzzled. Harry forgot that Fleur spoke French. Hermione pulled out her wand. "Fleur, do you mind if I mess with your mind a bit?" Fleur shook her head. "Comprendio." Hermione pointed it at Fleur, swirling a watery mist around her head. "What did that do?" asked Fleur. Hermione explained that it made her speak English. Harry looked around. The room was different. "Harry, you've been out for a couple of hours. You nearly drowned in that lake with Fleur. But then the giant squid threw you back on shore, but by then you were unconscious. You've been here ever since." Her said, looking very stressed. Harry hadn't actually talked to his friends since last year. It was hard. "Yeah, speaking of that, where is here?" They laughed. What was so funny? Madame Pomfrey said. Ron stifled another giggle as he spoke, "That since you always hurt yourself, she got us our own private room." Harry got up and walked to the entrance. Sure enough, they were in a small side of the hospital wing. Draco Malfoy walked in and glanced at Harry. He walked into the room. "Professor Delacour, you and all of you," he pointed at Harry, "Ron and Hermione, are supposed to come the teacher's lounge when Potter wakes up. You'll probably get awards or something. Of course Potter never misses a chance to show off. Or maybe Harry just wanted to save the school, unlike you and your little friends who ran to hide in the dungeons." Shot back Ron. Madame Pomfrey walked in. "Okay, before you leave, what do you want me to name this room?" "Oh my god, Potty and the Dream Team get their own room. Get out of here," said Draco, as he walked out. Harry smiled. "The Dream Team room. Very well, you four will receive special services to the school awards, and I commend you on your courage. You may leave." They got up to walk away, but Dumbledore spoke. "Harry, I have an answer to your question." Harry turned. "What question, sir?" Dumbledore looked at him as though it was obvious. "Why your wand wasn't working. See, Harry, last year Fawkes touched your wand, when you were explaining what happened to Sirius. When a phoenix, dragon, or unicorn touches the wand that they supplied a magic core with, they temporarily become the main core's supply. So when Fawkes died this summer your wand couldn't work." "But doesn't Fawkes die like every month and a half?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. "And with you closer to Fawkes the more your wand is going to rely on Fawkes, so unless we can get your wand to rely on its core your wand will go out for days when Fawkes dies. I will keep searching for a way to stop it, but you just don't worry for now. I bet you'll want to meet your friends from last year, maybe talk to a few girls." He raised his eyes at this last word. "I heard there is a Ravenclaw who is particularly fond of you, and maybe this isn't the best time. Very well, you can go." They left. As they walked down the halls several students passing looked at them funny. Ron and Hermione announced their need to go finish homework, and Harry and Fleur walked alone. "Harry, can I ask you a question?" she asked, fiddling a little. Harry nodded. "Have you ever thought about committing suicide?" She looked down. "No," said Harry, quite taken aback, but that was a lie. "Actually, yeah, before I came here I used to always think about ways to kill myself, but I never actually tried. I just thought stuff like it would be cool to jump out of a plane with no parachute, or die while doing something cool." Fleur and Harry walked in silence for the next couple of minutes. Fleur looked on the verge since Dumbledore's office. They walked until they came to a mounting. It was two crossed swords, with an inscription under it. Memento Mori. "Where are we?" asked Harry. He didn't recognize the area. "My room. Now cover your ears while I say the password." Fleur blushed. Harry turned around and covered his ears. The swords uncrossed, and the wall opened. They stepped inside. "Harry, come over here and sit down next to me." Harry sat. She looked him deeply in the eyes. "I have something to tell you," she said. She was almost crying. Harry moved a little closer to her. "I have this secret, Harry. See, the whole story is that for as long as I can remember I have been an iris. I can't control it, and now it has stopped manifesting. I can't even be normal anymore." She broke down into Harry's arms, and he hadn't the faintest idea what an iris was. "But Fleur, that's great, that is a good thing, right? I mean you can just not tell people and nobody would know?" Fleur shook her head vigorously. "No, Harry, every dark wizard in the world will be after me. I am the only seer this century. I will be hunted if my powers are found out." Harry sighed. It was sort of bad. "So what exactly is an iris anyway?" he asked. She glanced at his with a look of disapproval. "An iris is a person who can see into the future, prophesize, read minds by touch, control minds, and astro-project. I can't do anything at will, but sometimes, if my emotions run high, or just spontaneously. I have a picture of my grandmother. She told me about my powers, here." She sat up, and reached for her locket. It was on the table past Harry's head. She brushed his hair with her forearm, and froze. She started breathing hard and shaking. Harry knew she needed help, but wouldn't be able to get back in if he left. He picked her up, and carried her across the room to the bed, and ran to the bathroom area. He wet a towel and laid it on her head. He sat for a few minutes and waited for her to awake. She mumbled something, making Harry jump. She groggily sat up. "Harry, please tell me that I fell asleep and was dreaming." "No, you had a vision." He looked at her worriedly. "What does it mean?" "It means, that my parents are murderers." She broke down. "What do you mean your parents are murderers?" asked Harry through the bathroom door Fleur had locked herself into. "Go away," she screamed. Harry backed away. Asking Fleur what was wrong again, he got the same answer. Harry went back to sit down on Fleur's couch. It seemed that there was nothing he could do to persuade her, and he might as well let her cope, for now anyways. He sat there playing chess against the white pieces again, until he heard slow sobbing cease, and whimpering begin. Several minutes afterward he heard absolutely no sounds. What is wrong now?" he said aloud to himself. When she came out they'd talk it over, and if necessary contact Dumbledore. Harry heard a noise that made his heart stop right then, a sound so terrible 1 out of every 2 people who hear it die, he heard. Avada Kedavra. The bathroom lit up with green light, as far as Harry could tell by looking at the door cracks. He ran to the door and jangled the handle. It was budging. He backed up and threw his weight on it. He continued to shoulder check the door as his eyes filled with tears. He threw himself against the door one last time and it gave way. Fleur's body was lying limp on the ground. He nearly dived to the floor next to her, shaking. "Fleur," he whispered to himself, "this wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to be gone. Not now, not ever." He reached out to rub his hand over her forehead. As soon as he touched her skin though, it felt as if he had been sucked through a portkey. His belly button was jolted suddenly, and he seemed to have left the physical plane. "Lily, I got the information. Get us cleavage, you know, in the misuse of magical artifacts office. Pierre found out he's with the Death Eaters."
Harry was in his old house, Godric's Hollow. He watched his dad, walking into a room, calling after his mom. Harry followed. He wasn't stupid, he had figured out he was in phantom mode, which had happened to him a few times within the past 5 years. His father stood over his mother, who in turn was holding a small child. Harry moved closer to see baby him. A child the size of a watermelon was crying. It was baby Harry.
"Great, tell Durkin." "Well, actually honey, this mission is an undercover one. I need your powers."
"But what about Harry? Sirius is off with June Granger, and Remus is, well, you know, it's that time of the month." James laughed.
"What about Peter?" Lily started fidgeting with baby Harry's pajamas. "Well, I am not sure. You know, Peter is a little forgetful, and—" "Lily, something is wrong. What is it?" "Peter's red, James. Peter was red last time I saw him. At the Christmas party." Baby Harry started crying. Lily rocked him back and forth. "Oh, wochi kuchi coo." James laughed again. "Well, if you can talk baby, then we won't have any trouble getting him quiet." Lily put baby Harry in his crib, and tucked him in. The two adults walked into a different room, but Harry stayed. He edged his way over the crib, and peered down. Baby Harry looked up. He seemed to notice the presence of Harry. Harry reached down and rubbed the baby's forehead, in the same place where his scar was today. "You better enjoy it now, kid, because when you become me you're gonna regret that curse Mum puts on you, or me, or us. You're gonna think, why oh why, when Cedric and Fleur die, you're gonna sit around in the common late at night, and you're gonna wish it would end. Just remember, it will end." He was talking to himself more than to the kid by now. He rubbed his fingers across his head and felt the scar. "The day this happens, is the day your life changes forever." He turned and walked into the next room. Lily and James were talking. "James, I called Arabella, she's on her way over." She stepped away from the fireplace. James was sitting on the couch, muttering. "But Peter can't have been red. Are you sure he wasn't red-orange, because I know Peter was doing some stuff with June at that party." Lily's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's when he was red. He had came out of our bedroom with Sissy, and June was yelling at him about something. I still don't know, you know, Peter has been acting weird. I think he suspects Remus too." James laughed, purposely ignoring his wife's later comment. "Because Sissy and June are cousins. I guess Sirius told June some things about Peter, and well, she didn't want her cousin getting mixed up with somebody like him." They laughed, and there was a knock at the door. James answered it. "Hi Arabella, how are you?" She smiled, and stepped in. "Just fine. Now where is my favorite godson?" Lily stood up to hug Arabella. "He's sleeping, Bella, but he should wake in the morning. Are you sure you're okay with this? I mean, it was short notice." Arabella shrugged. "So who are you two after this time?" James fidgeted this time, but he answered her. "Cleavage." Arabella gasped. Lily nodded. "Yeah, Pierre even said so." Arabella slumped on the couch, breathing hard and fast. You're serious?" She didn't wait for an answer. She felt a twinge in her chest. Arabella was dating Get Us. They had been getting pretty serious. "Arabella, I'm sorry, I hope Pierre is wrong, I really do," said Lily, but the sound of her voice let anyone who could hear know she doubted Pierre had made a mistake. Harry stared at Arabella still as a cat eyeing its prey. He knew she looked just like Arabella Fig, his neighbor, but the problem was that she was young. Harry knew that people grew up and stuff, but Arabella looked the same age as his parents. Arabella stood up, and faked a proud upstanding voice. "It's okay. Who else is going with you?" Lily sighed. She hated when Arabella hid her feelings, but that was Arabella's way. Ever since the day they met, Arabella always acted as if nothing fazed her, but Arabella had her own demons. Lily answered her question. Anastasia Weasley, Kira Pratt, Nathan McDougal, Tish Dehi, Chiunse de Mikarusu, and Severus Snape. Arabella muttered something inaudible to Harry, but Lily answered. Of course not, the father. You know Snake would never be an Auror. They laughed. Harry had no idea what they were talking about, but he did notice the name Anastasia Weasley, and maybe, just maybe this person was related to Ron. James came out of one of the back bedrooms, with 2 bags, and a piece of parchment. Arabella, I am so sorry, and please don't think I am cold for this, but if we don't leave now all our cover will be blown, and the ministry will be in trouble, a lot of trouble. Harry stood back as if to survey the whole scene in his mind, but he walked backwards, right outside of the house. He saw headlights above the trees, about 20 feet above. He dived back through the wall, trying to avoid the unidentified flying object. He forgot they couldn't see him anyway. His parents were hugging Arabella goodbye and then they apparated away. The doorbell rang, and Arabella got up to answer it. Harry felt a sharp tug at his belly button. He felt himself being sucked through another Porky-like dimension, and he felt himself growing sadder by the minute. What will come next, he thought, what will come next? Harry was thrown to the floor again. He was in a very familiar-looking place, yet he didn't know where. A little high chair sat at the dinner table, but the room was empty. Harry thought to himself. Where am I, and have I been here before? He circled the kitchen area he was, eyeing for anything that would validate his suspicions. He saw a magazine on the counter, and studied it. It read, J'adore Chanter. He was at the Delacour's house. He searched around the room for anything unusual, but heard noise. Harry ran to hide under the table, but then realized he was invisible, so his efforts were entirely futile. Pierre walked into the room, wiping his eyes and holding his reading glasses in his hand. He sat at the table, and a little girl walked in, maybe 3 or 4. She stumbled and face planted on the fine tile. Pierre stood up in a hurry, rushing to her aid. Her lifted her up, while she was sobbing short breaths. It's okay, Fleur, it's okay. We all fall down sometimes. A couple of Daddy's friends fell last night actually. He bit his fist. Fleur, go get your mother for me please. Pierre wiped the tears from his eyes, and sat up. Fleur squealed, all right Daddy, and ran off, tripping occasionally. Harry followed the little girl outside of the room as Pierre slowly broke down on the kitchen table. The little girl entered the top bedroom, the one Harry stayed in during the summer. Isabel was reading Witch Weekly. Mommy, Daddy wants you downstairs. Piped the little Fleur. Isabel stood up, and picked up Fleur, and sighed. I'll carry you downstairs, sweetheart. She carried her down and entered the kitchen. What's wrong, Pierre? Inquired Isabel as she entered, and put Fleur down. It was a setup. They must have found out. The whole group got ambushed. I don't think any of them made it, and Lily, James, Tish, and Anastasia were captured. Isabel dropped into a chair. So you're sure they were? She gulped hard. Pierre nodded. It's my fault. I'm a murderer. Isabel put her hand on his shoulder. Harry sighed. So that's what Fleur had meant. All that over a mistake. Her life ended because she had a power that was burden, and a gift. He left the room, and looked into the den. Fleur was in there, twirling around, dancing, laughing and having fun. Harry thought about the last time he had any real fun, thinking about the last time he was happy. Hermione sat at a table in the library, books strewn out in front of her and parchment everywhere. Come on, Myone, can we leave yet? Begged Ron. He had been stuck studying with Hermione all afternoon, while Harry did who knows what alone with Fleur in her room. Haha. Where did you come up with, Myone? Ron sighed. It looked like he'd be stuck here for another couple of hours. Hermione slammed her book shut. You know what, Ron, it's the beginning of the year, and we just got an hour of studying in. I think it's time to go to bed. Ron laughed. What's so funny? Asked Myone. Well, the way you said it, it sounded as if you meant we go to bed together. Hermione got up, walked over to Ron. She pierced her lips together and grabbed his collar. That is what meant, Ron. Ron snapped back into reality. Hermione was waving her hand in his face, repeating his name. Huh, what? Hermione stuffed all her stuff into her backpack. I said that we should go see what Harry and Fleur are up to, and maybe get a little sleep. We've been studying all night. Ron's eyebrows raised at this. What do you mean by sleep? Hermione stopped their descent down the stairs. I mean I lay down in a bed and become unconscious, while you and Harry do boy things until 2 in the morning. Become unconscious, wake up late and wonder why you can never make it to breakfast on time. Ron let out a small sigh of relief. What's up with all the sighs, Ron? Has something gotten over you? Ron shook his head. Hermione circled him. Well, I think there is, and we just mustn't have my little Ron worried now. Maybe a little time will get your mind off your problems. She pulled him into an empty room. Come on, Ron, I want this. She grabbed his hand. I want you, Ron. Ron. Ron snapped back into reality again. Ron, what's with you? You keep on spacing out? Ron looked at Hermione. Her beautiful facial features, her tone of voice when she was concerned, her assertiveness, she was beautiful altogether. He shook his head. It's Hermione, man. Get yourself together. He shook his head once more. Nothing's wrong. I'm okay. Hermione smiled. Okay then, come on. Fleur's room is this way, I think. Harry was jolted back into reality. He groggily sat up. He was on the couch in Fleur's room. She hurriedly rushed in, carrying a glass of water. She hadn't died, just fell unconscious. She hadn't had the concentration or power to complete the killing curse, but her nose was still slightly bleeding. He noticed her green necklace shine. As it got closer to him, he felt an empty feeling in his stomach. Are you okay, Harry? Here, what happened? He sat up and looked around. It took him a while to remember what had happened. Yeah, wait, what the hell were you thinking? Fleur stepped back. I wasn't thinking. You're damn right you weren't thinking. You could have actually succeeded, then where would that leave you? I'm okay though. I just did it because all this stuff was mounting up on me. That doesn't mean you take yourself out, damn it. How stupid could you have been? She almost risked her life. Harry didn't know what he could have done if she would have died. I'm not stupid, you even said you had tried yourself. No, I said I thought about it, that doesn't mean I cut my wrists. I was going through some things. They were yelling back and forth. Fleur was almost in tears. I have things on my mind too, but I don't go and be an idiot about it. I'm not an idiot, Potter. Can't you just shut up and not be the center of attention for just a moment? Harry's mouth opened up and down like a goldfish without water. I am only talking about you, okay? Trouble finds me, I don't find it. Just like you didn't enter that tournament last year, huh? Or just like you didn't take the cup with Cedric. Fleur stopped. She immediately regretted her last sentence. Harry, I didn't mean that, Harry cut her off. Well, if that's how you feel, then maybe you should have succeeded. I found out your parents aren't murderers, but that doesn't matter because they set up my parents. Really? She asked, her eyes softening. Harry nodded. Yes, really, but your conceitedness probably made them do it. He said. He wasn't really making any sense, but it seemed like it would get under her skin. You can't say that. You're not even being fair, life's not fair. Harry shot back. Fleur took in a breath. You're right. Life's not fair, so I hate you. Got it? I hate you, Harry Potter, okay. Fine, little Miss Pretty, I don't even give. She picked up the glass of water and threw it on his face. And don't ever talk about my parents again. Harry walked to the entranceway. Well, I don't even care. He walked into the hallway, followed by Fleur. Just don't talk to me again, you ass. Hermione and Ron heard yelling, and ran down the corridor, only to find Harry and Fleur yelling obscenities at each other. Harry turned tail and stormed down the hallway, right through Ron and Hermione. Wait, Harry, what happened? He didn't answer. They turned to Fleur, she didn't answer. The swords crossed back, closing the wall, and Harry had already gotten around the corner. My own, why do we always get left out the loop? She sighed this time. I don't know, Ron, I really don't know. Harry opened the doors to the Great Hall, feeling very vindictive. It didn't help at all that most students turned and whispered about him. He had to get his class schedules from Professor McGonagall too, but he didn't want to go up to the head table, not now. He decided to just follow Ron around all day. He sat down in between Ron and Hermione, and reached for some sausage. Hey Harry, how are you feeling? Asked Seamus Finnegan. Him and Dean were across from him. I'm feeling okay, Seamus. Angelina Johnson came up behind Harry, She was a very attractive 7th-year Gryffindor. "Hey Harry, can we count on you to lead us into the last victory for this team?" Harry turned around. "Huh?" Angelina sighed. "Well, everyone else on the team is in 7th year. This is our last chance to beat everybody, Harry. Because we owe you all our wins, you should be captain." Harry started blushing. "Really, I am not sure. What does everyone else think?" "We think it's a bloody good idea, old chap." Harry turned around. Fred Weasley and the whole rest of Gryffindor's Quidditch team was behind him. Harry smiled. Since it was everyone's last year, there was no point in not being captain. "You got yourselves a Quidditch captain." The whole team jumped and cheered, along with the Gryffindor table. "On 3 yell Captain Potter," yelled George. 1, 2, 3. "Captain Potter." The great hall rang with noise, as the whole Gryffindor table cheered. This was one of those rare moments where Harry actually enjoyed attention, because he earned it. "Potter." The Gryffindor table shut up. Professor McGonagall was yelling. Harry looked around. Everybody was thoroughly studying the food. Harry slumped up to the head table. He wasn't afraid of McGonagall. He just didn't want to see Fleur. She was seated next to McGonagall. Harry made his way up to the table, trying not to even glance to the left, for that was where Fleur sat. "Potter, here is your timetable, and any homework you missed will be excused," she added in a light whisper, "and please do lead us into another victory." Harry smiled and walked back to the table. Everyone was leaving for first period. He looked at his schedule. He had double herbology with the 6th-year Ravenclaws. Wait, double herbology with the 6th-year Ravenclaws. He reread his timetable over and over yet again, but nothing changed. Except his level of confusion. He caught with Ron and Hermione. "Do you guys have herbology right now?" "Yes," rang Hermione. "No," sang Ron. "Huh." They said in unison. "I don't have herbology, but you two do?" asked Ron, studying the 3 schedules. Professor McGonagall passed at that exact moment. Ron tapped her shoulder. "Professor, did somebody make a mistake on my schedule? See, I am supposed to be in herbology, but it has me for transfiguration." "No mistake, Weasley. See, the 5th years use the first 2 weeks of school to take advanced classes with other houses. If you happen to like your class, then you can choose it as your major. If not, you cannot choose it." "All right, class, we will start with Zaibatsu plant, one of the most dangerous in the world." Cho Chang stepped forward. "But this puny thing doesn't even have fangs or poison." Professor Sprout smiled slightly. "Yes, but it does have friends. See, class, the Zaibatsu plant can rapidly breed, and then attack you at once. The only problem is that direct light to its core will kill them, and the offspring that were speed-generated disappear within an hour. If a Zaibatsu plant happens to have normal reproduction, then the offspring lives a normal healthy life. The first thing I am going to teach you is the way to kill one. Wands out, and get at tables of 4. Harry and Hermione turned around and sat at a table. Cho Chang and Harry Sennett sat with them. "Hi Harry," said Cho in a very sensual voice. She didn't even acknowledge Hermione's presence. "Hi Cho," replied Harry. She still looked, for lack of better phrase, hot. Harry stared at her throughout the whole lesson, even when Hermione was giving him looks and badgering him to pay attention. She even spilled some water on his robes. He barely noticed. "It's okay, Hermione, we all have accidents." As they left the greenhouses, Harry and Hermione picked up their stuff. "I gotta go change robes, because of the water," Harry told Hermione. She huffed. "Don't you ever read, Drius Clesius?" she said, and Harry's robes instantly dried up. They continued walking up to Defense Against the Dark Arts, but a voice stopped them. "Why Harry, wait up." It was Cho Chang. She ran up to Harry, and they were talking about something. Hermione kept walking though. Harry called to her, but Hermione didn't hear. He ran up to her. "I said hurry up or we'll be late." Hermione looked up at the castle. The next herbology class was already walking out. Harry and Hermione ran up to Dada. When they got there, they passed the Ravenclaws, who were just at herbology. Cho was among them. "Harry, so we're on for Saturday night, right?" she asked as he entered the classroom. He smiled and nodded. "Excuse Miss Chong, but I need to get through with these Zaphods," called out a teacher. Cho moved, and the teacher was Fleur. She had a hurt expression on her face that Hermione noticed. Cho blew Harry a goodbye kiss and they went their separate ways. "Harry, Don't you think you were a little hasty to make a date with Cho? Hissed Hermione, mad at Harry's naive behavior. Harry didn't even seem to hear her. He was in his own little dream world. Hermione got up and walked to the front of the class. Professors Fig and Delacour were up front. Hi Fleur. Hi Hermione. Hey, how are you? She held Fleur's hand in her own. I'm fine. Hey, you better take your seat. Class is about to start. Hermione went back to sit down, accidentally kneeing Harry in the stomach on her way. Professor Delacour began to explain that they would be dealing with Zaphods today, a beast that can shoot any magic technique it has learned. Okay, now there is a way to detect what spells a Zaphod knows. You scan it. Now none of you are advanced enough to scan a Zaphod yet, but another power a Zaphod has is mind tampering. A Zaphod will turn into your best friend so you won't kill it, or your worst enemy so you're afraid of it, like a Bogart, except for Zaphod doesn't always use this power, and it can only stay transformed for 2 minutes. Only you can see what a Zaphod turns into, so if the Zaphod is your best friend, to everyone else it looks like you two are standing still. Now that is the reason why you shouldn't deal with a Zaphod if you're feeling too vindictive. Now which one of you is going to be the first to handle the Zaphod? Nobody offered. Fleur silently walked down the aisle.
How about Potter? Harry stood up. This wasn't fair. She was just mad at him so she could make him do anything.
Harry made his way to the front of the classroom. Fleur opened the cage the Zaphod was inside and stepped back. Her green necklace swung a little, making Harry's stomach feel queasy again. Harry and the Zaphod stared each other down. Hermione knew Harry was mad at Fleur right now, so what would he do? The Zaphod must have turned into something, because it was firing any spells, but only Harry knew what. Hermione anticipated the outcome. The room was quiet. Everybody was holding their breath when
Reducto. The Zaphod was hit by a wave of red light, blasting it open. Pieces of bloody flesh flew through the air, landing on tables. Hermione, Neville, Lavender, and Parvati ran out of the classroom, while most of the other kids got sick. Ron ran up to Harry.
Harry, what happened Harry? Harry, Harry why. The sound of all voices stopped on Harry's head as he swam through complete and utter darkness. Harry sat up and looked around. He was in the Dream Team room, and Hermione was in the bed next to him. He recalled a dream he just remembered. He was sitting in a throne room, Voldemort's throne room. Voldemort walked in, flanked by masked Death Eaters carrying bound oars.
James and Lily Potter, Tish Dehy, Anastasia Weasley, and Severus Snape Sr.
Voldemort excused himself, and that's when the Aurors sprang into action.
In a display of real skill they beat up the Death Eaters, stole their wands back and escaped before Voldy got back.
Outside they were ambushed, and everybody but Anastasia and the Potters were killed.
Harry silently got up and made his way to the Ollery. Hedwig, the snowy white owl that Harry had owned, was sleeping on a perch. Harry shook her awake, and she gave a quiet hoot so as not to wake the others. He scribbled a letter on a piece of parchment quickly, and asked Hedwig to deliver it to the Weasleys. Hedwig obliged and took about the window. Harry decided to talk to Dumbledore. He snuck through the hallways, to Dumbledore's office, and he heard something inside.
Now I would like to announce the first ever meeting of the re-established Order of Phoenix. It was Dumbledore's voice. Harry crept closer, and whispered Chocolate Frog to the gargoyle. Nothing happened. What do you mean re-established, Albus? Asked a voice Harry couldn't recognize. Well, back in the early 1900s, there was no Minister of Magic, but a king and queen of the wizarding world. Originally the Phoenix was supposed to guard the castle, and so on. Pretty soon we started branching off to guarding social events with prestigious people, or gatherings with a lot of wizards. Several years ago, the order was over, we didn't need it anymore, but now we do again. All of you have been chosen for your different talents, Aurors, ministry workers, field specialists, and those of you with special powers. Dumbledore, what about the boy? Asked a voice Harry thought seemed familiar too. He started guessing passwords, up the yin-yang. He finally ended with, Canary Cream. Forgetting that Dumbledore shouldn't even know about them, but nevertheless the stone gargoyle moved. Harry entered the chamber before Dumbledore's office, the one he was in when he heard Fudge and Dumbledore discussing Madame Maxime's involvement in Bartimus Crouch Sr.'s disappearance. He knocked on the door and the talking ceased. Dumbledore opened the door. Harry, are you feeling any better? Come in, I'll be right with you, your owl just departed. Harry entered and saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Severus Snape, 4 people he didn't know, Arabella Figg, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. The people he did know gave little acknowledgments of his presence, like little waves or winks. Harry went to the corner of the room, and Dumbledore stood in front of the people. Everybody, as most of you know, this is Harry Potter. Harry noticed 2 seats at the end of the table that were open. He remembered last year when the Death Eaters that were still with Voldemort were leaving gaps open for the deceased and imprisoned. Several other spots were open too. Everybody, we will resume in 5 minutes, announced Dumbledore, and he turned his attention back to Harry. Yes, Harry, you wanted something? Harry stuttered. I had this dream, but it was more like a flashback. First I was in Voldemort's lair and then I was in it again, but he looked different, and my parents and some other Aurors were captured and they escaped but some died. Dumbledore paused, and then said something. Harry, I believe you saw the last mission your parents went on as Aurors. They were ambushed. I don't know the whole deal, but you can ask Sirius about it. Harry nodded and found Sirius and Remus. They were sitting together, talking. Sirius jumped up as soon as Harry entered his vicinity. Hey Harry, he said, giving Harry a hug. Harry didn't feel like giving Sirius any grief right now, so he just said hi to him and Lupin and Sirius and told them about what happened in Paris, but he really wanted to talk to the Weasleys. He said, see you later, to Sirius and Remus and walked over to the Weasleys, who were talking to a lady with red hair. She looked kind of like Lily Potter. Harry, said Mrs. Weasley, running up to him and giving him a huge hug. Oh, I was so worried. I owled everybody. Harry gently pushed Mrs. Weasley off of him. He was starting to choke. Harry, it was Mr. Weasley, that question you asked us, in your letter, about Anastasia. Well, here she is. Mr. Weasley pointed to the lady they were talking to. Hi, she said weakly. Harry looked at her puzzled and it sort of came to him. Is that your daughter? Mr. Weasley nodded, but Mrs. Weasley looked away a little. Actually, Harry, it is me and somebody else's daughter. Somebody else and I, Arthur. Scolded Mrs. Weasley. Anastasia stared at Harry's scar, but he didn't notice. He did notice, however, exactly how much like his mother Anastasia did look. They could have been twins, except for the fact that Anastasia had caramel-colored eyes. For some odd reason, Harry had the immediate impression that Anastasia was someone to be looked up to. He said bye to the 3 and walked away. He still had to talk to Dumbledore. Professor, I wanted to tell you about this dream thingy I had. It's why I came here in the first place. Yes, Harry. Well, at first I was in this big room. Then all these other kids appeared. So at first I thought I was dreaming. But then Voldemort came and told us all we were crucial to his plan and that we should be prepared. Oh, but what about the Zaphod? Dumbledore looked at Harry questioningly. Harry scratched the back of his neck. Oh, see, it turned into a Dementor, and it was too close. All I could think about was the 3rd task, and I remembered using that curse on one of the hedges. I'm sorry, I still blacked out. Okay, Harry, I've been studying the effects and I would like you to meet me in my office tomorrow, at 2. Harry let out a silent shout of celebration. He got to skip potions. Thank you, Headmaster. I'm getting a little sleepy, so I am going to go back to bed, before Madame Pomfrey catches me. Okay, Harry, and one more thing. No doubt you'll want to tell Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger about this, but could you keep it between you 3? Harry smiled and nodded. As he walked out of Dumbledore's office, somebody caught up to him. Harry, he turned. Anastasia was walking toward him. Listen, Harry. She started fidgeting her fingers and went red. I really looked up to your parents, and if there's anything you want to talk about, anything at all, I want you to know I'm here. Harry smiled. It just seemed right that Anastasia would take a maternal role in his life. Okay. Thanks, Anastasia. Oh, call me Anya. He had heard both those names somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Okay. Anya. He opened the door and walked out into the chamber. Why, Harry, one more thing. Do tell little Ronikins his Aunt Anya said, hi. Aunt? Yeah, maybe we'll tell him one day, but not today, bye dear. Bye. Anya. He left, sneaking his way back up to the hospital wing. He got to the door, and had to slowly open it because it creaked. He opened it in AHHHHHHHHHHH. EKKKKKKKKKKKKKK. Fleur screamed, and Harry screamed. "What are you doing here?" shot Harry with a nasty tone. Fleur paused. Was it her he was thinking about when that Zaphod was blown to smithereens? Was it her he wanted to kill? Was it her? I had to drop off something for Madame Pomfrey. Why are you out of bed? Does it matter? 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry was shocked. He sort of forgot Fleur was a teacher. What you can't do that, Fleur grimaced. Mr. Potter, I do not take kindly to students telling me what I can and cannot do, so please don't. If you don't go and rest right now, it will be 30 points from Gryffindor. Do I make myself perfectly clear? She had Snape's cold face. Yes, ma'am, said Harry, and he let out a sigh. He closed the door and snuck back into the Dream Team room, only to find Hermione sitting up. Where have you been? In Dumbledore's office. Why was she here? He pointed his thumb back toward the door. To talk to me, her friend. Unlike others. What, me? Yes, you. Did she tell you why we were fighting? Yes, and I think you are an insensitive bastard. Well, I think you're a selfish know-it-all. Wow, Harry, that was so fast. Harry just sat back in his bed. There was no point trying to win an argument with a female. Hermione. He turned and faced the other wall. Harry just spoke into the air. The Order of Phoenix has been reinstated, and Ron has an older sister. Hermione couldn't resist. What? Harry explained the meeting and Anya, including Ron's, thinking she was his aunt. Oh my word, Harry, do you realize how important this is? Harry, the Order is the most elite group worldwide, even more than the Draco Enlightened. Harry was at a loss, but he just decided to patronize Hermione and pretend he knew what she was talking about. They stayed up the rest of the night talking about various things, until they fell asleep. He slipped it back in his pocket. He didn't know why Anya was being persistent on helping him, but he was glad to take it. He felt he could talk to her. He stepped out from behind the curtain, completely forgetting that Hermione was on the other side changing, but the sharp screams soon followed by Hermione's shouts of, "You idiot, get back there," made him remember. After a completely unintentional look at Hermione's bosom, he leapt back behind the curtains. Madame Pomfrey ran in the room. "Everything okay in here?" she asked. Hermione lied and said she saw a spider, then told Harry it was okay for him to come out, and they left for breakfast. As they walked down the hall in silence, the feelings of mutual embarrassment began to slip away, and the aroma of pancakes and sausage wafting down on them. Harry suddenly heard something to the room on his left and quickly turned. "What?" Hermione asked. Harry shushed her. "I heard something in here, a voice." Harry looked around and then Hermione started to pull him away. "Come on, we better go get something to eat," said Hermione, as she grabbed her robe to wipe away her eyes. Harry opened the door and Hermione followed him out, straightening out her robes. "What were you two doing?" came a voice. It was Professor McGonagall. "Nothing, Professor," said Harry quickly, but the professor didn't pay any attention to their cries of innocence. "All right, you two, to the headmaster's office, immediately. I think it is now safe to say they never got to eat breakfast." Harry and Hermione trudged toward Professor Dumbledore's office, in trouble for snogging. Snogging they didn't even do. They trudged up to Dumbledore's office. Harry didn't remember the password from last night. He had too much on his mind, but he guessed different candies until it opened. This was Hermione's first time in Dumbledore's office while it was still light outside. Before she couldn't see much, but now she saw all the paintings and gadgets. "Wow, Harry, look at that." She pointed to a spiral silver gadget. Fox flew overhead and swooped on Harry's shoulder, causing massive panic, invoked by Hermione, who didn't know about Fox. Hermione, it's okay, it's only Fox." Harry held his hand out and Fox perched on it. Harry's wand started glowing a reddish color, and Hermione noticed. "Harry, your wand." Harry looked down, and pulled it out. It glowed with deeper resolution as it penetrated more and more into Fox's vicinity. "I'm glad you showed up, Harry," said Dumbledore's voice. Harry and Hermione turned toward a door opposite chamber, probably his sleeping quarters. Hermione immediately broke out into spontaneous justification of why she and Harry were in the room. "Headmaster, we were only talking. I swear Harry and I are just friends, and Professor McGonagall was wrong, she just had." Dumbledore held his hand out to silence her. "Ms. Granger, please." He let out a small sigh of amusement at Hermione's anxiety. Professor McGonagall's misconceptions are not the reason you are here. I needed to talk to both of you, but this will be discussed later. He motioned for them to sit down, and as they did, Fawkes flew over to Dumbledore's shoulder. As he sat, Harry's wand dimmed, but the colorful aura was not totally diminished.
Harry, I have found a way to reset your wand so that it works properly, but there is one little side effect.
What? Well, Harry, maybe nobody explained this, but wands are just conductors. A wand is just a way to focus magic. That's why wandless magic is possible. The core of a wand gives it its power to focus magical energy and aim it, but if your core isn't working properly, then it doesn't concentrate spells correctly. My plan is to forfeit your core and direct all magical energy through yourself. Harry sat speechless. So what's the catch? Hermione, TSKED, don't you get it, Harry? All your magic will be more powerful than everybody, because you're the conductor. Then she stopped for a second to think about something. But that would mean you need to take lessons on how to focus your energy, and you would be worn out by the end of the day. Exactly, every day you would have to report to me for focus lessons, said Dumbledore. Harry turned to look at Hermione's reactions, but she was deep in thought about something. Well, I guess, but will I get to use wandless magic? Asked Harry, starting to get excited by this idea. Mage. Hermione mumbled. Dumbledore and Harry turned to her. What? Hermione looked up, finally realizing that she was around people. Oh, I said mage, you'd be a mage. Dumbledore smiled. Precisely right, Ms. Granger. Harry again sat puzzled. What's a mage? Hermione turned to him. A mage is a wizard who learns magic without using a wand. Mages can't do all spells though, they can be either light mages, dark mages, or stag mages. Light mages can do healing spells, and cure spells, and counter curses, but place and attack spells. Dark mages are the complete opposite. Stag mages are mages who can do helpful spells, like convenience spells. Oh, like levitation, or summoning. Harry sat back in his chair. He was going to be a mage. So what type should I be? He asked the headmaster. Dumbledore gave another sigh of amusement. You won't be a full mage. Some spells you can do without a wand, they just require too much focus, but you can use wandless magic. Harry, could you please hand me your wand? Harry hesitantly handed his wand over to the old man. Dumbledore placed it in Fawkes' beak. Okay, Harry, come stand over here. Dumbledore pointed toward a spot on the carpet. Harry obliged. Dumbledore placed Fawkes on Harry's right side, and Harry's wand on the left of him. What exactly are you about to do, Professor? Asked Harry anxiously. I just have to make your wand independent from Fawkes. It's a simple enough process. Really? Actually, I am one of the only 4 people in the world who can do it, but it's simple for me. Harry anxiously rocked back and forth. It wasn't that he didn't trust Dumbledore. It was just that he was nervous about his magehood. One problem with Harry was that he automatically assumed that Dumbledore could fix anything. Okay, Harry, ready? Ready. Dumbledore lifted his wand above his head. Pointing it at the ceiling, he yelled. Mystify. Independence. Wizard, conjunctivus. The whole room sparkled with red and silver. Hermione stepped back, with a glossed-over look on her face. Harry's wand began to shake, and then it rattled like a toy, finally releasing a red-colored silhouette of Fawkes. The silhouette floated gracefully across the room, finally re-emerging itself with its full-bodied counterpart. Harry felt himself go completely numb, or rather he didn't feel himself. He lost control of his body, and began to shake uncontrollably. A green silhouette of himself was magically extracted from himself, and as soon as he was in control of his body. Harry didn't see his silhouette merge with his wand, because he slumped over. He could barely breathe, much less stand up straight. He felt like somebody had snatched all of his energy, so much that he couldn't shut his eyes. The room's appearance went normal again, and Hermione ran to Harry's side. Harry, are you all right? She asked in a panicky voice. Dumbledore stepped over him. It's okay, Ms. Granger, I'll fix him up. He stepped over Harry, and put his wand on his back. Inaudible words were muttered and Harry stood up, fully rejuvenated. Professor, how? Why? Well, when I extracted your magical presence I took most of your energy, but that was restored with an easy spell. I guess you couldn't move for a while there. Yeah, said Harry blushing. Harry, I have some tickets to an air show. Would you and Ms. Weasley like to go? Ms. Weasley? Said Hermione, shocked, though something in her said she liked it. Sorry, Dumbledore chuckled. I'm getting senile in my old age, you Ms. Granger, and Mr. Weasley. You don't have to go to classes today. What type of air show, like planes? Hermione, TSKED. No, dragon stunters, they're in Little Haggleton, right? Yes. Replied Dumbledore. What are dragon stunters? Hermione smiled. You have to see them for yourself. Come on, let's go find Ron. Where have you two been? I went to the hospital wing and you two had left, so I checked everywhere and nobody had seen you. Harry and Hermione had just run up to Ron in the common room, only to be lectured at. We got in trouble for snogging. Started Harry. Ron's face vaulted like a pit of deep despair. We didn't really snog, but we went to go see Dumbledore and he made me a mage. A mage? That's like. Wow. Harry grinned. Hermione cut in though. But Dumbledore invited us to an air show, the Dragon Stunters. Really, when? Now come on. Ron jumped up, but Harry grabbed him. Hurry down there, Hermione, me and Ron have to grab something out of the dorm. Hermione left, and Harry and Ron ran upstairs. What did we have to grab, Harry? My cloak. I have a weird feeling I am going to need it. How are we going to get there? Asked Harry as the trio and Dumbledore exited the main doors that lead into Hogwarts. Actually, Harry, I must confess, I had an ulterior motive when I invited you three. The three minors looked up at him with puzzled faces. I realize that you three don't go looking for trouble, but nevertheless it always seems to find you, and this year the threat seems greater than ever, so I decided to try and teach you how to apparate. Ron and Hermione looked apprehensive. Harry, on the other hand, was looking very disturbed, angry-like. What's wrong? Whispered Ron, but he almost immediately got his answer. Hey Professor, it was Fleur's voice, in a perky upbeat manner. She saw Harry and the last part of her sentence was released with a mean voice. You wanted to see me? Yes, the air show is today, you said you wanted to come, remember, said Dumbledore. Harry knew there was no way Dumbledore hadn't known about their fight, but then again, would Fleur still be a teacher if he did? He did like to give people second chances, but there was no way this was just coincidence. Or was it? Harry flickered in and out of transparency. Dumbledore was trying to teach the kids how to apparate, but so far Ron was the only who could do it consistently. Apparating was easy, in theory anyway. You just had to picture the person, place, or thing you wanted to be by, or in. Then you picture yourself leaving your current position and appearing in your new one. Okay, Hermione, just try to apparate over there. Pointed Fleur, who was helping Hermione. Dumbledore and Ron were helping Harry. After about half an hour more of teaching, they all got it down. See, apparating isn't that hard, said Ron. Dumbledore smiled. Well then you'll enjoy your last apparation test. I am going to apparate to Little Haggleton, and then you four have to get there. They nodded, seemingly apprehensive. Dumbledore disappeared. Okay, I'll go first, said Ron. He closed his eyes and faded out of visibility. I'll go after Ron, said Hermione, and she disappeared too. Harry and Fleur were left. She turned to him, slightly afraid. Do you want to go first? No, you can, he said. He was trying to be nice, but inside was burning up. Thanks, replied Fleur, also feigning kindness. They both disappeared within seconds. Okay, glad to see you all made it, Dumbledore said, smiling. Harry looked around. It was a huge field, mainly filled with dragon stables. People in jockey suits and helmets were walking around, and spectators were buying concessions. A person in a red bodysuit and a red helmet walked up to them, taking it off. It was Anastasia. Fleur stood still, gaping. She whispered, Aunt Lily. Hermione, standing next to her, nudged her. No, but it looks like Lily a lot, doesn't it? They nodded. Hey Ron, she said, giving him a big hug, making him blush. He got out a small, hey Aunt Anya. Anya's suit was skin-tight, red all over with two latitudinal black strips down one side. Hey Harry, she said. Harry gave a small wave. So it's time, Pro Albus. I have to get ready, but you five can sit in the front row seats. They're reserved especially for you. Harry looked over to the front row seats. They were at the top of the stands. It would take at least 20 minutes to climb. Hermione was looking up with Harry. I wish wizards had elevators. Ron and Fleur looked at each other puzzledly. "What's an elevator?" asked Ron. Hermione sighed, "I'll explain later." As they sat down, the show was starting. 7 dragons had took off into the sky, their riders wearing green uniforms like Anya's. They flew up high, higher than the stairs, about as high as a plane would go. Harry watched in amazement as they all leapt off their dragons in synchronized form. They were like skydivers, turning and twisting, forming stars with their people. They were nearly flawless, until one dragon decided not to listen. It had tried to fly away, but got in the skydiver's path. With a sickening crash, all of them were on the ground, and many Medi-wizards had to come and take them away. Harry looked around. Something about this place looked familiar. He looked up and saw a hill, with a large house on it. The house was dilapidated, but looked grand. The crowd, and Harry looked down quickly. A new team just took off, spiraling up on the back of their dragons. Harry watched the dragons fly more flawless than a broom. Imagine if you played Quidditch on dragons. The team stopped about 40 feet above the stands, and backflipped off their dragons. They moved themselves in a horizontal position, and spun around at amazing speeds, and then simultaneously moved together and spread their legs so that they made a 6-point star. Their dragons flew below them and they landed on the beasts, except one person who slipped off the edge of his dragon, but landed on one of his partners. The crowd cheered and yelled. Another team was up. Harry had watched about 10 stunt shows, and it was about an hour and a half later. A group in red walked out. "There's Anya's team," yelled Harry, pointing down. Everybody looked. "How do you know my aunt?" asked Ron. Harry airied him for a couple of seconds, but Hermione saved him. Ron looked. They're about to start. Harry saw somebody walk into the grand house, but just slightly out of the corner of his eye. Hermione swung over and hit him in his forehead. "Sorry, Harry." He looked up holding his scar. It hurt badly, but then stopped. Anya's team lifting up into the air slowly, unlike the other teams. As they got over the stands, the riders stood up on their dragons. They performed a few simple gymnastic moves, with mad applause from the crowd. As they descended from their dragons, the team simultaneously moved to vertical positions. They began to spin at enormously dangerous speeds. The dragons began to descend at an even faster rate, and at about 20 feet from the ground swung under their human counterparts. As the red team stood on their dragons, the crowd cheered heavily. "Excuse me, I have to go for a second," said Dumbledore, getting up. He left toward the concession stand, and disappeared into the crowd. A loud voice came on the loudspeaker. "And our judges are ready to announce the winners." Everybody looked up. In third place, the Dragon Lighters. A large amount of cheering came from the crowd, and a team in brown came out onto the field, and stood on the third place podium. In second place, the Fierce Wind. A silver team came out, and stood on the second place podium. And in first place, the Phoenix Royals. Anya's team came out, everybody cheering and yelling, screaming and shouting, most from the 4 Hogwarts occupants. Harry glanced across the field, to the hill. It did look so familiar. He looked around. Just a normal town, a cinema, a shopping mall, a cemetery, Harry looked back at the cemetery. This was where Voldemort took him. He looked at the hill, and saw a figure entering the house. It was Dumbledore. Another figure Harry couldn't recognize came behind the side of the house and followed. "Dumbledore!" Harry yelled. Hermione, Ron, and Fleur looked at him. "This is where we went after the third task. He's in trouble, the house and he didn't finish." Fleur's necklace began to glow and glitter. Harry looked around. Screams were coming from the lower portion of the crowd. "What happened?" asked Hermione frantically. "It's children. Children are attacking." Fleur let out a scream. Her eyes went white, and she passed out, the crystal glowing higher. Harry bent down to catch her, but as he touched the crystal, his eyes glazed over too. "Hermione, take them back and stay at Hogwarts. You'll have to apparate to Hogsmeade though. I'll be back to help you, at least you listen." Harry stirred. He sat up in the Dream Team room, in the hospital. Hermione, Ron, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley slept in various chairs. He grabbed his glasses of the table, and looked to the next bed. Fleur was sitting up. She looked over at him, then at his train of people. "What happened?" he asked groggily. "Don't know, you fainted, then I fainted," she replied. He slipped out of his bed, and crept past the Weasleys. He opened the door slightly and slipped through it. As he entered the main corridor, he realized somebody was behind him. "What are you doing?" he hissed. Fleur was following him. "Following you? You shouldn't even be out of the hospital wing." "Don't lecture me. I'm your superior." "Yeah, you're much more powerful than me," said Harry sarcastically. "Shut up." They continued to walk, shooting dirty glances at each other the whole time. As they made their way through the massive corridors of Hogwarts, they neared the teacher's lounge. Harry put his ear to the door. "We can't do anything until we find Albus Severus. We don't know what he was doing, but he disappeared during his outing with the kids." Harry and Fleur stood still. Dumbledore had disappeared. They traveled intrepidly through the hallways, silent. "Harry. Shut up." "Why?" "Listen, damn it. You aren't the boss of me." They argued all the way back to the hospital wing. Harry silently slipped back into bed, as did Fleur. The Weasleys and Hermione lay unperturbed. How could Dumbledore be missing? Where did he go? Who was that man? Could it be Voldemort? Harry wondered to himself. He soon fell asleep. In the bed next to his, though, somebody lay awake, small drops of water running out of her eyes. She was thinking on a little deeper level, but both extremely depressed. Harry awoke the next morning in the midst of chaos. Madame Pomfrey and Mrs. Weasley were arguing, and the Delacours were standing over Fleur. Ron and Hermione had gone to classes though. "Oh Harry, you're all right," cried Mrs. Weasley, abandoning whatever she was talking to Madame Pomfrey about. She pulled him into a huge hug. Harry surreptitiously glanced sidelong. The Delacours were doing the same to Fleur, who had just awoken. Harry sat up, and Madame Pomfrey rushed everyone out of the room so Harry and Fleur could get dressed. She placed up the divider curtain. As Harry sat in silence, dressing, he looked at the clock. Class got out about 5 minutes ago, and he had transfiguration next. "Harry." Fleur spoke up. Her voice expressed she was sad about something. At that moment Ron and Hermione burst into the room. "Harry, you're okay?" yelled Hermione, jumping into a huge hug that nearly knocked Harry down. He cursed her inwardly for stopping Fleur's voice. "How long have I been out?" he asked. After last night he wasn't sure about anything. "Days. I can't say off the top of my head. I didn't get much sleep," said Hermione. Ron stepped up. "Yeah, everyone was wondering about you, Dean, Seamus, Ginny." Ron said his little sister's name with a raised eyebrow. "Well, that's nice of her," replied Harry. He was so thick, he still didn't see Ginny's feelings for him. Ron continued. "Oh yeah, Cho was wondering about you. Your date is tonight." Something on the other side of the curtain made a noise. They turned their heads. "Sorry, I dropped a plate," spoke Fleur. She didn't sound too convincing. "You never told me she was in here," hissed Hermione, and she went over to the other side of curtain. Harry looked off toward them. Girls always stuck together. "When did you hook up with Cho?" asked Ron. He was grinning from head to toe. Harry smiled too. "Oh, back on like my first day of school, in herbology." Harry had to go to Transfiguration, so he and Ron exited, to get to class. After one last checkup by Madame Pomfrey they left. Hermione said she'd catch up. Harry and Ron walked down the corridors. Spinning thoughts went through Harry's head. Harry, I have something to tell you." It seemed as if this conversation had been planned. "What?" "Dumbledore. See, the day we went to the show, he never came back." "I know," Harry said quickly. Ron stopped dead in his tracks. "How could you already know?" "Me and Fleur were sneaking around last night. I went to go see Dumbledore and I overheard Professor McGonagall talking to Snape." They continued. "Why do you want to go see Dumbledore?" "I had a dream. We snuck out when you guys were asleep." "What's between you and Fleur anyway?" Harry stopped dead in his tracks. "I don't know what you're talking about. She's just another teacher, a mean one at that." Ron frowned as they continued toward class again. "Your dream, what was it about?" Harry thought about it for a second. It was weird again, but it seemed as if Harry answered them. "Well." Enter flashback to dream. Harry was in a large room. It looked like those Muggle auditoriums. He appeared to have spontaneously synced there. Around him were kids, at least 200, and all Muggles. Harry could tell by the way they looked. At the front of the room there was a podium. He walked around, seeing girls and boys of all ages. He bumped into another kid. "Sorry," said Harry. Wow, interactive dreams, awesome, the kid said. What? Shush. I'm having an argument with myself over whether I talk to myself or not. The not side is winning. Harry looked at this boy with a weird smile. Joking, joking, said the boy. My name is C. What's yours? I'm Harry. I am not sure if this is a dream though. Well, this happened once before and some crazy calling himself Voldemort. Voldemort, corrected Harry. Yeah, him. He said we were all going to play a vital role in taking out wizards. He's evil, don't listen to him, I mean it. Tell everyone you know too. A right man, but I'm telling you this is some freaky. Damn. What? Asked Harry nervously. C pointed behind Harry's back. She is so sexy. Harry turned. There was a girl in the back corner, kind of standing off to herself, and she was sexy. Nice talking to you, Harry, but I gotta go get her digits. You're not English, are you? No, but I got the accent down, I reckon. Yeah. Bye. Bye. Harry watched C walk over to the girl and started talking. Her body language said she was interested, but you never know. Attention. Harry looked up. Lord Voldemort was on the podium calling attention to himself. I need you all to help me once again. I need you all to cooperate with me. Harry looked back towards C. He was beckoning him to come over near him. Harry permeated the crowd unnoticed, while Voldemort was saying, you all must kill wizards. When you see one, kill him. Cranium Malcaentrolis. A large bright green light slowly spread over the whole room. It was moving about 3 inches a minute, but nevertheless moving. What? Asked Harry when he got to C. Is this guy serious? I mean, does he really think witches and wizards exist? The sexy girl he was talking to turned at this point. She was scared, and staring directly at Harry. Potter. She mumbled under her breath as she turned and ran away. C stood there, confused, and Harry ran after her. She ran all around the room until she found an exit. She opened the door, and started down the stairs when Harry grabbed her arm. Who are you? Why, you know my name, so you must be A. Just don't hurt me, she screamed, and ran downstairs. Harry stood there. Suddenly he awoke. Exit flashback. And that's it basically. It confused the heck out of me, especially the girl. Harry and Ron entered the classroom for transfiguration. Loads of people swarmed upon him when he entered. Parvati and Lavender saying that they saw it in the stars, and Dean and Seamus saying it must have hurt to be out for 3 days. Professor McGonagall came in and announced that everyone should be seated. Today we are going to learn how to transfigure inanimate objects into animate ones. The class groaned and pulled out their books. Harry limped out of transfiguration, followed by a delirious Ron. Neville wasn't any good with aim. Hermione came out of the classroom behind the other two with a grin. She had been able to turn their plastic pine needle into a living pine tree, and was one of the only who had did it. As they crossed the front entrance for Care of Magical Creatures class, Harry and Ron groaned. We have Professor Grubby Plank again. They ed simultaneously. Hermione forced them down to Hagrid's hut though, and they had to sit through a lesson of sheer torture. They were learning about the Ashwinder today, and Professor Grubby Plank had the rare talent of making something as interesting as snakes that magically appear, as boring as checking into a hotel. Maybe her and Professor Binns should meet, said Ron as they left Hagrid's hut. The rest of the afternoon was free, and Harry had a date to get ready for. Hey guys, you know I won't be able to make it to lunch, right? Said Harry. Hermione turned. And why would that be? She shot at him tersely. Harry noticed that she had been like this all morning. Show, Harry said. Ron grinned from head to toe, and Hermione scowled. Whatever, Harry, Ron and I have to study for our transfiguration classes anyways. She grabbed Ron's arm and dragged him away. Harry stood there dumbfounded. What was Hermione's problem? Cho was waiting for Harry when he made it to the room. He was supposed to go to the charms corridor, and it would be the third door on the left. She had the whole room lit with red candles, and a romantic picnic-like layout. Hi Harry, you're late. I know, I got a little lost. He sat down. That's how it was weeks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went through their classes. Every other week or so, trying a potential major, the children got to look in depth at the various magical professions available. Harry and Cho had their little private meetings. Harry and Fleur stopped fighting though. Instead, they had moved on to an uncaring relationship, never being more than student and teacher. There was no word from Dumbledore in weeks, and the school was getting scared. Harry was always tired because he didn't know how to focus his energy right. Professor McGonagall was helping him every Thursday, but because she couldn't do it herself, it was all theory and no real experience. Sirius hadn't contacted him, though Harry knew the Order was meeting every 2 weeks. The dreams were happening every week too, but every time it was a different group of people, and Voldemort would use that same old spell. The girl was in there every time too, but every time she saw Harry she would run, and he never got to talk to her. In short, Harry's life had been horrible, and except for Cho he had only 2 bright spots, Ron and Hermione. This would all change soon, and he would never be the same. Harry. Cho Chang ran across the Great Hall to the Gryffindor table. Oh, here comes that little... Ron called Cho a name that Hermione would object, except for the fact that she was thinking it too. Shut up, Harry said. It was common knowledge that Harry and Cho were dating, but what everyone didn't know was that Cho absolutely hated Ron and Hermione, and the feelings couldn't be more mutual. Cho sat down next to Harry, and kissed him on the cheek. Derek and Jordan are playing a game of Quidditch later on tonight, and I asked if you could join. They said yes, so tonight after our date you gotta meet them by the lake. Cho said. Derek and Jordan were some 6th-year Hufflepuffs Cho was trying to get Harry to be friends with. Oh, and I love your haircut. Cho cooed. Ron suppressed a laugh, but Harry was looking at him anyway. Cho had taken Harry to a barber's shop in Hogsmeade yesterday, because he needed something done with his hair. All the Gryffindor boys gave him grief for it, but most of the older girls said it was cuter lying flat. The 5th-year girls and younger liked it the old way though. Baby, I already told you I don't want to hang out with Jordan and Derek, me and Ron have a game to settle. Harry told Cho, holding her hand. She shrugged her shoulders and continued as if she hadn't heard his last statement. Okay. Don't forget picnic lunch today, South Side, Oak Tree. She finished and got up, shooting snide glances at Ron and Hermione, who returned ones of equal caliber. I say we ambush her and feed her Aragog, Ron said aloud. Harry turned to him and frowned. Why can't you guys just accept her? He asked before getting up and walking away, leaving a stone-faced Ron and Hermione sitting there, alone. Harry climbed out of the portrait hole, on his way down to the oak tree where he and Cho ate lunch. Harry climbed down the stairs and twisting corridors until he got the big front oak doors. Suddenly he heard a noise, and turned around. He watched as hundreds and hundreds of papers went flying out of Fleur's hands and down the stairs, and as her wand hit the ground and bounced into a tiny mouse hole. Normally Harry would have laughed, but for some reason he didn't. He just turned and headed out to the grounds. He moved quickly to the oak tree and sat down next to an awaiting Cho. She had a picnic basket full of food and he was lying on a blanket. Hey Harry, you're late. I know. So, are you going to bring your firebolt to the game, because you really should use my Nimbus. It will be really unfair if you're on a firebolt. Cho, I'm not going. Ron and I still have a score to settle, and we play chess all night. I thought you were going to stop hanging around with them. Derek and Jordan are much better. No, they aren't. Ron and Hermione have been by my side all my life. Cedric. Cho whined, but she gasped at her reply. Harry did too, but he got up. The two were silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say, but in an instant it all made sense. His haircut had been like Cedric's, and Jordan had been one of Cedric's friends. Cho had been trying to change him into Cedric completely. Harry, I'm sorry. She started to tear up. Harry didn't know what to do, but Cho looked like she needed to be alone at the moment. Cho, I really don't think we should see each other anymore. I just don't think you're fully over Cedric. I mean, you've changed my haircut to be like his, you've changed my friends, and you're even calling me Cedric now. I'm sorry, do you want me to stay with you? Harry bent down on his heels. Cho shook her head and touched his shoulder. I'm really sorry, Harry, she said. He turned around and headed up to the castle. He threw open the doors, looking around. Fleur was bent down, still picking up all her papers. Too bad she couldn't do it by magic, or else it would have been done quickly. She picked up a stack on the various ways to block disarm spells, and moved forward a little. Ow! She bumped her head on something. Rubbing it gingerly, she looked up. Harry was standing there with the rest of her papers in his hand, holding them out. Professor, can we talk? He asked, Fleur eyed him up strangely and shook his head. I'm sorry, Potter. I have some work to be done. If it's about homework, I'm sure Ms. Granger can help you. She walked straight past him, and Harry stood there, dumbfounded. All right, Fleur, can we talk? Harry said. Fleur stopped. Okay. Can we go to your room? I kinda need to talk for a while, Harry muttered. Fleur turned and walked away. He followed. They got to the two crossed swords on her door and the plank that said, Memento Mori. Harry hadn't been here in a few months. Cover your ears, she said, and Harry covered his ears as Fleur spoke the password. They entered the room and sat down. Harry paced back and forth as Fleur sat on the couch, twiddling her fingers. So are you going to burn a hole in my carpet, or talk to me, Potter? See, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about, Harry exclaimed, taking Fleur by surprise. What happened to us, Fleur? We got mad over something. It was so little I can't even remember the whole thing. And I'm sorry for being such a jerk, and a git, and for everything else. He spat out quickly, growing somewhat somber during the last part of his statement. Fleur stood up and walked over to Harry, standing directly in front of him. She hesitated, then plunged into a deep hug with him. I've been waiting for you to say that. She hugged him, and he hugged her. Together in each other's embrace they sat for God knows how long. The door banged loudly as someone knocked. Fleur let go of Harry and went to the door. Professor McGonagall was outside. Oh, I'm glad you two are here. It saves me trip to Gryffindor Tower. Professor Dumbledore needs you two in his office immediately. McGonagall turned and walked the other way while a puzzled Fleur and Harry went to Dumbledore's office. Harry stopped at the stone gargoyle. He didn't know the password, but Fleur stepped up. Blood pops, she said, and on command the statue leapt to the side. Why does he like blood pops? Harry asked. Fleur shrugged her shoulders. They walked through the mini corridor and entered Dumbledore's chambers. He was waiting for them at his desk. Professor, where have you been? Why were you gone? Are you hurt? Harry flooded Dumbledore with questions, but he held up one hand to silence him. It will be explained soon, Harry, but what I have to say cannot be interrupted as I do not have much time. I must leave again. But tell no one I was here, except of course the other people. What other two, Peo? Harry started, but Hermione and Ron entered the room at just that second. Yes, Professor. Now that you're all here I shall explain this, and I must beg of you no interruptions. They all nodded. Back before Hogwarts was formed, back before the witch burnings, and even before the first basilisk was discovered, they were 5 great powers. The Summoner, the Iris, the Par, the Collector, and the Aura. Now an Iris's powers you all already know, but an Aura is a person who can see auras. A person's aura is the outline of themselves, and the color representing their morality. For example, a red aura may mean the person is wholeheartedly good, while a green aura may mean they are much like Lord Voldemort. Nobody knows for sure what colors mean, because the last aura had kept all her notes in a book, yet it was destroyed. A Par is a person who has supernatural abilities to react faster in situations, and actually slow the time around them. It all includes forces too, like gravity. A Collector is a person who can see and collect souls of people to become stronger, and gain their abilities, and a Summoner summons power from various forces. The last Aura and Par were James Potter and Lily Potter, meaning that Harry has inherited Par talents. I also believe you are the next Aura, though those powers are not hereditary. Harry gasped, along with everybody else in the room, but Dumbledore continued talking. We also know the owners of the other 3 powers. Fleur of course is an Iris, Lord Voldemort is the Collector, and the Summoner is Ginny Weasley. Now any questions you want to ask you may. How do you know my sister is a Summoner? Ron blurted, but Dumbledore shook his head. I know you will not want to hear this, Mr. Weasley, but you shall know when the times comes. Harry sat there dumbfounded, with absolutely nothing to say. His Matrix Factor, Quidditch moves were all an inheritance. But sir, I can't see auras, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded though. Harry, take off your glasses please. Harry obliged, but all he saw was blurry figures. Oculus Reparis, Dumbledore said, waving his wand over Harry, and suddenly all the figures in the room had colors about them. Wow, Professor, but which colors mean what? I already said that nobody knows, Harry. Your mother wrote down her findings in a book, but it was destroyed in Godric's Hollow. I trust you can do a few sample tests here in school based on what you already know. Thank you, Professor. But why am I here? Hermione asked. Dumbledore nodded. Well, actually, I wanted to invite each one of you to join the Order of Phoenix. Don't answer yet, though. I want you all to know what you're getting into before answering. This will be a grueling process and you will be held up to the high standards of every adult member. I really could use the help, though. You've all already done more than any wizard has done when faced with Lord Voldemort. Thank you, but I must be leaving now. Give your reply to Minerva tomorrow, please. Harry, Fleur, Ron and Hermione walked out of his office blankly, and Harry was desperately wishing he had a pensieve right now. Listen, Harry, I know at first it seems like a great offer, but think about it. We practically do everything they do, but without as much responsibility. Plus we still have OWLs to pass and potions is going to be murder. Hermione was talking to Harry while Ron and Fleur sat back. Dumbledore had just invited them to join the Order of Phoenix. Hermione. We are getting the chance to join the elite, the great, the Order of Phoenix, and you're ready to throw that all away, he replied, surprised. Not throw it away, Harry, just postpone it. I think we should wait at least until after our OWLs. Hermione said, exasperated. Ron got up and walked over to Hermione, though. He picked her up out of her seat without much struggle, and holding her by her biceps carried her to the corner of the room. He was about 6 feet tall now and much stronger than before. He started to whisper in her ear. You don't have to be afraid, he said in a very relaxing tone. She could feel herself melt to butter, but she kept her calm. What do you mean? You know perfectly well what I mean. Hermione, I know you better than I think I know anybody, and I know when you are trying to use school as an excuse for something you're scared of. Hermione, you're in Gryffindor for a reason. Just take this chance, we can't do it without you. Okay, Ron, but if it interferes with studies, she said, and turned to Harry. Okay, Harry, I'm in, but what do we do about schoolwork? Easy, we just do our work like normal. Ever since the first Quidditch match when we creamed Hufflepuff, me and Ron haven't had to work that hard, and I'm sure our Dada grades will more than help us out if something unfortunate happens, Harry said, but Fleur tutted. If you think I'm going to just give you full marks, then you're sadly mistaken, Harry shook his head. I meant that if we are in the Order, any fifth-year magic stuff would be very easy to us. Oh, I'm gonna go find Professor McGonagall and tell her okay, Hermione said, and Ron obliged to go with her, leaving Harry and Fleur alone. Harry, I gotta ask you something, Fleur said, looking at her feet. Harry was standing in front of her while she sat on the couch. Huh? Why? Why what? Harry asked, stepping closer to her. She stood up. Why did we get into that fight? I mean, why were you so mad? Harry didn't hesitate or even seem to think about his answer. He quickly replied. Because I care too much about you, to lose you. By now they were standing face to face, and the moment was imminent. Each closed their eyes and dipped into a kiss. It was the most magical thing Harry had ever experienced. It was the equivalent of having 5 different flavored sugar quills in your mouth, and being able to taste each one. When they finally broke apart, it seemed as though hours had passed, and both were left breathing heavily. That was. Whoa. They spoke together, still closely next to each other. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office at this moment. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the doorway. Harry and Fleur broke apart quickly, and McGonagall didn't seem to notice. All right, I'll be right there, Harry said, and said bye to Fleur, leaving immediately after. Ron and Hermione climbed through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room. It was empty because everybody was at dinner. Why did we come up here? Why not back to Fleur's dormitory? Ron asked. Because, we have to talk. Oh, because if it's about your charms homework, I don't know how Neville got it, but I swear I didn't give it to him. No, Ron, it's not about my charms homework, it's about Harry and Fleur. I don't know what's going on between them, but it all seems like they're not being completely honest. Hermione let out a deep sigh afterward. Ron sat down on a chair, followed by Hermione. Ron looked over at her. I know, it's almost like they got together without telling us. Yeah, plus I need your help. Doing? You'll see. Harry, I now feel that you are old enough to receive this. Dumbledore told him, levitating 2 school trunks toward him. Harry backed up as they landed directly in front of him. Headmaster, what exactly are they? Harry asked, utterly confused. Harry, when your house was destroyed, Back in Godric's Hollow, not everything was destroyed. These two trunks belonged to your mother and father. They were the only things not destroyed when your house was. I have kept them safe for you, and now I feel you are ready. Thank you, Harry said, and levitated the trunks with his hands. He tried little spells with hands more often now, a practice, but he really didn't try anything big without his wand. Harry, what is that? Hermione asked as he dragged himself into the common room, two trunks dragging behind him. They're my mother and father's old school trunks. Dumbledore gave them to me, so let's go through them to see what is inside. Okay, but let's go to a place more private, Hermione stated. Dinner will be done soon and we don't want everyone to come up here. Well, I guess we could go to Fleur's room, Harry said. Ron nodded his head in agreement. Okay, let's go, Minimepscule, Hermione said, pointing at the trunks, and they shrunk to the size of marbles. Harry scratched the back of his head, wondering why he didn't do that in the first place, and Ron followed as Hermione picked the miniatures up and placed them in her pocket. Hi, what did Dumbledore want? Fleur asked when she opened the portrait hole to let the trio in. He gave me these, Harry said, taking the trunks from Hermione's outstretched hand and placing one on the ground. Engorgio, he said, and the trunk grew. Whose are they? My mom and dad's, from school. Cool, huh? We were going to go through them. Wanna help? Sure, put them over by the table. Harry, I'm through. I gotta get some sleep. I'm sorry, but I'm going to bed, Ron said, getting up from the chair he was sitting in. They had been going through Lily Potter's trunk for 2 hours now, and she must have put a spell on it so that it was larger than it seemed. Me too, Hermione piped up. Harry was sitting on the couch, picking up a small book. It's okay, but tomorrow we have the whole day off, so I'm going through my dad's stuff. You're welcome to join me. Okay, see you then, Ron said, and he left, followed by Hermione. I guess they'll be back. What about you? You planning on getting some sleep? Fleur asked Harry. When I finish my mom's trunk, I'll get some sleep and then go through my dad's in the morning. Okay. Harry went back to the small book he had just picked up. It was a journal. He opened it to a random page and started reading it. Dear Diary, I hate James Potter. I hate James Potter. I hate James Potter. Today, he pulled this prank on me, but what's worse is that Stephen, the guy I've had a crush on for like forever, was there. He just laughed too. And James is the only person who knows I like him, so he just had to drop a bucket of frog livers on me in front of Stephen. I swear if I ever get my hands on that James Potter, and you know what, he just out and admitted it too. He didn't even have any remorse. I ran back to my dorm crying. And he bursts in and proclaims, I did it, as if it were some impossible feat. I'm starting to cry now, diary. I'll get back to you later. I don't know if Stephen will ever like me. Good night, Flower, Lily. Whoa, my dad played a really mean prank on my mom, back in school, and she hated him for it. It must have been before they were friends, Harry said aloud. Then he turned the page and started reading again. Dear Diary, I love James Potter. I love James Potter. I love James Potter. Guess what? The prank the other day, he didn't do. I overheard Sirius and Remus. He doesn't know I know he's a werewolf. Well, anyway, they were talking, and they were like, James is flipping, man. He made Lily all super mad at him because he lied and said that he pulled the frog livers job, but Stephen did it. And at first I didn't believe them, but then I went to dinner, and I heard Stephen and some Ravenclaws celebrating over how hard it was to do, but they were happy they got a geek. I was crying, but then James came and comforted me. He is so cute. I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I think I'm going to tell him. Bye, Diary, Lily, Flower. Whoa, my dad did some really nice stuff when he was in school, Harry said. Like what? Fleur asked. Here, read this, Harry said, handing her the diary. She read through the 2 pages. I wonder what happened next, Fleur said, and she reached her hand out to turn the page. As soon as it touched, though, she could feel her eyes start to roll back in her head, and she was slowly slipping out of consciousness. Fleur awoke inside of a dorm room, and climbed off the floor. A young Lily Potter was standing in front of a closed door, muttering, You're going to do it today, you're going to do it today. Fleur didn't say anything, though it didn't matter because there was no way she could have been heard. She was looking back at a memory through her iris powers, which she was learning how to control. But after enough emotion manifested, she couldn't, which was the reason she was where she was at that particular moment. Lily opened the door, and slowly descended down the stairs, peeking into the common room before going all the way down. There were 4 people in there: Sirius Black, the trick-playing tough boy, Remus Lupin, the sensitive shy boy, Peter Pettigrew, the hopeless klutz, and James Potter, handsome, heroic, Quidditch champion. Second in his class, James Potter. Lily could feel her heart melt at the sight of him. She continued down the stairs, to the 4 who were hard at work doing something. "James, can I talk to you?" Lily said, making all 4 boys look up from their work. "Okay," he replied, and went over to the furthest corner of the common room. "James, I just want to tell you thank you for what you did." "What did I do?" he asked in his best innocent voice, which was pretty good by now. "You know what you did. Pretending Steven didn't pull that prank and that you did, and pretending you were comforting me just cause." "I didn't know you knew." "Yeah, well I do, but you don't have to worry about that, because I like someone else now." "Really?" "Yeah, but I need your advice." James chuckled a little. "My advice?" "Yeah, I really like this boy, right, but instead of telling him, I want to show him. So do you think I should kiss him?" "Sure," James replied, unaware that a few seconds later Lily would have her lips on his and her arms around his neck with one foot up. "Oh." Sirius, Remus and Peter let out before the 2 stopped, breathless, but before Fleur could see any more, it slowly started to fade away from her. Fleur woke up in her bed, under the sheets, with her robes off, but not her clothes. She got up from the bed and walked into the main chamber of her room, and Harry was asleep on the couch, the diary open in his lifeless hands. Fleur could make out the entry that was only a few sentences. "Dear Diary, James proposed. He asked me to marry him. I said yes too. We've already picked names and stuff too. If we have a boy he'll be Ronald, and if we have a girl she'll be Jackie. I gotta go. Graduation prom is in an hour. Bye, TTYL Lily." "I don't understand. Why can't you just add more billywigs?" Harry exclaimed somewhat loudly. He was talking to Fleur. Her voice exasperated, she replied. "Because the magical index of strength is more than the magical index of weight." "Whatever," Harry said. He hated potions anyway. This homework was stupid. Explain why a strength-increasing potion has major drawbacks. Why can't it be countered? Harry got up from the couch in Fleur's room and walked over to the window, looking out on the grounds. He saw 3 people out there, none he could recognize. Harry normally could tell where anyone was. How was that? The map. He trailed off, remembering the Marauder's map. Last year that hadn't been among the things the Ministry had confiscated from Barty Crouch Jr. It must be somewhere. Harry doubted it would work, but he had a sudden urge to try it. "Accio Marauder's map," he said, concentrating hard and pointing his wand out the window. He stood there for about a minute and nothing happened, so he turned around to Fleur. "Meh. Hey Fleur. Wanna go outside?" "Huh? Come on, let's take a break from work for a change. Let's go to Hogsmeade." Fleur smiled a little. "How? You're a teacher. Just ask Dumbledore." Fleur stood up from her work and took her reading glasses off. "Okay. Let's invite Ron and Hermione too," Fleur said. Harry nodded. "I'll go get them." He and Fleur left the room, going separate directions. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, and saw Ron, Hermione, and Ginny sitting there talking. Harry stopped and stared at Ginny for a moment. She still didn't know about her powers, and they couldn't tell her either, on Dumbledore's orders. He went and disappeared again after their last meeting, and came back 2 weeks ago, for good. "You're back early, Harry. We didn't expect you until Monday morning," Hermione said when she saw him. "What do you mean?" he asked, but Ron piped up. "Come on, Harry, in the past 3 weeks you've slept in our dormitory about 8 times. You're at Fleur's room nearly 24/7. Sometimes I wonder what you two do on those cold, long nights." "Shut up," Harry said. He and Fleur hadn't done anything. He normally stayed up working with her on her next class, or doing his homework, and fell asleep on her couch. Harry, Ginny started, walking over to Harry and patting him on the back. "I can't believe my little one is all grown up. He's gonna make me a grandmother one of these days." She wiped a fake tear from her eye. Ginny made everyone in the room laugh, even Harry himself. He looked over to the table he was standing next to and noticed 3 blank papers. They were some papers he had taken out of his father's trunk. He picked them up and put them in his robe's pocket. "I gotta go meet Becky, Sarah, and Patricia. I'll see you guys later." Ginny said and left the common room. Harry turned back to Ron and Hermione. You guys want to go to Hogsmeade with me and Fleur? Harry asked, but Hermione wasn't paying attention. Harry, notice how Ginny seems a lot more relaxed around you. Harry ignored Hermione's comment. So you guys want to go? Hermione ignored Harry's comment. Yeah, it's strange considering that she has a crush on you. Harry blushed a little, but turned to Hermione. Yes, we all know. Harry said, it wasn't that he didn't like Ginny, he was just very self-conscious about the fact that she liked him before she met him. It made him feel unreal, like a supermodel that people fawn over. Geesh Harry, it's not that big, I know about your whole complex, Hermione said. We'll go. Ron said, grabbing his cloak from the armrest of his chair. Hermione grabbed hers and Harry already had his. They left the common room and headed down to the bottom of the castle. Harry exited the front doors to find Fleur already waiting for him, hugging herself tightly. Here, take my cloak, Harry said, taking his off and wrapping it around Fleur. Thanks, she said, moving in to hug him, but suddenly pulling back. They weren't to let it on they were dating. Let's go, Harry said, leading the way to the gates that blocked Hogwarts from the rest of the world. The walk to the lake was about 3 minutes, and then from there to the gate was about 5, but none of them seemed to complain. They walked and talked about various things, the meeting last week with the Order, why they should and shouldn't have a Christmas ball, the boys were against it, Quidditch, and other stuff. Harry stopped at the front gates, waiting for Fleur to say the password. Lemon meringue pie. She piped up, and the gates of the castle began to open. Fleur was the first through them, followed by Hermione and Ron and finally Harry, who had been looking up. He heard something moving. Shaking it off, Harry kept through the gate. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione asked, stopping. Harry shook his body a little. Nothing, I just thought I heard something. At that moment Harry saw something flying directly toward Hermione. Look out! He yelled, diving on her and pulling her onto the ground with him. A piece of parchment stopped right above them, hovering in the air. It's the Marauder's map, Harry, Ron said and reached out to grab it. Harry and Hermione untangled and climbed back up to their feet. What's the Marauder's map? Fleur asked. Ron handed it over to Harry. It's a map my brothers gave Harry. It shows every passage outside of Hogwarts, and it shows where everybody in the school is, but last year Barty Crouch Jr. had it, so how did it come back? This morning, I was thinking about it and I did a summoning spell, when I was in Fleur's room. It must have been in the Forbidden Forest. Cool. Ron mumbled, but then Harry heard a noise again. It was the first noise he had heard earlier, before the map appeared. What's that? He asked. The three looked perturbed. I can't hear anything, Harry. Maybe it's a snake. Snake? Fleur asked. Hermione explained Harry was a parcel mouth. Boom. Now I know you guys heard that, Harry said. It came from the direction of Hogsmeade. Let's go, Ron said, and the four ran to Hogsmeade, seeing it was being destroyed. What's happening? Is it Death Eaters? Are they stupid enough to pull something like that again? Stop, Harry yelled. The four stopped right in time to see Harry pointing to the ground on the side of them. An old wizard was lying there, nearly dead. Harry bent next to him. Sir, are you all right? What happened? The old warlock opened his eyes a little. Oh, goodness, I get to meet Harry Potter before I die. Yeah, sir, I'm Harry Potter, so what happened? Oh, Hogsmeade is being attacked by Voldemort's forces. Kids. He collapsed over, dead. Voldemort's forces are attacking children. Hermione shrieked, but Harry, with a look of determination on his face, ran toward Hogsmeade, followed by the rest. When he stepped into Hogsmeade, Harry could only see masses and masses of cloaked beings destroying the town. The Three Broomsticks was demolished. Zonkos was in dire need of 2 walls, and Dervish and Bangs was being hit with various destructive spells. What are they chanting? Fleur asked, hearing the voices collectively speaking something. I think they're saying destroy it all. Ron spoke up, and wasting no time began to fire spells. One of his spells missed a group completely, and the other one looked as if it were going to hit, and 2 feet from them it hit a translucent green shielding. Harry ran up to the mass and hit one of them hard in the mouth, failing to notice the fact that they were all about his height. Harry pulled back for another swing and caught a glimpse of the person's face. He stopped and pulled back the cloak. Dudley. Dudley kneed Harry in his stomach and backhanded him onto the ground. He was much stronger than normal. Harry then looked around at the sea of crowding faces and realized they were at those meeting dreams he had been having. Slowly, one by one the children began to disappear, or disapparate or whatever, but Harry was still on the ground. Fleur ran over to his side, bent on one knee. "Are you okay?" She looked down, taking one of her handkerchiefs and wiping blood from his lip with it. "Of course he's not okay, silly girl," a cruel high voice said from behind Ron and Hermione, who were still standing a little back from Fleur and Harry. Harry and Fleur immediately recognized the voice, but Hermione and Ron slowly turned around to see Lord Voldemort staring them back. Hermione screamed and clinged onto Ron's arm so tightly he began to feel blood loss. "So Potter, I am glad you were here. Now I can do away with you and send one of your friends back to the castle to tell Dumbledore how great my army is. And you know what, that wasn't even half of it. I have children all over the whole ready to do my dirty work, and it's perfect, because they're all Muggle, and silly Dumbledore can't hurt them one bit." "Shut up," Harry spat, standing up. Fleur, Hermione and Ron backed away. "Oh Potter, why the melodramatics? Why can't you just lie down and die?" Voldemort chuckled, his voice all the more menacing. "How about instead of me hitting you, I hit her," he said, pointing at Hermione. She cowered under his glance. "I thought you thought of Muggle-borns below you. Why would you hit a defenseless young girl, who's Muggle-born at that?" Harry spat, stalling for time. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he needed a plan. If it had been just him he would have tried to do something, but he had 3 more lives to take care of. "On the contrary, myself, I was half-blood. I do not consider blood to make any difference in wizarding capabilities, and that is why I do this. Crucio." He pointed his wand at Hermione, but Ron dived in the way of the blast, hitting the floor, screaming in agony. Voldemort lowered his wand and laughed. "Now you, Granger," he said. Hermione gave him an obvious look between fear and confusion. "Yes, I know your names. Go take Weasley to the infirmary and tell Dumbledore and the rest of the staff I'm here. And tell them they can pick up the rest of Potter if they hurry." Ron's unconscious form was lifted by Hermione's wand, and while tears rolled down her eyes she did as she was told and started running back to the castle. "Fleur, go with her," Harry said, but before she could take a full step Voldemort stopped her. No, Ms. Delacour, I need you to stay, for after I destroy your precious Potter I need you to come with me." "You don't need her." "Shut up, Potter." "No, Tom, you shut up." Voldemort's face contorted with obvious rage and his slitted nostrils flared up. "I'll call you whatever I want. What is going on here is between you and me, so you leave Fleur out of it," Harry said. Voldemort was looking annoyed. My, aren't we a little conceited? This is between me and the girl. I know about her powers, and now they'll be my powers. I'm sure, Potter, that Dumbledore told you I was a collector." Harry nodded but still had the look of determination on his face. "Okay, but you're going to have to get through me first, Tom," Harry said, smirking. Voldemort whipped out his wand immediately. "Serpensenta," he yelled, and a long coiled black snake came out of the wand. "Go make sure that girl doesn't leave," Voldemort told it in Parseltongue. Harry looked at the snake. "There's a few mice in the forest over there, go eat them and I'll protect the girl," Harry told the snake. It turned around and slithered away. Voldemort was sizing Harry up, and then calmly whispered. "I didn't know you could do that, boy," he said, his eyes glittering. "You don't know a lot of things, but it all ends here. My friends and families are going to be okay, even if it takes me to finish you off," Harry said, his wand being clutched tightly in his hand. "Okay, boy," Voldemort said. He turned his head upwards and laughed a hideously evil laugh. "Bo!" Harry ordered to Voldemort. Riddle looked so taken aback his face faltered, almost. It was hard to tell what Voldemort's emotions were. "Just get on, Mycaria," Voldemort yelled, his wand pointing at Harry. Harry dived to the side, narrowly dodging it. "Impaccio," Harry yelled, his orange beam hitting Voldemort back. Voldemort muttered some spell in air and landed on his feet. They began firing spells at each other left and right. "Impedimenta," Harry yelled, but Voldemort put up a shield charm. "Slogania." Harry spun his wand on his palm to deflect the spell. Mysterion. Voldemort moved barely and the two began firing countless attacks at each other. Fleur sat back as the two leapt around the cobbled street. There was destruction on the buildings behind them, many destroyed not by Voldemort's Muggle army, but by the battle. Harry had managed to dodge everything Voldemort had thrown at him so far, but Voldemort had been just as lucky. Kyoko. Mississippian. Harry fired at Voldemort, but suddenly he wasn't there. Just in time Harry spun himself around to face Voldemort. Sepeta. Harry yelled, knowing that spell at least would hold off the killing curse due to the wand's relation, but Voldemort hadn't yelled, Avada Kedavra, he yelled. Expelliarmus. He cried. Harry's wand flew out of his hands, to the edge of the forest. Voldemort loomed over Harry and smiled. What are you going to do without your poor wand? Harry looked up at Voldemort, his inevitable fear unapparent on his face. He actually sneered. This, Impaccio. Harry put his hands directly into the Voldemort's gut. The impact of the spell sent both wizards flying in opposite directions, at least 20 feet. Harry sat up and looked around. Everything was cracked. No, wait, his glasses were. He threw them to the side. They were an hindrance in this battle. Whoa. Harry said, running to Fleur, who had been standing frightfully still ever since the battle began, moving only to safer areas when the battle came in her vicinity. Harry looked at Fleur. Her whole body was covered with a glowing white light. Fleur, what's that white light? Harry asked, but she shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a white light surrounding you. It must be an aura. That's why I could never see them. My glasses prevented it, said in declaration. He was thrilled about his discovery. Harry held out his hand and found his aura was also white. It was like a pulsating energy surrounding him. He moved his hand and saw the energy move with it. It was weird. Harry slowly made the energy in his hand move up vertically like a pole extending from his hand. Ooblar. A spell flew straight through Harry's pole and broke his concentration. Don't forget our little match, Voldemort said, his posture upright. Survive me, Harry yelled, but Voldemort moved quickly and retorted fast. Heathcliff. Harry rolled to the side again, but he didn't miss Voldemort's attack. The beam of green light had hit him, but he didn't feel anything. Harry noticed Voldemort's aura was also white. Is everyone's white? He wondered, but Voldemort's voice broke him. You lose, Potter, Voldemort said, and suddenly Harry felt himself expanding. It was his whole body growing larger and larger, inflating like some blow-up doll. He was immediately reminded of his Aunt Marge, but this spell induced pain as well as inflation. He was slowly moving upward in velocity too. He squinted. Harry could barely open his eyes as the pain had been excruciating. He saw Voldemort laughing again. Harry blew up to the size of an elephant. He could feel the swelling in all his limbs and suddenly, pop! Harry's body burst. He flew to the ground from which he had been steadily rising from for the past minute. Back in his original body, Harry was in no shape to get up or even try to sit up, much less continue to fight Voldemort. It seemed Voldemort had won this fight. Compassio. Fleur's high-pitched voice screamed out and a pink light hit Voldemort off guard. He spun around quickly and suddenly flew about 10 feet into the air. A sickening thud was heard as he fell back to earth. Voldemort muttered some words and got up, his red narrow eyes focused on Fleur. Yes, you silly girl, too bad I can't kill you, but you will pay for that, he said, lifting his wand slowly for a melodramatic effect. Harry looked up and saw Voldemort's wand aimed at Fleur. He saw the words as they left Voldemort's mouth. Crucio. A loud ring banged against his ears. Harry didn't know how. It must have been his matrix powers kicking in, because he saw everything happening in slow motion. Moving the normal speed, which is really fast in the real world, he ran toward the progressing spell. It got closer to Fleur as he did, and at the last second, Harry didn't know how but he let his aura out. He pushed it forward, making it hit the spell almost like a glove catching a baseball. Harry, still controlling the aura, moved his hands toward Voldemort, sending the spell back at him. Another loud bang rang through his ears as everything sped up to normal speed. Harry watched as the curse turned back on its originator once again, and hit Voldemort. Voldemort didn't cry out in pain, but his face contorted, and when it stopped he dropped to his knees. You'll pay, Potter, he mumbled before disappearing. Harry ran to Fleur and held her, kissing her gently on the forehead. Before collapsing to the ground, everything once again surrounded in blackness. Harry was running. Where? He did not know. Why he did not know, but he was running as fast as he could. Ahead of him he could see them. All of them. He did not know who them was, but nevertheless. They were calling his name, screaming, screaming, screaming. Harry. Harry Potter sat up quickly in his bed. The Dream Team room was light, and yet not deserted. Fleur Delacour was lying asleep on a couch. Ron was sitting on a chair, asleep with Hermione on his lap. Ginny Weasley and Gabrielle Delacour were in a bed together, both asleep. Harry stood up, careful not to wake anyone, and started to change out of his clothes while he still could. He could only remember so much of the previous day. Voldemort, Fleur, Hogsmeade, Muggle army. What was all this leading up to? Harry pulled his pajama pants off and pulled on a pair of jeans. Oh, a peep show. A muffled voice said from the sofa. Harry spun around quickly to see Fleur moving to an upright position. How long have you been awake? He asked quickly, eyeing her strangely. She giggled a bit. A few seconds. How are you feeling? She asked somewhat cautiously. Harry shook his head vigorously for a moment. Fine. So is everyone still wondering about what happened yesterday? He asked, wondering how much of the student body knew. Harry, you've been out for 3 weeks, she said slowly. It's holiday vacation. This new turn of events perturbed Harry. It had been the first week of December when he went to Hogsmeade. He had been out for 3 weeks. What happened? I mean, what all happened that day? I can barely remember it. Fleur shivered as if she didn't want to think about it. It had been a rough day for her too. Well, me, you, Ron and Hermione had went up to Hogsmeade for a day out. She blushed, obviously thinking the word date. So we went up there, and you know who had a lot of brainwashed Muggle kids destroying everything. Then he tried to hit Ron with the Crucio curse, and sent them to, she pointed at the sleeping lovebirds, back to the castle to get Dumbledore. You two fought, and he tried to do something to me, but suddenly, it was like a blur. You moved the spell back toward him, and he went wild and disappeared. Then Dumbledore came and questioned us on what happened. You were brought here, and Madame Pomfrey said you had drained all of your magical energy. There was nothing she could do to save you. All you could do was rest. This turn of events shook Harry slightly, but it all came back to him. Harry slowly stumbled to the bed and laid down, Fleur standing over him. Aren't you gonna take a seat? He asked. She sat on the bed, in between the little indentation of his stomach when he curled up into a semi-fetal position. I'm sorry all this had to happen to you, Fleur. Harry grimaced. She twiddled her fingers and looked expectantly down at the ground for a moment, not sure what exactly to say. Fleur laid down next to Harry and turned to face him. She kissed him with a passion and vigor that reminded Harry of their first kiss, and replied softly. It's okay, Harry, it's worth it to be with you. Before Harry realized it, he was asleep, staring into the face of a beautiful young woman. Lucky him. You think they? Harry heard Ron's voice but didn't move. Hermione's voice was next. Well, no, but they do have on different clothes, and Harry's moved positions. Or maybe they just fell asleep together, Harry said in a normal voice. Yes, well, maybe they did, but still they. Harry, Hermione yelled. She practically jumped on him. The bouncing bed made Fleur wake up, rubbing her eyes gingerly. She looked up as the sun poured through the window, shining a glistening light upon Ginny and Gabrielle, oblivious to the commotion and lying asleep next to each other. Harry watched as the sun gleamed off of the emerald necklace Fleur had been wearing. It was the same one he'd gotten her in Paris. Harry sat up and gently pushed Hermione off. So, how are you two? He asked. They fervently nodded and went back to bombarding him with questions on how he felt. I'll go get Dumbledore, Fleur said, getting up and leaving the room. Ron chose this time to whisper. Harry, you're so lucky. She really cares about you, he started, but Hermione finished for him. Yeah, she hasn't had more than a plate of food this whole time. She let a substitute take over her classes and has been in here with you crying the whole time. Harry looked at them weirdly. What was that supposed to mean? He took his glasses off and looked around the room. He noticed their auras too. Ginny's was white also, but Gabrielle's wasn't. It was green. Harry's head darted to Ron and Hermione. They both had auras of a purple nature, but it had a hint of blue in it. All the powers are white. Harry mumbled, only barely aware that he made no sense to the duo sitting in front of him. He realized though that everyone with one of the ancient powers had a white aura. It was too bad his mother's book was destroyed, or else he would know what the colors meant, but then again he could look at different people and figure it out from there. Dumbledore came sweeping into the infirmary at a very fast speed, Fleur on his heels, running to keep up. It reminded Harry of the time Barty Crouch Sr. showed up at Hogwarts. Dumbledore came into the Dream Team room and sat down on the couch. "Hello Harry, feeling well today?" he asked. Harry nodded his head. Dumbledore took a wand out of his pocket, but it wasn't his, it was Harry's. He tossed Harry the wand, who caught it. "Harry, could you do me a favor?" he asked. "Sure, Headmaster." "Could you please levitate that quill over there?" he asked, pointing to a quill Harry was sure wasn't on the bedside table before. Harry thought this seemed to be a rather odd request, but then again Dumbledore always seemed to have a method to his madness. Harry pointed his wand at the quill and said a simple charm he had learned in first year. "Wingardium Leviosa." He said. Nothing happened. "Wingardium Leviosa," Harry said again, this time with a little force, but still, nothing happened. Harry felt the need to try it again, but Dumbledore stopped him. "Just as I thought, Harry. I'm afraid you won't be able to do any magic for a while, that is unless we can get a hold of Anastasia before her troop leaves." Ron spoke first. "My aunt?" he asked. Dumbledore nodded. "One and the same Mr. Weasley, Ms. Weasley." It was for the first time Harry turned around and noticed that Ginny and Gabrielle had awoken. He gave a small smile to both of them, making either blush. "Harry," Dumbledore continued, "I want you to do me another favor though. I'm sure there are people in this school in which you know they're a nature. So I wanted you to do a bit of experimented with auras. Just take down some notes on what you see and try to make up some facts out of your information. I'm sure Ms. Granger would no doubt love to be of assistance." He smiled, and Hermione was practically bursting out of her skin. Harry smiled and agreed before Dumbledore bid farewell. "Ginny, Gabrielle, I think you two better go get some food, all right?" Fleur said, nearly immediately taking a motherly tone. Then again she was older than everyone else in the room by at least 2 years. Ginny and Gabrielle were shuffled out of the room by Ron and Hermione, who were also going to get breakfast. Fleur waited until everyone was out the room and then closed, and locked the door. "Harry, I know you must be a little hungry," she said, and conjured up a plate full of food onto one of the bedside tables. The plate kept refilling itself, as did the goblets as Harry and Fleur ravished down bite after bite of food. It wasn't house elf cooking, but it was good nevertheless. Fleur had stopped eating several minutes ago, but Harry was still going at it. Actually he hadn't had any food for weeks, and the only way his body had been getting nutrition was through Madame Pomfrey. "Harry, we all agreed that I would break this to you," Fleur started. Harry looked up from his bacon. "Yeah, see, you know who has a whole army full of Muggle children around the world, and they're taking over." Fleur's voice changed from worry to a sort of pleading tone. "It's havoc out there, Harry, so many have died, and it's not from the killing curse either, it's from destruction, buildings collapsing on people and stuff." Harry looked at Fleur solemnly. "So what am I supposed to do?" he asked. Fleur looked into his eyes. Maybe that's what attracted her in the first place, his eyes. Those large green eyes, invading you, peering and penetrating into your soul. "You're not supposed to do anything, Harry, I just want to try something on you." "Oh, so that's why you locked the door." "Well, I am a little tired, but," Harry started, but couldn't stop laughing. Fleur smirked. "No, I want to read your thoughts." "What? I knew you wouldn't go for it, it's okay." "No, it's okay, I was just a little surprised. What do I have to do?" "Nothing, you just have to sit there. I've been practicing with Dumbledore for a while now." Harry wasn't quite so sure of this. Maybe it was because of his initial shyness to let his girlfriend read his thoughts, or maybe it was because Fleur's face seemed somewhat unsure. Harry watched slowly as the white aura around Fleur began to expand slowly. He felt the urge to jump back as the white light formed some sort of band that connected with him. He couldn't physically feel it, but he knew it was there. He could see it. Harry could hear Fleur's mumbles of his thoughts. "Oh, wow, scary, oh really?" she said. After about 30 seconds of mumbling she abruptly stopped, and Harry jumped back. "What's wrong?" he asked, worried she had come upon a memory she shouldn't have, like the tournament. "Oh, nothing, but it's just in Paris, I didn't know you liked me." "Oh." Harry blushed a small bit and looked down at the ground. "Oh, Harry, let's go." "Let's go." I bet the others are waiting for us, Fleur said after a moment of awkward silence. Harry nodded. He changed into some robes behind a large curtain and the two left out into the castle. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Gabrielle were all at lunch. Gabrielle was sitting at the Ravenclaw table with her friends, and Ginny with her friends at the Gryffindor table. Nobody looked twice as Fleur and Harry walked in together, for all the school knew Fleur had been injured as well as Harry. Nobody knew about the two's relationship. Harry walked over to Ron and Hermione, deciding in his head to do what his father had done. He wanted to be a marauder. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat in the common room, reading over the Marauders' papers. They had plenty of notes on all kinds of mischief-making things. Even a few they decided to give to Fred and George for marketing, but nothing on Animagi. Harry, maybe they never kept notes on it, it'd be far too dangerous, Hermione said. She had just finished a stack of papers which were mostly love notes to Lily Potter. Oh yeah, hey Ron, guess what? Harry just remembered something. What? Ron asked, and unplussed, my name would have been Ronald. Really, he seemed genuinely excited. Yeah, if my mother got her way. I guess my dad got his way though. Harry grinned a little. Hermione gave him a look that screamed chauvinistic. We've been through everything, Harry yelled frustrated. All we found was homework, mounds of blank paper, and love notes. Harry said. Almost instantaneously Ron, Harry and Hermione's eyes lit up. Invisible ink. They yelled together and searched frantically for a quill. Harry grabbed one from behind a piles of papers and grabbed the first piece of parchment from the stack of blank paper and wrote on it. Hello. The ink slowly disappeared off the parchment and was replaced by different writing. Hello. Who are you? Harry began a conversation with the absent writer. I'm Harry. What do you want from me? I want to know how to become an Animagi. What makes you think I know how? Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. How do you know that? I know all of you now that you're older. I'm a student at Hogwarts. Which one are you? I'm Padfoot. Well, if you know us, then what is the password? Harry didn't know whether or not he knew the password. He thought about it, but he couldn't ever remember Sirius or Remus mentioning it. Ron, who was reading along with Hermione, began writing furiously with his own quill. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he scribbled. Harry mentally kicked himself. Duh, that would be the password. That's different handwriting. Who are you? I'm Ron Weasley. I'm Harry Potter's friend. We're here with our other friend Hermione Granger. Harry Potter, James and Lily's son, huh? I shoulda known. Anyways, there's a girl there too, maybe she should start writing. Harry laughed. He had heard Sirius was a ladies' man back in his days at Hogwarts, but he never knew to what extent. Suddenly Ron snatched up the parchment and wrote something the other two couldn't see. Blushing red, he put it back down after his words were disapproved. Oh, sorry. Anyways, I will make all our plans appear on the blank parchment. Oh, and remember, if you do it right you can become Neo-Zaphods. We never tried that because it's too dangerous, you might be killed. It's all explained on the papers, make sure to put them in a pile. They're in a pile already, thanks. Bye-bye. Harry watched as the pile of blank papers suddenly seemed to have writing on them. He looked the top page, how to become an Animagi. He read aloud. Suddenly, Hermione grabbed the stack of papers and moved over to a couch in the MOT common room. Ron followed. Harry, however, kept walking toward the entrance. Hey guys, I'm sorta hungry. I haven't paid Dobby a visit since we've been here, and as a matter of fact I haven't seen Hagrid either. I'm going down to the kitchens, then to Hagrid's. Wanna come? We're okay, Hermione said, cuddling up next to Ron, the pages in her hand. Harry smirked a little and walked out the door. Harry stepped up to the all-too-familiar painting of fruit and tickled the pear. After an unnecessarily high-pitched laugh and a door handle appeared. Harry pulled the door open and as soon as he stepped through the threshold he felt a familiar thud on his waist. Looking down, Harry saw Dobby hugging him. Hello Harry Potter sir. How are you Harry Potter sir? Where's Sir's Weasley? Hey Dobby. I'm doing fine. Ron and Hermione are in the common room. Actually though I came down here to see if you guys had any Elcares. Dobby nodded and nearly immediately afterward 5 house elves carrying a large platter of Elcares appeared. They had a small little pouch. Would you like to eat them here or take them with you Harry Potter sir? Take them with me. Ron, Hermione and I are working on something. Yes sir, Harry Potter sir. The house elves dumped several elcares into the pouch and handed them to Harry, bowing. Harry said goodbye to Dobby and left downstairs, toward Hagrid's cabin. Potter. A voice rang out through the corridor. He spun around on the spot to see an all-too-familiar smirk across Severus Snape's face. "And what are we doing here this late? No doubt starting trouble." "Actually, Professor, I was going to go see Hagrid," Harry said in the most cheerful voice he could muster, a broad grin running across his face. "Ah, and when you were specifically told not to leave the castle?" "I wasn't told that," Harry said quickly, caught off guard. "Why, Mr. Potter, I do believe you're lying to me." 10 points from Gryffindor. "Honestly, Professor, who was supposed to tell me that?" Harry took off his glasses. They were fogging up with all the steam blowing through his nose right now. If it hadn't been Snape standing in front of him, if it was Malfoy, or some Slytherin, Harry would have knocked them out right then. Harry motioned to put his glasses back on and caught a glimpse of Snape. He was glowing an orangish-purple color that really didn't mix. He took his glasses off fully and stared at Snape. "Potter, you're reading me, aren't you, using your little powers? Well, I don't care what powers you have, to me you will still be an insubordinate little brat. Always breaking every single rule. Go back up to your common room, now." Harry was defeated. He couldn't ignore a direct order from one of his teachers, but Snape was just unfair. Harry trudged his way back up to the common room. Ron and Hermione jumped as Harry stepped into the common room. "What happened at Hagrid's?" Ron asked. Harry explained what happened. "Why, that little..." Hermione kicked him on the shins. "Ron, you shouldn't say that." Harry smirked slightly as Ron gingerly rubbed his shin. Harry sat down across from the two, nearly immediately feeling he'd rather leave. He got up to leave the portrait hole. Screw whatever Snape said. He began to walk through, except someone stepped in, nearly knocking him down. "Ginny!" He cried out in shock, nearly running into her. She blushed a little. "Sorry, Harry, are you okay?" she asked. He nodded. "Hey, can you get me away from those two? They're making me sick." He chuckled. Ginny laughed quietly. "Yeah, I actually got to go to the library. Will you help me?" "I was coming up here to ask Hermione. I think she may be a little preoccupied now though." Ginny turned around and headed out the common room, followed by Harry, still muttering about Snape. Harry took off his glasses once more. He never tried to go without them before. Sure, in the battle they had been broken, but he was in so much of a rage it didn't matter that everything had been a blur. Now that he was walking without them, he could see everything being blurry. Ginny's aura was a shining white, just like his. "Oh yeah, she's a summoner," he said quietly to himself. "Huh?" Ginny asked, swinging around. Harry hoped she hadn't heard. "I said that we only get 2 weeks of vacation, what a bummer," he thought quickly, kinda. Harry was relieved when Ginny appeared to believe it. They walked in silence to the library, fortunately not running into any based professors on the way. Harry and Ginny sat down at one of the tables, and spreading her charms book out, she started to show Harry what she was having problems with. "See, I can do a perfect banishing charm, but I just can't do a summoning charm," she said. "Okay, let's read the passage in the book, and cover a little more on the theory of summoning charms," he said. He had never actually tutored anyone before, but that seemed like an Hermione thing to say. Ginny opened to the page on summoning charms and they both read the passage. Summoning charms are by far one of the most useful charms for everyday life. A summoning charm is derived from its ability to summon an inanimate object to the location of the summoner. The ability to summon an animate object is harder though. One must care for the animate object one summoning. That technique was developed by the ancient Simitines, a tribe from the Austrasia area of the whole, also known for their. Harry looked at the passage thoughtfully. Well, that didn't really give any indication of how to do a summoning charm. "Okay, Ginny, that really didn't do much, so how about we just practice summoning charms?" "Okay," she said, but then Harry had a thought. "Ginny, do you have your favorite book, or quill or something with you?" Yeah, my favorite eagle feather quill. It was a gift from Percy, for my birthday." "Can I see it?" he asked. She rummaged through her bag and grabbed the aisle. It was really good. Harry had the quill. "Okay, Ginny, you won't get this quill back unless you summon it from me. Now all I want is for you to point at it and say, Accio." His hands were moving as he talked, somewhat normally, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed a chair move slightly when he said, Accio. Hash 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 hash. It had been about an hour and dinner was to start in a while. Ginny had many unsuccessful attempts at summoning. Harry had a sudden idea. Ginny, I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but I'm going to go to the other side of the room, and you have 10 seconds to summon this quill out of my hands, or I'll snap it irreparably. Then he turned around and sprinted to the other side of the library. Ginny pointed her wand at Harry, and suddenly after a seemingly long eternity he felt a sudden tug against his belly. Another gentle tug, and finally. Ah! He went soaring through the air, screaming. Finally he landed on Ginny in a tangled mess. And what happened here? A harsh, yet familiar voice came from behind the two. Harry looked up at Fleur, standing over the entangled duo. We were practicing summoning charms. What kind of summoning charms? Another voice asked. Hermione was on Harry's other side, along with Ron. Oh great, Harry thought. What great summoning chamars, huh Harry? Fleur asked again, her voice acid. Yeah, but I'm not that good at them, Ginny said, red in the face. The two untangled themselves and got up. You're jealous, Hermione said happily, a smile dawned across her face. What? Fleur asked quickly. Ron smiled too. She's right, you were jealous of Ginny. Ginny blushed, but Fleur opened her mouth up and down like a goldfish. Harry laughed. They're right, you were jealous, he said grinning. Fleur started turning red, they were all teasing her. So what if I'm jealous? A little, she added, blushing. If you guys don't stop laughing I'll take points away from Gryffindor, she cried, making them laugh harder. If you guys don't stop laughing you'll be forced to leave, a voice said. They all looked up at Madame Pants, the strict librarian said. The group grabbed their items and left the library, still laughing a little on the way. Anyways, Fleur started, you guys have to get ready for the party. What party? A Christmas party, that's what came looking for you for, to tell you there's a Christmas party tonight in the Great Hall. Since you're the only students that stayed, Dumbledore said that he'd might as well have a party with the old crowd, whatever that means. Okay. I'll go upstairs and change, Harry said. We got to go too, Hermione said as the rest of the group followed Harry up to the Gryffindor common room. It was about an hour later when Harry left the common room with Fleur, Ron, Hermione and Ginny. He still hadn't gotten his magical energy back yet and it was starting to worry him. Come on Harry, just have some fun tonight, Ron whispered as they walked. They were to the back of the crowd because the girls were up front giggling like girls do. Fleur pushed the doors to the Great Hall open and all 5 of them glared at the amazing decorations. It was unlike any other Christmas Harry had seen at Hogwarts. They had the tables gone, except one large one at the head of the room. The whole Great Hall had lost its enchanted ceiling and sparkling lights of red, blue, green, purple, orange and white littered the floor with color. Everybody else who was going to be there had already showed up. Arabella Figg, Alistair Moody, Anastasia Weasley, Sirius Black, all of the Hogwarts professors, and a couple of people Harry didn't recognize. Harry turned to Ron, his face perturbed by 3 people walking toward them. That's the 3 Sarahs, their envoys. Harry groaned inwardly. He hated when he had to expose his ignorance of the wizarding world, especially since he'd been there for 5 years already. What are the 3 Sarahs, and what are envoys? Ron looked at Harry as if he were crazy for a second. I sometimes forget you don't know a lot about our world. They're called the 3 Sarahs, because they are always together, Sarah Arlist, Sarah Gregors, and Sarah Tangent. Oh. And envoys are wizards dedicated to help muggles. They usually hang around hospitals and fires and stuff. They help muggles out of trouble. All in secret of course, they just think it's a miracle. You remember that time when the big clock in London burned down? What's it called? Big Ben. Ron continued. Harry hadn't heard of Big Ben burning down. No, exactly, it burned down and the 3 Sarahs saved it and reversed everyone's memories. They each got special congratulations from the minister, not that that's worth much. Ron added sourly. He had a certain dislike for fudge after last year. Harry walked over to the 3 Sarahs, stopping in front of them. Hello, it's pleasure to meet you. You're a Weasley, right? The Sarah with blonde hair asked, looking at Ron. He went a little red and replied. Yeah, Ronald, and this is my friend Harry, Harry Potter. The 3 females did an inevitable double take on Harry, mainly looking at his scar. Harry blushed a little bit. but not because of the scar. He held his hand out to shake with the three, but the Sarah with blonde hair started talking again. "Oh hun, we don't shake hands where come from, we hug," she said and pulled Harry into a big bear-like hug. She released him and started talking again. "I'm Sarah Arlist, this is Sarah Gregors," a kind of pale woman with red hair gave Harry a small hug, "and this is Sarah Tangent." A black woman with long black hair gave Harry a hug, making him blush again. She was very attractive. "Excuse me Sarah, and Sarah, I have to borrow Harry for one moment." Fleur's voice popped up on the side of him. It was a little quick, and a little mean. "Harry, Dumbledore needs to see you right away, in the room over there," Fleur said, pulling Harry away from Ron and the envoys. She pointed to the room they had went into after their names were called from the Goblet of Fire. Harry walked over to the room, giving small hellos to people he knew along the way. Slowly he eased the door open. It creaked slightly. Harry entered the room. The only light in it was the fireplace. Anastasia and Dumbledore were standing in the room, talking. "Ah Harry, hello," Dumbledore said. Harry said, "Hi," to both of them. "Okay Harry, I have something to tell you. Anastasia here is going to help you." "With what, Headmaster?" "With your magical energy of course. I'm not sure if she'd mentioned it to you yet, but Anastasia is a Kai. Kais are wizards with the ability to replenish one's magical energy through themselves, one another, or with the owners." Harry looked at Dumbledore blankly, completely not understanding a word of what he was saying. "I swear sometimes I think he doesn't even use real words," Harry thought inwardly. "Okay Harry, how about I explain it," Anastasia said. "I can give you your magical energy back, so I can either transfer one person magical energy to you, which is the most effective, give you some of my magical energy, which is the second most effective, or I could use your own magical energy that just isn't concentrated yet." "Oh, that explains it, but which one are you going to do?" Harry asked. He didn't know whether or not he would accept Anya giving him her energy. "Well Professor Dumbledore, I mean Albus," she said after a weird look given to her by Dumbledore, "said that I couldn't possibly give you near as much magical energy as you would need, it's just the fact that you're too strong." Harry wasn't sure he'd heard her right. Did a fully grown adult Auror just say he was stronger than her? "Yes Harry, I know it seems like a difficult concept to grasp, but you are indeed stronger than most of the wizarding community. That is why I am the one whose magical energy Anastasia is going to transfer into yours. Not to sound conceited, but I feel I am the only one who could give you enough energy without being drained myself," Dumbledore said. "Oh, thank you Professor," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded and began giving instructions. "Harry, please stand on Anastasia's other side, with your arms at your sides." Harry obliged and Dumbledore did the same. Anya stood in the middle and chanted a long phrase of Latin words so fast Harry couldn't make them out, but he was starting to feel better. No, not better, stronger. Slowly his magical energy was coming back to him and he could feel his veins pulsating. Harry grew stronger and stronger, until he felt H couldn't take any more energy. "More," a voice in his head said, and Harry felt the need to oblige. More and more power came surging through his veins. It was great, the greatest feeling he'd ever felt. It was terrific, joyful, powerful. It was gone. "What happened?" Harry in a deep hissing voice. Not Parseltongue, just quick-paced. "I'm sorry Harry, I guess I underestimated you, maybe I don't have all the energy I thought I had," Dumbledore said with a small laugh. "I needed to stop because if I were to let go of any more I might not be able to heal myself." "Oh," Harry said in his normal voice. He couldn't really get around that voice. What was it, and why was it? "Okay Harry, now though I have to ask you to go enjoy the party with Anastasia. If you have anything you need to speak with me about I will be out shortly," Dumbledore said, and he and Anya left the room. Right before he closed the door though Harry saw him grabbed a small dagger off the mantel behind the desk in the room. The party had died down a little, it was after midnight. Harry had met so many people, unspeakables, heads of departments, he even had seen Percy, who had now been graduated to the head of International Magical Cooperation. Mostly because he was actually enthused to be in that department. Harry and Fleur were sitting alone in the corner of the room. Ron and Ginny had taken up on the dance floor, shooing most of the adult dancers away with their outrageous and extremely coordinated dancing. Like Fred and Angelina, apparently Mrs. Weasley made dancing lessons mandatory in her house. Ron had just finished an elaborate move where he wrapped Ginny around his stomach like a sweater and spun her all around his body. Harry remembered it from some old, swing, movies Dudley had a small infatuation with in grammar school, but soon died down when he realized he was too fat to do any of the moves. So Fleur, still hate this Hogwarts food? Harry laughed. He distinctly remembered last Yule Ball when Fleur had been complaining. It's taste you have to grow to like, I guess, but if I keep eating it I might get as big as Ms. Bulstrode, she said. They both shared a laugh as Hermione came over to their quaint little corner. Hello Hermione. Where's Ginny and Ron? Harry asked. Hermione shrugged. Anya said she needed to talk with them in private, probably some family stuff. Oh, and Fleur, Jeffrey Peterson said that you promised him a dance, she added. Fleur blushed and looked over at Harry in a sort of questioning way. Go on, I'll sit over here in my quaint little corner, alone, with nobody to dance with, he said in mock sadness, holding his head down. Oh, go on Fleur, I'll keep Potter under check, Hermione said. Fleur got up and Hermione sat down. So Harry, it's been a while since we've talked. No it hasn't Hermione. I mean talked, you know what I mean. It wasn't a question. Harry turned to face her. In fact, he had spent a great deal of this year unconscious, or worried about other stuff. Snape and Malfoy didn't seem to bother him, or even everyday school seemed to be all defense-oriented, yet they all were so mundane. I know Hermione, so I guess you're glad you and Ron finally got together. What? Me and Ron aren't together, all right, Harry said, rolling his eyes. They were more of a couple than Lavender and Seamus. Hermione made a tisk sound. Well, I guess you and Fleur are together, despite you being a total prat about your feelings in the first place, she said. Harry was sort of annoyed. She was one to talk about not realizing feelings. He just smiled though. I know, but I'm glad I got her back. I don't exactly know what I could have done if I had lost her forever. So I guess that's what you guys do at night when you sleep in her room. Harry went red. Honestly Hermione, the most we ever do, or have done is kiss, he exclaimed, but she giggled a little. I know, just teasing. I guess it's great you love somebody. Harry was taken aback. Hold up, who ever said love? You do love her, right? I. Let's dance, I like this song, he replied, ignoring Hermione's question. He held out his hand and led her to the dance floor, where a current slow song was playing. Harry had never led in a dance before. Last time H danced Parvati lead, but he found his way, as he and Hermione swayed neck and neck together on the dance floor. She started whispering. Why are you avoiding the question? What question? Their lips barely moving, and their words inaudible to anyone 6 inches away. They continued to sway back and forth. Do you love her? Who is Jeffrey Peterson? Harry asked suddenly, spying Fleur across the room dancing with some guy. He's an unspeakable, but you're avoiding my question, Harry. Why? Because I don't know Hermione. I care about her, but love is a strong word. Well, Harry, I think you should make up your mind soon, because she doesn't deserve to be lead on Harry, Hermione said in a paternal voice. Harry shook his head subconsciously. I'm not leading anyone on Hermione. I care about Fleur as much as I care about you and Ron, and the Weasleys, Harry replied, his eyes still on Fleur, moving back and forth, not even blinking. I know, Harry, and I think it was nice of you to dance with Ginny. Yeah, it was nothing. I like her. You didn't before? Well, I never knew her, did I? I mean, she'd blush and run out of the room in 5 minutes if I ever had a direct conversation with her. Hermione started to open her mouth, but Harry continued, and don't even say it, Hermione. Hey, where are Ron and Ginny going? He asked suddenly. Ron and Ginny were storming out of the Great Hall. Anastasia was in the room they had just came from. I don't know. I'm tired, Harry. Walk me up to the common room? She asked in an over-exaggerated pleading voice. Please. Harry nodded and told her he needed to say goodnight to Fleur. Harry walked over and found Fleur, sitting at a table talking with Jeffrey. Hey Fleur, he started. She looked. Me and Hermione are going to the tower. I'll see you tomorrow, he said and kissed her on the cheek. Turning around, he and Hermione left the Great Hall. Harry and Hermione stepped through the portrait hole, only to find Ginny and Ron fuming about something. What's wrong? Hermione asked. Ron just huffed and Ginny started talking. You know our Aunt Anastasia. Well, we just found out she's really our sister. Oh, so she told you? Harry asked. Ron's eyes glared up. You knew? You knew and you didn't tell me? He asked quickly. Harry hadn't expected this reaction. Well yeah, but she told me not to tell you. I thought we were friends, Harry, he said. Harry could see the anger in his eyes, but a little lower, he could see something nobody else could see. Other than his family, Hermione was the only other person who could read Ron better than Harry, but Harry could still read his best friend. He saw the hurt in his eyes, but then again, Ron's pride would never let him show it. You knew too, Hermione? Ginny asked in a soft, nearly scared voice. Hermione nodded slowly. How could you? Ginny cried and ran upstairs. Ron looked at the two and started storming away. But Ron, I thought we were friends, Hermione called after him. He stopped and turned around. That's right, we were friends. He emphasized the were. Harry sat down on the sofa, not feeling up to going into the dormitory. Hermione wished Harry a good night and went upstairs, but Harry didn't know how good his night was going to get when his best friend hated him, and he didn't know whether or not he loved Fleur. He still wished he had a pensieve. Harry woke up the next Friday morning groggy. Ron and Ginny still weren't talking to him or Hermione, and Fleur was busy with some work. All the students would be coming home that day. Harry looked over at his clock. It read that it was 3 in the morning, and he knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep. It was actually very sad. He had read, through the Daily Prophet, that Voldemort's Muggle army was destroying anything and everything it could. Susan Bones, Ernest Millseed, Rachel Macmillan and Ida Ide were all killed. Getting out of bed, Harry made his way down to the common room. Ron was already down there. It had been 6 days since they last spoke. Ron looked up at Harry as he descended the staircase, pausing slightly at the sight of Ron. Harry turned to go back upstairs. Wait, Ron called. Harry stopped but didn't turn around. He knew his best friend well enough to know that Ron was fidgeting in his seat by the ruffles he could hear. Ron continued. Harry, I'm sorry for getting mad, okay? I was just mad because everyone treats me like I'm a baby. I've been on way more adventures than anyone in my family, and hell, I even got a scar from Voldemort. What? Harry said, turning around. He didn't know Ron had a scar. Well, it doesn't warn me when he's around, but I got it the day he hit me with the Cretaceous curse. You said Voldemort. I know, I've been practicing. Harry dived down toward the ground, speeding faster and faster than he could ever have thought possible. His broom was speeding even faster than a firebolt. He looked down at it and read the engraving. It said Phoenix Wings. He barely had time to make it out as he was pulled from his wonderful dream. Harry, wake up. We have to go add some stuff to the Marauder potion and then you have to go out there for Quidditch. Your Ravenclaw match is in a few hours. Ron said, all while shaking Harry awake. Harry rocked back and forth and finally woke up. It was Saturday morning, and all the people who went home for the holidays were back. I'm coming, Giraffe. Harry mumbled as he pushed Ron away and woke up. He made his way to the bathroom and put on fresh clothes and robes. He looked over the bathtub, which was never used anymore thanks to a few chosen words they were taught in second year. Harry met Ron and Hermione downstairs in the common room, obviously arguing over something. I just don't like them, Hermione. Honestly, why would you go and ask Dumbledore for one anyway? Ron huffed. Hermione scowled slightly. Because they're fun. Besides, Parvati, Lavender and Sarah have been begging me to ask for one since I was made prefect. Only because you went into Dumbledore's office to trick that little hat, Ron said and turned. Harry saw him smile a little bit. Yes, Ron did love egging Hermione on. It chose me before I talked to it. I just wanted to know why I was put where I was. Okay, Hermione, but I'm telling you, you should be lucky the Sorting Hat didn't put you in Slytherin. I personally wouldn't trust anyone who the Sorting Hat would think to put in Slytherin, Ron said knowingly. Harry didn't quite understand their conversation, but he felt the need to make his presence known. I was going to be in Slytherin, Harry blurted out, going the rest of the way down the stairs. Ron and Hermione looked up. I'll explain on the way to the spot, he said, and all three left the common room. What now, Harry, about you being in Slytherin? Oh yeah, I was going to be in Slytherin. You know how the Sorting Hat talks to you, right? They nodded. Well, anyway, it was going to put me in Slytherin, but I begged it not to, because on the train Ron had already told me what bad reputation Slytherins had. Harry had forgotten he had never told his friends that little fact. You're just telling us now? Hermione said, shocked. Ron and Harry looked taken aback. So, Harry started, but paused to open the door to Myrtle's bathroom. I can't believe you never told us, so you could be the heir of the Slytherin. No, because Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin, remember? Harry shot in a fast pace. He didn't mean to, but it just happened. And anyway, what were you guys talking about before I came downstairs? You know I could hear the conversation, right? Nothing, Hermione started, but Ron jumped in. She asked Dumbledore for a Valentine's Day ball. He exclaimed. Hermione and Ron started siphoning ingredients out of their pockets. Their plans were to become neo-Zaphods, shapeshifters. If they did everything to the T, then it would work, but they weren't sure when the potion would be ready. They still needed it to sit until it turned green after they had let all the ingredients in it. As Sirius had told them, that certainly wouldn't be that school year. Another ball, the balls. Harry groaned. Ron had a look of triumph as Hermione glared at him. After an hour of mixing, casting spells, and stirring potions, the trio left the bathroom, on their way to the room, and in about 15 minutes, breakfast would start. Hermione and Harry lagged back a bit behind Ron, who seemed to be preoccupied anyway. She whispered into his ear. Have you thought about what I asked? Have I thought about it? You mean when haven't I? Why did you have to ask me that, Hermione? I can't take my mind off of it. Well, do you or don't you? I don't know, Hermione. Do you love Ron? He shot. This line of questioning was starting to get on his nerves. Don't change the subject, Harry. Don't start a subject you can't finish, Hermione. And with that, Harry hurried up to the portrait hole, which were a few feet away. Harry, we have a problem, Angelina said to him as he walked into the common room. She tossed his The Daily Prophet. He caught it and opened it up, reading only the headline and immediately understanding. Hogwarts student Matthew Mitchell dead. Matthew was the reserve keeper for Gryffindor, meaning today, they had no keeper. What are we going to do? Angelina asked worriedly. Find another keeper. Harry replied quickly. Get Ron Weasley, he's good. Just who I had in mind. See you outside after breakfast, Angelina, Harry said, running upstairs into the dorm. Ron was ecstatic about being Gryffindor's new keeper. He practically skipped down to breakfast. Harry sat down at the table next to Ron and an empty spot. Hermione came in a little later and sat on Ron's other side. Eating in silence, or in Harry's case not at all, seemed to be Gryffindor's team strategy. Fred and George weren't cracking jokes. Angelina, Katie, Alicia, and Megan weren't gossiping. Ron was sort of trembling and Harry was looking straight ahead, but not seeing anything. He had a picture in his head, and picture of the amulet that he had bought for Fleur. He was still hanging around her neck. He knew he had seen it somewhere else, he was sure where though. Harry. A voice popped up, he spun around and Gabrielle stood behind him. Oh hey Gabrielle, what's up? Harry said. Nothing much, I just wanted to wish you good luck in trying to beat us today, she smiled. Of course. Just to let you know, now that I'm a chaser, things are going to be different. She smirked a little this time. Harry grinned. Is that a challenge? So now you're challenging younger students to fight Potter? A strict voice said. Harry looked up in horror only to find Fleur standing over the two. Just kidding, Gabrielle, I need to see you in the hallway for a moment, and Potter, good luck. She said in an unbiased voice, but gave a reassuring wink as she turned around. Harry smiled as she walked away. Harry, Ron, Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were all in the Gryffindor locker room changing. Ron would be riding a Nimbus 2000, it was the one Matthew rode. The team of 7 walked out onto the Quidditch field together, all in a tightly knit group. Looking up at the sea of people in the stands, Harry could hardly believe it was just some silly school match. The Ravenclaw team came out from the other end of the pitch, Cho Chang, the new Ravenclaw captain, in the lead. It almost looked like the two were leading their gang into a turf war. Harry and Cho stopped in the middle of the pitch, as Madame Hooch stood with the balls. Captains shake hands, she demanded. Harry extended his hand to Cho, who smiled and shook it, mouthing, I need to talk to you. Harry nodded and mounted his broom. This year the Ravenclaw team has added 3 new players, but they still the togetherness and strategic alignment of Ravenclaws before them. With Rodney, Givens, Miche, Garay, Paltrow, Delacour, and Chom, Lee Jordan's commentary started as Madam Hooch blew the whistle. Gryffindor still has that good, OL team, the three chasers, attractive, skilled, and fast, on brooms that is. He added in an undertone, I present you Spinnet, Johnson and Bell. The two unbeatable beaters. You love them, Weasley, and Weasley. A keeper who has failed to be scored on, surprise, surprise. Weasley and of course the one and only seeker of the century, Harry James Potter. The Gryffindor team rose up into the air as their names were called. Madam Hooch unleashed the balls and the game was on its way.
Gabrielle wasn't lying when she said things would change because she was on the team. Things did change. She was an excellent chaser, speedy, strong, and powerful. The score was tied, 60 up, and Gryffindor was having trouble getting through Mish, the keeper. It didn't actually help Ravenclaw any that Ron was about the best keeper Gryffindor had ever had. Out of about 400 possible points they only got 60.
Harry circled around the top of the stadium, searching for the snitch.
Suddenly he felt the need to do something. Cho was tailing him and he wanted to get her off. Thinking quickly he zoomed toward Ravenclaw's end of the field and spun around, to see if Cho was following, but she wasn't. She had just started to dive. She had seen the snitch. Even though Harry had a firebolt he was still on the opposite end of the pitch. A loud hush went over the stadium as Cho and Harry raced toward the ground. Her face was compiled with concentration, as was Harry's.
She doesn't have a concerned look when she sees the snitch, it's more a smirk. A voice in the back of Harry's head said, and it was true, she must be fainting. Harry smiled slightly and looked around, the whole crowd was still quiet. Cho didn't know he knew, so he could use it to his advantage. Taking his time while descending to the ground, Harry looked around for the snitch. It had to be here, around somewhere. A hint of gold flashed by Angelina's head, all the way on Ravenclaw's end of the stadium. Harry turned quickly in midair and chased after it. Oddly enough it seemed to be running. Harry followed the snitch around Angelina's head, through Katie's legs, and around the pitch. Cho had pulled out of her dive and was coming toward the snitch from below, Harry from above. Harry reached out for it and his hand seemed to slip from the broom. He lost contact completely and fell, grabbing the snitch in midair. As Harry and his broom fell parallel, about 3 feet apart, he felt a gust of wind blow past him as Cho raced in between the two. Slowly Harry moved over in air, managing to grab his broom. The wind was tearing at his face and he knew he didn't have a lot of time until he hit the ground. He pulled the broom closer to him, and grabbed on, holding on, and swooped back up into the air. A loud eruption of cheers rang out and Harry could make out Lee's voice. There you have it folks, the Potter plunge, internationally famous Harry Potter makes headlines again, writes Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter. I thought you handled her, Hermione? Well, she hasn't been spreading nasty rumors, has she? Harry Potter, known for his defeat of you-know-who, is, as he would like you to believe, a Quidditch expert. Though Harry is Gryffindor's house seeker, many students claim he didn't get the position by talent. He just used his fame to get on the team. He's really bad. He falls off his broom twice a year, a fellow student at Hogwarts commented. And Potter's scrupulous tactics don't stop there. Harry Potter would have you believe he has made up a new Quidditch move, deemed the Potter plunge. It consists of a player flying vertically downward on their broom, releasing it completely to avoid another player, catching the snitch, and retrieving the broom and pulling it into an upward position, all before slamming into the ground. Quidditch tactic experts alike claim this move is just a fluke. Dr. Havnoli F.A. Have no lie F.A. of the Puddlemere Pudding Pops, minor leagues strategist, comments. This move is porpoisterous, having everything in the exact right place, being high enough from the ground, and having the right wind conditions, trajectory, velocity, and balance to pull off such a move is at least a 1 in 1 billion chance. I believe so too. This is Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter signing off. She just can't go any lower, can she? I never said that move was purposely, I didn't even try it, Harry said, picking up his orange juice and taking a swig. He looked over at Ron, who was sleeping on the table. Harry hit him in the back of his head, causing him to stir quickly. How much longer do we have until we add the lacewings? Hermione asked randomly, talking about the Animagi potion. After calculation they realized it would take them a long time to make, like until August 29th, if they kept everything to schedule. Tomorrow. Ron said groggily, The party after the match last night was wild, not wild, but wild. Ron, wake up, we have charms first today, then divination, and wait a minute, defense against the dark arts for the whole afternoon, Harry said. McGonagall had handed out new timetables that morning. Yeah, Harry, I see it too. OWLs are just a few months away, and we have to pick our majors. What do you think? Hermione started. Defense, definitely. Harry and Ron both said at the same time. Hermione looked down at her timetable. She didn't know what her major would be. I'm not sure about mine. You know your major is usually what you get your career in. Well, me and Harry are going to be Aurors. What about you? That's just it. I don't know. I think teacher, then I think scientist, then I think this and that, and I can't decide. Hermione dropped her head into her hands, sounding as frustrated as a first year. It's okay, Hermione, just talk to somebody you admire, and get advice from them, see what paths they took. Ron said, raising out of his seat. The great hall was starting to empty. Ron, that is your greatest idea yet. Hermione jumped up, hugged him, and ran off toward the staff table. Where'd you get that from? Harry asked when Hermione was out of earshot. Fortune cookie. They both shrugged their shoulders and headed for charms. Okay, class. Today we will learn the bubble charm. Take out your books and turn to page 335. Lil Flitwick said when they got into class. Harry and Ron shot each other questionable glances and groaned. When Harry and Ron stepped out of divination, they made their way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, meeting Hermione on the way. Have you guys noticed that all the classes have been dark arts defense related? She asked as she neared them. Yeah, Colin and Ginny said that too. They already had their 3 morning classes, Ron said. I wonder what defense against the dark arts is going to be like. Harry wondered aloud. Hermione shrugged as they entered the classroom. It was empty, except for the other 5th years there. Not just the Gryffindors though, Slytherins, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws too. What's going on, Potty? Malfoy snapped, walking through the door behind them. Harry and Ron spun around quickly, but Hermione kept her back turned to Malfoy. What's wrong? The mudblood can't face me. Malfoy sneered, Ron's fists clenched, but before he could leap, Dumbledore's voice appeared behind Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, I will not tolerate any such comments. 150 points from Slytherin, and I will be talking to Professor Snape about this. Dumbledore said, Fleur following behind him. They entered the classroom and stood at the front. Okay, as I am sure many of you have recognized, today starts the week of defense against the Dark Arts Week. All of your classes will be teaching you charms to help you escape from dark arts situations, or hinder dark arts users. We have set up a simulation of a Death Eater battle here. Now I know what you will see and hear may scare you, but I believe you are ready to take it on. When I flick my wand, you will all appear inside of a virtual world, fighting plagues of Death Eaters. They are not real, but the spells they cast on you will be. If you are hit by any of the unforgivable curses, or if you are in a position that would meet your death, you will appear out here again. This will end when all have been booted from the simulation. If you wish to leave at any time, please send up red sparks and you will be booted from the simulation. Any questions? Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other with puzzled countenances as the world around them faded. Another setting cleared up their vision. They were in a forest clearing, roughly the size of a Quidditch field, and it was night. A few campfires were around, and all the children from the room were spread out. Several Death Eaters came from the woods. Shooting spells, no warning or anything, it was like real life. We gotta go. Find somewhere where we can't be attacked from behind. Ron yelled and pulled Harry and Hermione. Loud noises were banging everywhere, and they could hardly hear him. The trio ran to a small corner where the Death Eaters weren't penetrating and stood back. Looking around, Harry noticed everyone was staying in their groups, fighting off the Death Eater. Cruaco. A spell came flying at Harry. Suddenly a wave of purple hit it from the side and it flew toward the right and dissipated. Harry looked to the area where the spell came from. Malfoy was standing there with his arm outstretched, obviously the caster of the spell. Behind, Harry yelled. The 3 of them spun around, Ron the first one to attack. Impedimenta. The Death Eater slowed. Hermione hit him with the Confutulus curse. Almost as if the attack were planned, Harry ran up on him and jump-kicked him, sending the slow-motion Death Eater flying into the forest. Man, it's hard fighting all these guys.
Ron huffed. It had been hours, and so many were gone. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Malfoy, and a few other random students were still there. Nearly all the Slytherins were there, but they were somewhat pretending to fight. Malfoy was the only one trying. Harry noticed.
Harry, this isn't going to end quickly. This simulation was made to be just like real Death Eaters, Hermione said, knocking a Death Eater back with the impact curse. Suddenly all the Death Eaters that were plaguing around stopped, and all heads turned in one direction.
What the bloody hell is going on? Ron yelled, wiping blood off of his lip.
Like I bloody know, Harry snorted, wiping blood from his forehead. Hermione shook her head. It doesn't make sense. Why would Malfoy save you, then run off before we could ask him? Yeah, well, why would all the Slytherins purposely start attacking Hufflepuffs? Ron said, still breathing heavily. It's just what happens. You can't explain it, but be sure it's something sneaky. Look, Hermione yelled, pointing toward the edge of the forest the Death Eaters had started coming from. All heads there turned in that direction. A troop of Death Eaters came hurtling through the brush, all in a big line, like a march. 10, no 20, no 30, no 40. They were swarming through the woods, and at the back of the rows and columns, one person, standing tall above all others. It's... Hermione choked out. Lord, Ron stuttered. Voldemort. Harry finished determinedly. The storm of Death Eaters swooped in, and piercing screams erupted. Avada Kedavra. Harry heard from about 5 voices at once, and he watched as the last remaining students disappeared. The only people left were Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy. It was horrifying. Even though it wasn't real, Harry could just imagine Voldemort's days in command. So many people gone in a few seconds, at least 100 students, disappeared. Follow me, Harry said, running out into the field. Ron and Hermione followed him stalkingly. Harry, we're going toward Malfoy. Ron yelled, still running. Harry didn't reply, but kept running. Canrines. Malfoy yelled, making one of the Death Eaters disintegrate from his stomach and out. Malfoy. Harry yelled, stopping in front of him. You don't have to yell, Potter, I can hear you. Malfoy spat quickly. You're staying by us. As long as we're together we can fend off anyone, Harry said hurriedly. Malfoy scowled but didn't say any more. They turned toward the horde of Death Eaters. It all happened so quickly, first one Death Eaters then another, until more and more swooped upon them, encircling them. Impaccio. Harry yelled, knocking one back into a tree and cracking it in half. Siriri. Hermione yelled, followed by Ron. Magistrand. He yelled. Malfoy was throwing out spells too, but Harry couldn't hear him. I can't protect them, it's hopeless. Harry thought, fighting valiantly at the Death Eaters, back and forth, back and forth. Serpent Sentia. Harry yelled. A large black snake leapt from the end of his wand, attacking the closest Death Eater. Attack them all, he commanded the snake. Serpent Sentia, Serpent Sentia, Serpent Sentia. Harry screamed, more snakes followed. Hissing in Parseltongue, Harry ordered them upon the Death Eaters. Cecilia. Mancipia. Harry started hitting the Death Eaters with dark magic. They crowded around the 4, shooting spells. Crucio. A Death Eater cast the spell upon Malfoy, but it hit him and reflected. Giggolius. Macarnier. Malfoy yelled, hitting 2 Death Eaters running up behind Hermione. Ron ducked down to avoid a spell hurtling his way, and jumped back up firing a spell at the Death Eater. The Death Eaters kept coming, and Harry could feel his power along with everyone else's emitting out. He was launching the snakes, shooting every spell, but he couldn't control himself. He could feel the intensity of the moment rising, and slowly every ounce of power in him was overflowing with anticipation. His pores pulsating and his face hot and sweaty, Harry hit the ground from an impact spell. Potter, Malfoy yelled, taking out the Death Eater heading toward them. When I do this, you and the others run to a safe place, okay? It wasn't a question. Do what? Harry asked frantically, but he didn't get to Malfoy in time. Malfoy raised his wand into the air, pointed straight up, and chanted. Lunar light, superlative, Applegate, star flare. A bright white light erupted from his wand and flew up into the air, seeming to hit the moon. Suddenly, millions of sparkles came down, each one in the shape of a star. They hit every dark thing, including Harry's snakes. All the Death Eaters shrilled out in anguish as they dissolved on the spot, leaving a few spells hanging uselessly in the air. What the bloody hell happened? Ron yelled, but his answer was prolonged, as Voldemort barked a spell. The towering menace loomed above them, his wand outstretched, and a small beating ball of light was growing at a tip of his wand. Jump! Harry yelled, looking to his right. Hermione was on his right, and Ron his left. Just as Voldemort unleashed his massive ball of energy, the three jumped in their respective directions, leaving a smoldering crater in the center. Tensia! Voldemort's wand pointed at Hermione, who immediately began flying toward him at an alarming speed. Finite incantum! Ron yelled, and Hermione stopped in front of Voldemort by about 7 feet. Harry barely had time to register what happened next. Voldemort pointed his wand at Hermione, to say, the spell, the unblockable spell, the final spell. Avada Kedavra. His lips rang out, echoing through Harry's mind, but just as the spell reached Hermione, Ron leapt in the way, the full force hitting him in midair. Harry watched his best friend deteriorate in his face. Before he had a chance to react, Voldemort said the spell again, aimed at Hermione. He didn't have time to react, for she disintegrated on the spot also. No, Harry shouted out, but he was beginning to lose it. He couldn't see straight, and his head was feeling funny. He felt as if he was going unconscious, but his body wasn't shutting down. His pupils rolled back into his head, and suddenly he was swirling in darkness. What happened? Harry asked as he entered consciousness. He was sitting on the floor of the Dada room. What do you mean what happened, Potter? You've been awake the whole time. Malfoy sneered. Harry looked around. Most of the students were in the conjoined room connected to the classroom. Harry, do you honestly not know what happened? Dumbledore asked, bending down to Harry's eye level. No idea, Professor. I just remember seeing Hermione booted out of the sim, then I blacked out. Well, Harry, it seems your body was still functioning. We have a tape. Would you like to see it? Harry looked around at all the faces glancing around at him, and all his friends too. It came back to him, the snakes and the spells. I lost control, he muttered and fell to the ground, remembering the force and the hostility of his fighting. He wasn't just self-defending, he was attacking too. I can't believe it, Professor. What happened? I started attacking like crazy, and using spells I've never heard of. I'm not sure, Harry, but something here is going on, and I don't like it. I'm going to the playback. Would Mr. Weasley, Potter, Ms. Granger, and Mr. Malfoy follow me? Dumbledore stood up and swooped effortlessly out of the room, followed by the Dream Team and Draco. Dumbledore turned around before leaving the threshold. Oh, and Ms. Delacour, could you hand over your necklace? Fleur reached down into her robes and fiddled inside for a moment before extracting the necklace Harry gave her during the summer. When Dumbledore put it in his hand though, it dulled in color. Harry, come over here please. Harry went to him. Yes, Professor? Hold this. Dumbledore handed the necklace to Harry, and everyone gasped. The necklace began to glow a vibrant green color, shocking everyone except for Dumbledore. Professor, what's going on? Harry asked. Dumbledore ushered them into the back room, where the tapes of the simulation were kept. Harry, this is what I suspect. The necklace Miss Delacour has is made out of kryptonite. Like Superman? Harry and Hermione asked impulsively. They could remember an old cartoon with a Man of Steel. Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, Miss Granger, you could think of it like that. Harry clasped the necklace tight in his hand, and it began to glow stronger. Well, Professor, what does it mean? Harry asked. Dumbledore didn't look him in the eye. Well, Harry, I am not completely sure. I realized something, Harry. While you were fighting, I noticed something. Harry looked down at the ground. His eyes didn't tear, but he felt like crying. He had completely lost control out there. He wasn't fit to be around normal people like Hermione and Ron. I know, Professor. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Harry sank slowly down to his knees, burying his face in his hands. Harry, it's okay, Fleur said, putting her arms around him. Hermione followed. Yeah, you can't help it, you tried, Hermione said. Dumbledore motioned his hands for the two to release him though. They obliged. Dumbledore swooped over Harry, picking him up to his feet. Harry, you can't pity yourself. There was a reason why you lost control. It is the same reason you couldn't get to full potential when you transferred power. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, and then at Hermione and Fleur. Ron looked around again and noticed something. He noticed that he didn't see Ron. "Professor. Where's R.O.?" But Dumbledore silenced him with the flick of a hand. "Harry, I must have no interruptions when I explain this." "Okay, I'm ready." Harry nodded, gulping hard. It was usually not a good thing when he had to have things explained to him by the headmaster. "Okay, Harry. Listen very carefully. I have something to say that will shock this entire room, but you mustn't do anything rash." "Okay, Harry, I am sorry to say that you have an alter ego." Everyone present gasped. "It's partly the reason Voldemort wanted you dead." The necklace fell from Harry's hand and hit the ground with a thud. Silence. Harry turned around and walked away, straight through the already open door. Fleur stopped him, her hand on his shoulder. "Harry, wait a second, let's talk about it," she said, empathy in her voice. Harry shrugged her off his shoulder. "I don't want to talk," he screamed angrily, and stormed out of the main room, oblivious to the stares of the remaining students. He speed-walked down the corridor and Fleur ran up behind him, grabbing his shoulder again, but this time with force. "Harry, you're acting like a baby, talk to me," she said sternly. Harry spun around ferociously. "Don't tell me I'm acting like a baby when you flip after finding out you have powers. I found out my parents were murdered, I had powers, and met a semi-giant on one night, out on a shack in the middle of an ocean. With a pink umbrella, so don't you dare tell me I'm acting like a baby." He turned and walked away, leaving Fleur standing in the corridor alone. Harry, are you feeling all right, huh?" Colin Creevey asked in the middle of breakfast. Colin must have been a late bloomer, and Dennis an early one because both were huge now, nearly taller than Harry. He was sitting in the Great Hall with only 3 other people. It was extremely early for anyone else to be there, which was good because he needed to get away. Harry ignored Colin and stood up, walking away, toward the Quidditch pitch. Harry flew up high. It was barely dusk and the sun wasn't up yet. Harry flew high into the air, higher than he'd ever gone before, and stopped. He sat there, barely able to even see the pitch. Harry flew around in circles for a moment, and then decided to try some stunts. If he tried that, then he'd need all his concentration, and he wouldn't be able to think about other stuff. Harry pulled up higher, and in on smooth motion, looped around heading straight down into a heavy dive. Harry was almost completely vertical when he heard his name. Harry. He looked up to see his whole Quidditch team, and half the school walking across the grounds with Kevin McSpacey in tow, Gryffindor's reserve seeker. "Harry, where have you been? We've been looking for you for hours. Ron said he didn't see you when he woke up, and Colin said you were in a trance earlier and just left. He said you didn't even notice him." Harry looked around. The sun had been out, and now that he thought about it, it had been out in a while. "So where have you been?" Ron asked, as the team pushed Harry into the locker room. "I've been out here, flying," he said, giving Ron a questioning look. Where had he been last night, and come to think about it, why was the door open when Harry walked out? "Ginny and Hermione came out here and said they didn't see you, and then we went to Fleur and she was worried." Ron mumbled afterward. Harry groaned inwardly. He had forgot about Fleur. All the stuff he said last night. He was acting like a baby. It was better this way though, wasn't it? Everyone he loved ended up hurt in the end, so he should just stay away from Fleur. Yes, that would be the best choice. "Harry, so which plan are we doing, Phoenix Wings, or Angel Fire?" Angelina asked. Harry and Ron had made some excellent strategies. Ron's outstanding strategic thinking, which enabled him to beat everybody in chess, had helped Harry in a few plans. They had an unbeatable beater system, a chaser structure that was known as drafting. Ron had a vertical goal post guarding place, and Harry just stuck to his old methods. The team put on their scarlet and gold Quidditch robes. Hufflepuff would be playing in canary yellow robes. Harry put his firebolt over his shoulder. Ron, who was playing on a Nimbus 2000 that the Weasleys had purchased for him during Christmas. Harry grinned as Ron pulled it out. He had actually bought the broom with his money and said it was from the Weasleys. The rest of the team walked out onto the pitch as Hufflepuff walked out. Justin was still Seeker, and they had Sean and Marlon Williams as beaters. Keenan Williams, Damon Williams and Kim Williams were the chasers, and the keeper was Michael Williams. Harry and Justin walked up to each other, smirking. "Good luck, Justin. May the best Gryffindor 5th-year Seeker with the initials HJP win." Justin smiled as Madam Hooch commanded the two to shake hands, and they were off. Harry soared higher than everyone else. He had been practicing all morning and had a feel for the broom already. Justin decided to go through the crowd, weaving in and out. It would give him a better proximity to the snitch, but it wasn't the best way. He was too close to all the action, it could distract him, and he was an easier target for the bludgers. Harry also had a better range of vision to see the snitch. Harry saw Justin keep looking back at him, trying to anticipate, then Harry realized it. Justin was marking him from a distance so that if Harry went into a dive, he would be closer. Harry smiled a little, it was the perfect time to do it, he would try it, and Justin would be the wiser. Harry scrunched up his face in mock concentration and dove, soaring past the crowd. And Potter has seen the snitch. He heard Lee's commentary. Harry zipped past everybody, Justin in tow. Harry slowed his firebolt, making Justin look like he was getting the edge. Justin and Harry sped up, coming toward the ground at an alarming rate. "They're going to crash," Hermione screamed, standing up in her spot on the stands. "No. Justin's going to crash. Potter's fainting," Malfoy said, uninterested. Hermione looked at him, first wondering why he didn't retaliate with his usual snide remarks. Malfoy was right. Sure enough, Hermione gaped as Harry pulled out of his dive at the last second, muttering something Hermione couldn't hear. She screamed with glee as he pulled up, though her voice was masked by hundreds of other cheers as all the Hogwarts students cheered, and even a couple of Slytherins. Harry had pulled out of the dive just in time, casting a softening charm on the ground just before Justin hit. He didn't want to kill him. Now Harry was free to look for the snitch without distraction, which was good because he needed it. Harry flew high above the crowd, pausing for a minute to listen to the score. And it's Gryffindor lead, 50-10, and Ron Weasley, as always, is an excellent keeper. Just think of how much better he'd be with a firebolt. They not only increase stability but, they also. "Jordan, this is not an advertisement," McGonagall yelled. Jordan smiled.
"Sorry, Professor. Oh, and that's 60 points to Gryffindor, made by the excellent Angelina Johnson."
And Harry Potter seems to be taking advantage of Justin's unconsciousness, looking for the snitch alone.
"That was one of the most beautiful Wronski feints I've ever seen in my life, people. Victor Crumb couldn't have done better. At last year's Quidditch final he outdid Andrian Lynch on his firebolt, and it seemed to make all the difference. The firebolt excellent speed control is one of the key factors in." McGonagall and Jordan were struggling over control of the magical megaphone.
Harry didn't care though. He saw a hint of gold flutter past his sign of vision. He flew past a bludgers that was knocked at him by Marlin and followed the snitch. He was weaving in and out of chasers and bludgers and beaters as the snitch made its way toward Ron. Justin was back on his feet though. He had seen the snitch too. Justin was closer to the snitch, too close. Harry could speed up all he wanted and wouldn't get there in time. Justin closed his hands around the snitch. All was lost in Harry's mind, but something urged him to keep going. Suddenly something big and black jolted past Harry's head. Crack. Harry watched as a bludger broke Justin's hand, forcing the snitch out of it. Harry reached out his hand and closed it around the snitch, pulling up to avoid the bludger, which had boomeranged back around. And Potter catches the snitch after a narrow miss by Finch Fletchy. Harry Potter is on fire, folks, and his broomstick. Well, that is self-explanatory. The firebolt's auto-precision toned aerodynamics help with the velocity. McGonagall snatched the megaphone from Lee and was telling him off. Harry landed on the ground, amidst the crowd and laughing cheers of his fellow schoolmates. Harry walked over to Ron and Hermione, who were currently hugging. "Oh Ron, you did great. You only let one score in," she cried. Harry came up behind them, grinning madly. "And you, Harry, that wonky feint was the coolest. Victor told me that he couldn't even do it good." She threw her arms around his neck too, crying her eyes out. It was one of Harry's greatest moments, mainly because it was Voldemort-free. Harry crept downstairs in the middle of the night. He had planned to go see Hedwig, but Ron and Hermione were already down there. "I know, Ron, but what if Harry overreacts? He's been sorta edgy lately, and I don't know how much of it he can take," Hermione whispered. The two obviously didn't notice Harry come into the room. "Hermione, he's gotta know. He'll be mad about missing the meeting no matter what. The longer we wait, the more it'd be wrong. I'm going to get him now," Ron said, turning and seeing Harry. "Harry mate, how long have you been there?" Ron asked. Harry sneered. "Since you admitted you love Hermione," he said sarcastically. Both went red. Ron spoke though. Harry, the other night we had an order meeting, that's why I had left after the sim. I went to gather everyone, but you had wigged out so everyone thought it was best to leave you be. The problem is this, Hermione and me have been given a task, and you too, find a way to destroy the kryptonite. Why do we need to destroy it? He asked. Hermione stepped up. Because it is the only thing allowing Voldemort's Muggle army to be controlled. If we find a way to destroy it, the control is broken. The only problem is it's unbreakable. It wasn't made, it just appeared inside a meteorite that had fallen, she said. Harry walked over to the couch and sat down. The other two sat on either side of him. This is the way I like it, just the three of us together, like the old days. He smiled, so did Ron and Hermione. And in conclusion, I thought it would benefit you all to have a Valentine's dance, Dumbledore announced in the morning after the game. The next Saturday was the 14th of February, and Valentine's Day also. Ron and Hermione slipped each other glances across Harry as he looked up at the head table, a somewhat longing expression in his eyes, but he couldn't go to Fleur, not now, she'd be in danger. Harry, come back to the common room with me. We still have 3 hours until our first class, double herbology has been cancelled due to the snow. Hermione said. Harry's head snapped up. What snow? The snow that's been building up since 6 yesterday afternoon. Hermione sighed. Boys. The three headed back early, entering the empty common room with a lighthearted feeling. Wanna play chess, Hermione? Ron asked, sitting next to the fireplace. Hermione huffed her chest out. Why, you're just going to win, Hermione said. Ron smiled at her, moving his wand and summoning the chessboard from the boys' dorm. Then let's raise the stakes. If you win, then I'll do something you want to do. Come on, give me something. Ron grinned. Hermione pretended to be deep in thought, her forefinger and thumb hiding her smile. How about if I win, you go to the ball with me, and if you win, I'll get you a full set of Chudley Cannon Quidditch robes. Hermione grinned. Okay. Ron smiled. He set the board up. 2 hours later, Ron and Hermione were locked in a struggle. Harry could tell himself that Ron was letting her win a little, but he wasn't going to just give it to her. She was struggling, and if Harry didn't know any better, he'd say Ron was laughing at her. From upstairs, Ginny came over to Harry, who was sitting on the couch laughing at his two friends. What's so funny about chess? She asked, curling herself into the fetal position next to Harry. Harry pointed at the chessboard, whispering. Hermione and Ron made a bet saying that if Ron wins, she buys him a set of Chudley Cannon Quidditch robes, and if she wins, she gets a date for the Valentine's Day dance. You should have seen his face, it looked like his birthday had come early. So how long have they been playing? Ginny asked. She curled up further. Harry laughed loudly. For about 2 hours. I didn't think Ron was smart enough to outwit Hermione, but he's making it seem like he's trying to beat her, but even I've seen a few chances he's given up. Ginny shivered, causing Harry to scoot closer to her, wrapping his cloak around the both of them. Ginny looked up at him and scooted a little closer, wrapping her body under his cloak fully. Thank you, Harry, she whispered. Harry looked back to Ron and Hermione, and it looked as if Hermione was finally getting the edge. So Ginny, how long has your brother fancied Hermione? Harry asked, grinning madly. Somewhere in the middle of my first year. What about Hermione? Since we became friends. Harry replied, thinking back to his first year. They really had come a long way, hadn't they? From the Sorcerer's Stone to the Crystal of Kryptonite, and everything in between. Ginny looked up at Harry, smiling. She really did have a pretty face. Since you three became friends? How did you three become friends anyway? I asked Ron, but all he said was, mind you business. Ginny blushed at that last portion. Harry turned to her. Well, Ron and I became friends since the train ride. He helped me with everything I didn't know about. Hermione met us on the train ride too, but we got pretty annoyed with her very quickly. So then we got to school and it seemed that Ron was partnered with Hermione in every class, which didn't help because he was like everyone else. He still didn't get the spells right away, and Hermione was just like herself, doing everything with ease. Ginny laughed. So how did you three actually become friends? I'm getting to that. At our first flying lesson, Neville messed up and broke his arm, so when Madame Hooch took him into the hospital wing, Malfoy stole his Remembrall. So Malfoy flew up into the air and I went after him. He threw the Remembrall and I flew down into a dive and caught it. McGonagall saw me and decided to let me play Quidditch, and when I got my broom on Halloween morning Hermione was there and she said something. Anyway, Ron said he didn't like her and she started crying. So how does that prove she likes him? Have you noticed how she only cares about his opinion? When Ron and I ran in and saved her from the troll, the only person she noticed was Ron. It's funny in a way. A loud shriek came from the chessboard. Harry and Ginny looked up. I won, I really won, I won, I won. Hermione was jumping up and down cheering. Harry and Ginny fell to the floor laughing. No doubt Ron had let her win. It was the end of Dada class. Harry had been purposely avoiding Fleur all day, even in class. Hermione and Ron walked past Harry, headed toward the front of the classroom. Where are you guys going? He asked. Hermione shrugged him off and the two started talking to Fleur. A loud bell rang, signaling the end of class, and just as Harry packed up, Fleur called him up front. Harry walked up to her. He was only an inch taller than her, and her sparkling blonde hair glowed in the light. Yes? He asked, trying to be as offbeat as possible. It didn't work. Fleur laughed at him. Is this because of the other night? Because I'm sorry, you were. No, it's not the other night, you were right. I was acting like a baby, and I'm the one who should be sorry. Oh Harry, you're not very good at false anger. She smiled and hugged him. Harry didn't move at first, but slowly he held her and kissed her on the top of her forehead. I'm sorry, I just don't want you to get hurt because of me, he whispered. A clapping noise came from the door. Now that's what I'm talking about, Ron said, Hermione at his side. So are you two lovebirds going to the Valentine's Day dance? It's Saturday. It's tomorrow, Ron, Hermione said. Ron looked at her with a completely appalled expression. Tomorrow is Saturday? He screamed. Hermione nodded and Ron took off down the corridor. Wait up! Hermione yelled and took off after him. Harry looked back at Fleur. She shrugged her shoulders. I dunno, Fleur muttered. Harry needed to get to divination, so he told Fleur goodbye and headed up to the trapdoor. Harry climbed through the door, barely making it to class on time. Oh, Harry, guess what? Ron whispered as Harry sat down at their table next to Parvati and Lavender. Harry shrugged. Fred and George's new robes, you know the ones they bought for me, I dropped them in water, and they change color. That's cool. Harry shrugged. To him Ron was just spouting. Come on Harry, we all knew before you stepped in front of that mirror that our hair wasn't going to turn out any different. Who are you trying to look good for anyway, Potter? I thought you didn't have a date? Seamus said. A big grin on his face told Harry he was only joking though. Seamus was going to the dance with Parvati, and Dean with Lavender. Ron was of course going with Hermione, and Ginny was going with Colin. Harry, let's go. I gotta meet Hermione, and Ron looked at his watch. In about 10 minutes ago, Ron said in horror. He grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him downstairs, hurrying up for fear that Hermione would get angry. Ron ran down the steps, Harry in tow, arriving just in time to see a pair of feet coming down the girls' dormitory steps. Harry immediately noticed it wasn't Hermione. Hermione was a lot paler. This person was pretty tanned. As she descended further down the steps, Ginny Weasley's face appeared. She was wearing a crimson-red dress and matching high heels. Her hair was cut short, spiked and curled to the sides around the base of her head. And I think Ginny looks like Rachel Lee Cook. Oh, I know her father, Rachel Lee Cook's father that is, not Ginny's. Harry, Ron, she said, hugging her brother and then Harry. Ron was anxiously looking up at the girls' dormitory stairs though. Harry laughed, turning toward Ginny. Sorry about your brother, I'm sure if he had all the various butterflies out of his stomach he would quit being a prat and tell you how good you look. Harry smiled. Ginny just smiled back. Thanks Harry, she said. Another pair of heels appeared coming down the steps, this time in turquoise heels. Ron nearly gaped as Hermione came down in a dress similar to the one she wore to the ball before. You look nice, Ron said, holding out his arm. Hermione took it, complimenting Ron on his robes. Yeah Harry, you look really nice too, Ginny said. Harry had his same bottled green robes from the year before. They were nothing special, but he didn't actually get a chance to use them before. Just at that point Colin came downstairs, his robes black. After the natural, very unnatural greeting, Colin and Ginny left the room, leaving the trio alone. So are you going down to get Fleur? Ron asked. Harry nodded, and the three left the common room. When they got to the doorway of Fleur's room, Harry knocked. The door slowly opened up and Fleur answered. In sparkling robes of silver she was the belle of the ball. Harry choked a little. "You look tremendously striking on this evening," Harry said in the most suave debonair voice he could muster. Harry held out his hand and Fleur took it, beaming. "You look wonderful too, Harry. Your robes bring out the color in your eyes." Harry saw Ron's face falter from a laugh out of his peripheral vision. When Harry walked into the great hall with Fleur on his arm, everybody's head turned. The room went quiet and whispers erupted in a hushed voice. "I forgot about that," Harry whispered to Ron. Ron nodded. Suddenly the band started playing a fast song, and as fast as everyone had hushed, the crowd started dancing and singing again. "Wanna dance?" Harry asked, pulling Fleur out onto the floor. As their final song played out slowly, Harry rocked Fleur gently back and forth. He didn't know exactly what he was doing, but it was one of the greatest feelings he had ever felt. Slowly the song played out, just as the two were getting into the mood. "Harry, I really need to go. Monday's workload is a lot and I really need to start working on it," Fleur whispered into Harry's ear. She kissed him on the cheek surreptitiously and the two parted. The rest of the group was already filling out of the great hall, the part that wasn't already in the gardens anyway. Harry laid in his bed, unable to think about anything but Fleur, unable to sleep because her sweet lips were constantly running through his mind, her touch, as gentle as a delicate flower. Harry rolled over in his bed for the umpteenth time in the middle of the night. He tried to think about something else. Quidditch. Yes, Quidditch. He had a Quidditch game in the morning, the championship game against Ravenclaw. Slytherin beat Gryffindor when Harry was unconscious. Harry wondered why the championship game was so early in the year, but he really didn't care too much. He assumed Dumbledore had something ulterior in mind. Harry rolled over again, sighing. "Damn it, Potter, just go talk to her already and stop making noise, I'm trying to sleep." Ron muffled out, his head apparently stuffed in a pillow. Harry rolled over again before dragging his lazy ass out of bed. He hurriedly threw his closest robes on, which just happened to be bottle green, and he left the dorm, creeping down to the common room in case someone was still awake. To Harry's delight, nobody else was outside of their dormitory, or if they were held up in a more private place. Harry didn't meet up with any teachers, students, or nosy cats. Harry stopped outside of the plaque with crossed swords that lead into Fleur Delacour's room. He waited. Should he knock? How else would he get in? Would she be asleep? Knock knock. Harry knocked on the door, careful not to knock too loudly because he still didn't feel like getting caught. "Yes." Fleur opened the door. "Oh Harry, what are you doing out of bed?" Fleur said. Harry noticed she was still in her sparkling silver robes. They were giving off a vibrant glow. "I couldn't sleep, I was thinking about you." He said that last part in a whisper, studying his shoes. Fleur smiled slightly. "Yeah, that's the same reason I'm still awake." She blushed slightly, a rose tinge in her cheeks. "So, are you gonna come in?" the Partvilla beauty asked. Harry stepped into the room, closing the opening behind him. They sat down on the couch, Harry his thumbs. He felt like a schoolboy with a crush. It was weird. He was already dating a girl he liked, but he felt uncomfortable around her. He felt like his stomach slowly melded into butterflies when her voice piped. "Harry, do you want something to drink?" Fleur asked, trying to make conversation. Being seen in front of the whole school was just an eye-opener for her. She really was lucky. "No, I'm okay," Harry said, standing up to follow her into the kitchen area. She had on her glasses, he noticed. The glasses he always saw her studying in. An old Muggle cartoon movie popped into his head. It was about a mermaid. This was before he knew they were real. Dudley had a whole Disney collection of movies. "There you see her, sitting there across the way. She don't got a lot to say. But there's something about her." Harry froze. The words were playing in his head. It was sort of scary. He watched Fleur walk into the kitchen area, flicking her hair in a swishing motion. "And you don't know why, but you're dying to try. You want to kiss the girl." "I'm going to get some water," she said. It was barely a whisper. He wanted to move his hands to gently caress her face, her skin, smooth and creamy, and her lips. They were lusciously vivacious, contrasting with the tint of her skin. Their crimson features strikingly beautiful. "Yes, you want her. Look at her. You know you do. Possibly she wants you too." There is one way to ask her. She stood on her tiptoes, reaching her slender figure against the cabinet. Her curves pressed gently against the wood of the cabinet frames. Her robes moved with the contours of her body, letting the same amount of skin show. It don't take a word, not a single word. Go on and kiss the girl. Harry stepped back, accidentally bumping into the wizard wireless. Sha la 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 my oh my, look at the boy, too shy. Ain't gonna kiss the girl. The radio teetered on the edge of the table. Fleur looked over at the sudden noise. Sha la 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 la, it's too sad, ain't it a shame? Too bad. He's gonna miss the girl, Fleur. Harry said slowly. She put the glass she was holding down on the cabinet. Huh? She walked closer to him. Harry didn't know what he was doing. He just snatched her by her waist and pulled her into him, dragging her into a deep kiss. Sha la 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 my oh my, look at the boy, too shy. Ain't gonna kiss the girl. The radio fell off of the edge it had been teetering on, hitting the ground and emitting a screeching sound before a song started to play. It was a love song, by a singer named Celestia Constal. Sha la 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 la, it's too sad, ain't it a shame? Too bad. He's gonna miss the girl. Harry grabbed Fleur's waist in his hands, and she slowly enclosed his neck with her hands. They barely danced to the song, just silently rocking back and forth harmonically. Fleur leaned in closer to Harry, her body fit perfectly in his. She had her head inside his shoulder, and he was still rocking her back and forth. Her blonde hair smelled like raspberries for some reason. Maybe it was a perfume, or a natural scent. Harry, I care about you more than anything in the world, Fleur said abruptly. They had stopped moving, they just sat there, holding each other. Fleur continued to speak. And I feel for you more than anyone else, Harry Potter. I love you, Fleur said. A tear ran down her cheek. Harry wasn't sure how to reply. He cared about Fleur, but did he love her? If he didn't love her, should he string her along, or break it off now? He thought about everything up until this point. Her life meant more to him than his own did. What did that tell him? He loved her, but was he in love with her? Harry's thoughts were broken. A Fleur kissed him aggressively. He released his hands on instinct, but she grabbed them, placing them on her lower back. She pushed him against the wall gently, still kissing him. Harry didn't resist. Actually, he helped. He pulled her head into a laid-back position, kissing the side of her face. He slowly worked his way down her neck gently, pausing after each contact to hear Fleur. She pulled him from the wall to the couch, lying on top of him. Harry continued to kiss her slowly, making his way to her upper chest. She grabbed the front of his robes, ready to unbutton them. Fleur. A small voice half yelled, coming from the doorway. Harry and Fleur scrambled up from their half-conscious lustful demeanors and positions, looking at the door. Fleur put the strap of her dress back over her shoulder and walked over to the door, motioning Harry to stay put. Gabrielle was outside talking through the door. You know Harry Potter is playing tomorrow, she said. No, Fleur screamed, trying to cut her off in mid-sentence, but it was too late. The two swords that had crossed in front of Fleur's door opened. Gabrielle and Harry stood there, confused, or rather hoping they were confused. Fleur went completely red, almost as if she were a Weasley. The door closed again in the silence. Gabrielle still hadn't stepped in. Harry Potter, she said slowly, as if she were afraid to finish those words. The swords opened again, to reveal Harry and Fleur staring at her. Gabrielle stepped in, her countenance expressing nothing. Your password is his name? She asked Fleur, not revealing anything, not even humor. Her voice was monotone. Fleur nodded slowly. Simultaneously, Harry and Gabrielle broke out in laughter, falling to the ground and clutching their stomachs. It's not funny, Fleur pouted like a baby, only making the two howl louder. 5 minutes later, Harry crawled up onto the couch, still chuckling a little. It was actually pretty sweet. Fleur had chose his name as her password, but at the same time it explained why after the whole year he still never knew what it was. Gabrielle handed Fleur a letter delivered by Pegasus, the owl Harry had gotten for her back during the summer. Okay, I'm going to leave, see you two later. Gabrielle waved. Harry personally didn't trust himself to stay with Fleur alone. I'll walk you back, Gabrielle. A lot of stuff can happen with the Slytherins, he said. He wasn't entirely lying, but he really anted to get away from Fleur, well away from being alone with her. Okay, Harry, Fleur said, giving him one last kiss, almost as if reminding him of what he was missing if he left. So where is the Ravenclaw common room anyway? Harry asked Gabrielle as they turned a corner. Harry was walking Gabrielle back to the Ravenclaw common room to make sure she stayed safe. It's a tapestry that only Ravenclaws can move, Gabrielle said, stopping abruptly. Harry looked around, finally finding a picture of a handsome man hanging on his left side. Gabrielle picked up the hanging portrait and revealed a common room like theirs, Gryffindor's that is. The only difference was there were more tables and a lot of people were studying. "Bye, Harry," Gabrielle whispered, closing the tapestry. Harry turned, starting to walk away. "Harry, wait," a voice hissed at him in a loud whisper. Cho Chang had just stepped out of the tapestry. "Huh?" he asked. He had done a great job of avoiding Cho since Halloween, but now it was starting to fall apart. She stepped closer to him. "I wanted to apologize. I know I was real mean to Ron and Hermione, and that I tried to change you into Cedric." She looked down as she spoke his name. "Okay, I understand. It was hard on everybody. I am just sorry that it happened like it did. You know I really admire you, for bringing back his body, and for staying bright and cheerful after everything that has happened to you. I just hope we can be friends again, please Harry. At least it would give me a chance to see you next year." "Yay Cho, we can be friends. Actually, I'd love it if we were friends." She bit her lower lip, trying not to cry, but it came anyway. She lunged onto Harry, hugging him. When she let him go, Harry asked something. "What do you mean by next year? Aren't you playing Quidditch?" "No, tomorrow's championship against you is my last game. I want to pass my NEWTs fully. I'm sorry about you guys losing to Slytherin when you were asleep." She didn't want to say knocked out. Harry's team had lost when he had passed out after the Hogsmeade incident. "What are you two doing outside at this time?" A drawling voice snickered. "Damn it," thought Harry, it was Snape. "I see two children out of bounds this late, especially after the ball was dismissed. I think 150 points from each house in order." "You can't do that. I was just—" Harry started to argue, but Snape held up his hand in a Dumbledore-like fashion. "Come on now, Mr. Potter. Certain defense against the dark arts teachers wouldn't be so pleased to hear about this little midnight meeting." Snape snickered. He loved this, and he had the upper hand on Harry, and just managed to secure Slytherin the House Cup in one night. "What's that supposed to mean, Harry?" Cho asked, but before he could answer the slimy git cut him off. "Go to your rooms, now," he said, walking away. Harry bid Cho farewell and went back to his dormitory, falling onto the floor from exhaustion before he made it to bed. "Professor, we can't even do a thing about it. It won't break, crack or even give way," Remus Lupin said as Severus Snape entered the room. The Order of Phoenix was meeting at Hogwarts and Severus had been lucky enough to run into Potter and secure the House Cup for Slytherin. "Remus, I understand. I didn't think there was any way to do it. I guess we'll have to go about the long way." Dumbledore sighed. If only they could find a way. "Excuse, what did I miss?" Severus said, walking in and finding, to his great displeasure, the only available seat was next to Sirius. Severus sat down. "Well, Severus, Remus and Sirius had no luck finding a way of even phasing the kryptonite stone, so now we have to undo the brainwashing of the children a different way," Arabella stated, but she paused, as if wondering whether or not to continue. After a nod from Dumbledore, she seemed to feel it was necessary. "Well, that and the fact that we are afraid of the damage outside. Nobody has realized it yet, but we've been stopping all daily profits, and we had owled all the parents to tell them not to alert their children of the bad things on the outside. The only problem is that I am not sure if those were the best measures. We sheltered the children, but the school year is almost over, and they're going to be shocked when they go back. So what are we going to do about it, not to mention the incompetence of these two?" Severus sneered, gesturing toward Remus and Sirius. Sirius made a dog-like growling noise, but Remus slumped down in his chair. "So Severus Banana, did you ever find out what kind of acid would disintegrate kryptonite?" Remus smiled, calling Severus a nickname he got when they were kids. The Marauders turned Malfoy and Snape into dancing bananas. "No, I did not, Lupin," Severus said with a hint of threat in his voice, but the rest of the meeting went normally. "I think we should send it to the sun," Sirius said in an offbeat manner. Dumbledore smiled. "Mr. Black, we have tried that before, but the last kryptonite stone sent to the sun came back. Remember the Great Tsunami of 1875? The whole room nodded. "Well, that was the stone hitting the Pacific Ocean at a speed faster than light." So what can we do to destroy it, and if we can't, what is the alternative measure? Arthur Weasley asked. Dumbledore pointed his head toward the ground for a moment. It's either destroy the kryptonite, or destroy Voldemort, he ended. The room went silent. Dumbledore, you can do that though, can't you? He can't be back to full power, and even at his maximum you were more than a match. Bill Weasley said hurriedly. Dumbledore laughed. Mr. Weasley, I thank you for your support, but whether or not I could defeat Voldemort's magic is the key. I am almost certain that he has a backup body in case anything like what happened 15 years ago happens again. So he has a backup body? Mrs. Weasley asked, her voice hinting fear. Sorry Molly, but I am sure of it. I believe he also has the dark mark on it too, Dumbledore said. Instinctively Remus and Sirius looked at Severus who, subconsciously, or purposely scratched his left forearm. What is the mark for? A voice from the door asked. The three Sarahs entered the room, conjuring up chairs and sitting next to Molly Weasley. Why didn't I do that? Snape thought, looking at his neighbors. Hello Sarah, Sarah and Sarah. Remus smiled. Sarah Tangent smiled back at him. She had a schoolgirl crush on the handsome teacher. Well, I think only one of us here deserves the right to that enchanting tale, Dumbledore said, smiling at Severus. Snape cleared his throat. Well, the dark mark isn't just a design. It not only calls his minions when he wants them, it protects us against something bigger. I am not sure, he never even told that rat Peter. Snape's, Sirius's, and Remus's teeth clenched together at the sound of his name. Do you have any idea what it is protection against Albus? Sarah asked. Dumbledore shook his head, looking down. The room went silent, everyone thinking pensively. You know who has to do it, don't you? Bill said to no one, but everybody knew exactly who and what he was talking about. Harry Potter was the only one who could defeat Lord Voldemort. Ah! Harry sat up quickly in his four-poster bed. He had cold sweat beading and dripping down his moist skin. The bed was soaked in water. What is it, Harry? Ron asked, sitting up too. He seemed to have heard Harry. Nothing. Sorry I woke you, Harry said, reaching out and grabbing his glasses. Potter rolled out of bed and walked downstairs, hearing the door open again after he was halfway there. Harry, wait up, he heard Ron's voice hiss. Harry stopped as Ron came beside him. Is this the order of Aura's colors? Ron asked, holding a sheet of paper that was on Harry's beside table. Harry read it off. Yay. They walked across the room and sat on the couch in silence. How'd I know? A voice coming from the girls' dormitory asked. Hermione came over to the couch in her nightdress, sitting on Harry's other side. Guys, how is it that we know when the other is in trouble? Ron asked absently. Hermione didn't answer. You're a friend to me, I'm a friend to you when we have each other. There's nothing we can't do. I don't know Ron, but I just want to thank you guys, both of you. Looking back to first year, Ron sacrificing your safety for the stone. Harry smiled, looking over at his tall red-haired friend. You were there for me, I was there for you, whether good or bad times. We'll see them through. When Hermione was petrified, trying to help us save the school, so I wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys, Ron going into the Forbidden Forest to save her. He looked over at his bushy-haired companion. You're friend to me, I'm a friend to you, you brighten up my day. When I'm feeling blue, when you both stood up with me when we thought Sirius was trying to kill me, even with a broken leg and a cut-up face. Harry started nodding up and down. Years from now, wherever we'll be, hold on to a dream, for you and for me. Whether we are near or apart, I'll always remember you'll be in my heart. I don't know where I'd be without you guys, Harry said. A lump was starting to form in his throat. Harry slumped over in his seat, tears cascading down his face and dropping to the floor with a sparkle. I love you guys, Ron and Hermione, I love you, Harry said. Ron and Hermione both bent over their friend, enclosing him in their arms. We know, Harry, we know, Hermione mumbled, tearing up also. Harry walked into the Great Hall with his firebolt over his shoulder. There was no way they could win the House Cup, but he was going to go out on his own terms. Hermione and Ron stood behind Harry, watching as the whole Great Hall looked up at them. No doubt they all noticed the loss of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor points. Harry! Cho Chang yelled, running to him from across the Great Hall. Harry looked back at Ron and Hermione frowned. Cho stopped in front of the three. "Hi Ron, Hermione," Cho said, looking down, probably disappointed of her behavior before. "Harry, we gotta talk," Cho said, forcing him back out of the Great Hall. When she got out of the door she shut it and leaned against it. "Harry, my whole house knows I lost those points, and no matter how well I do in today's match, I can't even get them back. I was just wondering how you deal with that," she asked, probably referring to Harry's annual loss of points. "I don't know, but I do know one thing," Harry said, smirking. A thought had just crossed his mind. "What?" Cho asked, looking up expectantly. "We're the Seekers. The game doesn't end until we end it right," Harry said. Cho looked at him strangely, but her face slowly began to rise as if it had dawned on her. "Yeah, if we don't catch the snitch the game can go on forever. Is that what you're suggesting?" "Yay. Let's wait until the game is at least 250 to 250, then we'll actually go after the snitch." "Okay." Cho extended her hand. Harry shook it. "Captains, shake hands," Hooch ordered. Cho and Harry stepped up, shaking hands for the second time that day with a smile on their faces. Harry mounted his broom and as the whistle blew he kicked off into the air. Harry loved the way the air rushed through his hair and face as he plowed through the barriers of gravity. He could feel the buoyant forces of the earth expelling him from the ground, forcing him higher and higher into his own little paradise. "Go Harry!" He heard a bunch of Gryffindors yell. He looked into the stands, seeing Fleur sitting with Hermione. He watched as a green-colored gem sparkled in the sunlight. Dumbledore must have given her the crystal back, Harry muttered to himself before being pulled back into the game by Lee's voice. "And the score is 30-10, Gryffindor lead." Harry looked back to Cho, who was pretending to be looking for the snitch. Harry flew around looking too, not really, but at least pretending. Potter glanced back at Ron who had just made a spectacular save. Harry looked over at Cho. She had her face contorted in concentration. Slowly, as if it was a horror movie Harry watched as she pulled down into a dive. "She wouldn't double-cross me, would she?" Harry asked to himself. He only half trusted her, so in a split second he was flying down racing after her. If she caught the snitch before him then Ravenclaw would win and Gryffindor would be in third place. Harry squinted down in front of Cho. Maybe he could reach past her. "There's no snitch," he thought, wondering what she was doing, but then it hit him, she was faking for show. Harry curled his face up and pretended to be on Cho's trail. Cho pulled out of her dive early, but Harry lingered, wanting to pull out at the last second. "He's going to crash," Fleur shrieked out, but Hermione knew a little better. "No he's not," and she was right. Harry pulled out of his dive at the last second. Harry flew back up into the air, doing a loop or two in the process. The game pursued as such, each team scoring occasionally. Lee's commentary for the game went as followed. "It seems like Potter and Chong are having a mid-air talent show. Each rider seems exceptionally well on their brooms, and oh my god, Potter and Chong are racing upside down." Harry and Cho were flying around doing random things in wait for the score. Then the game would be easy to finish. Harry himself had seen the snitch a few times, and he was sure Cho had too. "They're cheating, don't you get it? Potter's not catching the snitch on purpose," Malfoy was yelling at McGonagall. "And Ravenclaw scores, making the game 320-250, Gryffindor lead," Lee exclaimed. Cho nodded at him, and suddenly they both took off. Harry flew around searching for the snitch, as was Cho. "And it seems that our two seekers are back to business. This game will be the deciding factor in the House Cup," Lee shouted. Harry rose above the rest of the crowd, searching around for the snitch. Harry watched as little gleams of various colors sparkled around, but he looked down. The snitch glared on the Gryffindor side of the field, but Cho was already headed for it. "Shit," Harry muttered and flew off toward the snitch. Even though he was on a firebolt, she was too far ahead of him. The snitch flew around Ron's head as Cho and Harry raced at him. Ron on the other hand didn't even notice it. "Ron, the snitch is above you," Harry screamed. Ron looked up and dropped a few feet so as not to be plowed by Cho and Harry. Harry was even with Cho by now, but still about 20 feet above her. "I can't lose," Harry muttered to himself, his face contorted. He didn't know why he would do something as horribly dangerous, but he jumped off of his broomstick. Harry fell toward the snitch, and Cho veered toward it faster. It happened in a split second. Harry fell past the snitch and Cho raced past it, both of them missing it. Now Harry was free, falling hundreds of feet toward the ground without a broomstick or a snitch. His body went rigid, his legs snapping together and his knees locking. "Harry!" Ron yelled, pulling in under him. Harry reached out and grabbed the broomstick, swinging around like a gymnast. "The game is over," Lee Jordan yelled. Harry's heart sunk. Cho must have come back around and grabbed the snitch. It was a horrible feeling he felt in his stomach, like he had just been stabbed. "Way to go, Harry!" Ron cheered as he pulled him up over the broom. Harry still hadn't unlocked his legs. He glanced down and noticed a gleam of gold. "I have the snitch," Harry said, exasperated. He reached down and grabbed the snitch from between his locked feet. Relaxing his muscles, Harry unlocked his knees and climbed over Ron's broomstick. Lucky his friend had saved his life. Harry and Ron landed on the ground where he was rushed by the whole of Gryffindor. Somehow they got Harry up on their shoulders and marched him all the way back to the dorms, but not before he could throw a smile at Cho. "Harry, that was a great match," Fleur said when he turned up at her door an hour later. Harry walked in as she left the door open. "I know, thanks. Honestly though, Fleur, I have something I need to tell you," he said, his fingers twiddling again. Harry looked up at her beautiful features, her award-winning smile that could give Lockhart a run for his money, and her personality, which was sweet, especially her jealousy that was a little subtle. "Huh?" she asked, but this was all too late. Several small explosions erupted and suddenly the wall of Fleur's room blew up, revealing the grounds of Hogwarts. Lord Voldemort had come for the crystal. Harry jumped backwards and Fleur shrieked. The most feared, hated and tormented being in the wizarding world, and perhaps universe, had just blown open the wall to Fleur's dorm. Harry heard other shrieks, obviously children who were outside on such a beautiful spring day. "Potter!" Lord Voldemort sneered, holding his hand straight out at Harry. It all happened in a split second, but Harry dodged the blast of light that came hurtling his way and destroyed the door to Fleur's room. The two swords that crossed in front of her room clattered as they hit the ground in between the two titans of power, Harry James Potter and Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort floated into the room, hovering above one of the two swords. He grabbed it and leapt out of the large hole in the wall, getting the desired effect. Harry grabbed a sword to follow. "Fleur, go tell Dumbledore. I'll be okay," he screamed to her, running to the hole and stopping short. He looked over. "I never realized Fleur's room was on the second floor," he thought, but he had to stop Voldemort. There were hundreds of kids outside. He looked over, taking a deep breath, and jumped out of the makeshift window. "Oh no, oh no, oh my God," Fleur screamed as she ran down the corridors of Hogwarts. She needed to get to Albus Dumbledore before Harry got hurt, or worse. "What wrong, Fleur?" a voice called from one of the sidelong corridors. Fleur glanced down to see Ron and Hermione running toward her. "Oh my God, you guys, you know who is outside, fighting Harry. My room blew up. I need to get to Dumbledore," she said, uttering the words. Ron and Hermione immediately ran down the corridor, Fleur on their tail. "Hermione, you and Fleur get Dumbledore, then you go find Ginny and hide somewhere, anywhere as long as it is deep in the castle. I'm going to help Harry," he said, absent-mindedly, the small scar on the bottom of his chin and at the top of his neck. Ron's face was gleaming with fear, but his tone and seriousness was a completely different thing. Ron went straight as the girls turned toward Dumbledore's office. "Give it up, Potter. I want that stone and I want it now. No playing around," Lord Voldemort chimed as Harry landed on the ground in front of him, kneeled. Harry lifted himself up slowly, facing Lord Voldemort. This was it. He needed to finish him off. All his friends, family, the whole world, wizarding or not, was in danger. Harry pulled the sword up with both of his hands, holding it in a stance he didn't know he knew. "So the little boy wants to join the big kids?" Voldemort sneered. He grabbed the sword he was holding. Voldemort lunged at Harry, his sword forward, and in a swift motion sliced upward against our young hero. Harry jumped backwards, dragging his sword down from overhead, meeting with Voldemort's. "Die, Potter!" Voldemort yelled, slashing back and forth. Harry parried with skills he didn't know he possessed. Hastily Harry ducked below Voldemort's last and final hit, swinging below the Great Warlock. Voldemort leapt up, dodging Harry's swing and landing a few feet away from him. "Harry!" Ron yelled, running toward him. Voldemort looked over toward Ron. He was running hastily, ignoring the Dark Lord's presence. "Look out!" Harry screamed. Ron looked to his left, watching Voldemort dashing at him, his feet skimming the ground. "Gaisua!" Ron yelled, pointing his wand out. The ground in front of Voldemort uprooted, making him have to hurtle into the air, coming down above him. Voldemort brought his sword high above his head. In one movement he landed on the ground and brought the sword slamming down into Ron, cutting him in half, or at least it would have if Ron hadn't have moved to the side. Ron slid his foot around, knocking the sword from Voldemort's hands, but Voldemort pointed his wand out at Ron. "You'll pay for this," he screamed. Suddenly Ron's piercing shouts rang as hundreds of students ran out of the front doors of the school. Some of the teachers were hurdling kids out of the school at an alarming rate, first years in front and seventh years in back. McGonagall and Dumbledore ran over to Harry and Ron. "So I see you've come to help your students, Albus. Why weren't you here sooner?" Voldemort asked with a sneer, releasing Ron from the Cruciatus curse. Harry ran toward his downed friend as Voldemort and Dumbledore began to battle intensely. It was like a display of energy, while McGonagall did something with her wand that made all the kids in the school go faster toward the gateway to Hogsmeade. Hermione and Fleur ran up to Harry and Ron, who were a little ways off from Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. Harry dragged Ron over a little ways toward Hagrid's cabin and the Forbidden Forest, holding him softly because he was bleeding a little. "I'm okay, Harry, seriously. Hermione and Fleur are coming. Maybe Hermione knows a curse that can cure you." Harry waved Hermione and Fleur over, "But then they have to leave," Harry said, looking up at Voldemort and Dumbledore. Harry didn't know how he knew it, he just knew he needed to tap some sort of power to defeat Voldemort. "What's wrong with him?" Fleur asked. Hermione kneeled down beside Ron. "Cruciatus curse, do you know any treatment?" Harry asked, but Hermione was already muttering some words to make him feel better. Ron sat up, looking and feeling completely re-energized. Harry looked Fleur in her eye and without any words they both smiled a little. "You two have to leave, now," Harry said. Fleur went to say something, but he didn't let her. He placed his hand gently over her mouth. "Don't argue with me. I need Ron here to help out Dumbledore, then don't look back, keep going." "I'll be fine," Harry said. He wasn't at all convinced about that, but he needed to sound brave. "Okay, Harry," Fleur said. She grabbed Hermione and the two started back toward Hogsmeade. "Agra!" Albus Dumbledore cried out as Voldemort sent him flying into a tree on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. "How many people have to suffer for Harry Potter to live, huh?" Voldemort asked. He laughed a malicious laugh, facing Harry. Potter stood up, the sword in his hand, and slowly walked toward Voldemort. "I don't need this to beat you, Tom," Harry screamed, flinging the sword off the side. Harry pulled his wand out. "I don't need this to beat you," he screamed, discarding his wand. "And I don't need this to beat you." He grabbed his robes and snatched them off, wearing only some baggy jogging pants and an orange shirt with a pair of goggles on them. "All I need is this." He pointed to his chest, signaling his heart. Touching Potter, really touching. Harry rushed at Voldemort with powers he didn't know he possessed. Harry swung his right hand at Voldemort, who moved his head back by inches, avoiding the punch. In one swift motion, Harry bent his right hand back, hitting Voldemort from the other side. Voldemort spun in air, flipping up his legs and giving Harry 2 mouth shots with his boots. Harry jolted at Voldemort, sticking him 2 in the mouth. He countered with a wild right hook, which Harry blocked. Harry grabbed Voldemort's arms and pulled him down, kneeing him once with his left leg, and once again with his right. Voldemort flew up and did a backflip in midair, landing on Harry's neck. Standing on the tip of one foot, Voldemort kicked down with his other one, with all his might. Harry plummeted into the ground face first, blood seeping through fresh cuts in his neck and face. "Impossio!" Ron yelled. He was standing over Dumbledore, but aiming at Voldemort. Voldemort was knocked off Harry's back and into the mud surrounding the lake about 20 meters away. Hermione and Fleur came back, helping Ron drag Dumbledore to Hogsmeade while Harry ran after Voldemort. Harry could not fly, but Voldemort could, and that gave him a real edge. "Potter!" Voldemort yelled, launching at Harry. Voldemort kneed him once in the gut and elbowed Harry in the back of the neck as he bent over his knee. The Dark Lord stepped back. Harry fell to the ground with a flop. Harry stood up while Voldemort was looking into the distance over his shoulder. "I need that kryptonite," he muttered to himself, closing his palm into a tight fist. "You bastard," Harry yelled. He launched at Voldemort and planted a boot in the Dark Lord's face, followed by a left-right combo in the jaw. Voldemort fell backward and tried to hit Harry with his rapidly descending feet, but Harry grabbed them. Spinning around in circles, Harry released Voldemort's legs and sent him flying into the astronomy tower, erupting it in smoke. It was unreal, but then again Harry had taken that word out of his vocabulary when he reached the wizarding world. His aura was expanded to the point that even Ron could see it. His powers were working overtime, and he was stronger, faster, and more agile than he could even believe. Voldemort climbed to his feet slowly, wiping blood from around his mouth.
"So I see your powers are coming along nicely, Potter. Too bad you can't control them," Voldemort said, suddenly appearing in front of Harry.
How did he move that fast? Harry thought right before Voldemort planted a right hook in his mouth. Voldemort swung with his left, but Harry stuck out his right hand and blocked it. Swing. Block. Swing. Block. Swing. Block. Block. Swing. Block. Swing. Block. Swing. The fight went back and forth at breakneck speeds, neither titan of power falling. Left and right, Harry and Voldemort were moving too fast for Ron to actually see them, but he caught glimpses of them before the battle appeared 20 feet away from wherever he last saw them. "Meticulous," Harry screamed, placing his hand out in front of him. Voldemort swung at him again, but his hand passed through Harry. Hee. Harry smiled. The Hogwarts student plowed the menace in the stomach, knocking him a little into the air. "Impaccio," Harry screamed. Voldemort flew high into the air, falling downward. Voldemort hit the ground. "Mediancindia," Voldemort muttered, standing up again looking fully healed. He glanced behind him. Fleur, Ron and Hermione were near the Hogsmeade gate, Dumbledore in their arms. Harry looked from Voldemort to his friends, and from his friends to Voldemort. The sword he had discarded so carelessly early at the Dark Lord's feet, and his superior speed. "No!" Harry screamed as Voldemort grabbed the sword and near instantly appeared by his three friends. Instantly his powers kicked in and in an instant Harry was next to Fleur. Voldemort flicked his hand and in one swift motion Ron, Hermione and Dumbledore went flying into the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort then stabbed the sword through Fleur's left breast. She fell. Harry bent over Fleur's body. She was still alive. "Harry!" She sputtered out. Harry kneeled next to her. "No, you can't leave me, you can't, don't leave me," he cried, tears flowing down his cheeks. Harry pulled her into his arms, touching his lips to hers one last time. "I love you," her whispered. She smiled as much as she could, drifting into and out of breath. "I know, I've always known. I love you too. Goodbye," she whispered, dying in the cliched form of falling faint in his arms. Tears slowly fell down Harry's face as he pulled the chain holding the kryptonite stone from around her neck. Harry stood up, looking down at the stone in his hands. He closed his eye, squeezed his palm and shattered it. "I took a walk around the world to ease my troubled mind, left my body lying somewhere in the sands of time." Harry lifted his head up slowly, shards of the crystal still embedded in his palm. "I watched the world float to the dark side of the moon. I feel there's nothing I can do." Harry's head went up to eye level with Voldemort, but he still didn't open his eyes. "I watched the world float to the dark side of the moon. After all, I knew there had to be something I'd do." Harry cracked his neck slowly to the left, and then slowly to the right. "I really don't mind what happens now or then as long as you'll be my friend in the end." Harry opened his eyes, his stare penetrating the Dark Lord's gaze. "If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there to hold my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman might." Kryptonite. Harry's aura spread out slowly, the pureness of it now visible to everyone in sight. Harry balled his fist by his side and bent his elbows. "You call me strong, you call me weak, but still your secrets I will keep. Took for granted all the times I never let you down. You stumbled in and bumped your head, if not for me then you'd be dead. I picked you up, put you back on solid ground." Harry's pupils pushed back into his head, revealing nothing but white. His aura pulsated around him. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there to hold my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman might kryptonite. Arg! He screamed out, at the same time releasing his awesome power. The wave of energy grew, catching Voldemort in its wake. The Dark Lord slowly screamed as the energy wave began to slowly tear his body apart. Voldemort's body rose into the air, disintegrating into tiny particles as the energy spread. Slowly, everything in its path was gone. Boom! The last thing Harry saw was Hogwarts being tore apart brick by brick in a display of power. Blackness. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there to hold my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman might. Harry opened his eyes. The sunlight breaching in from the window hurt his cornucopia. Harry rolled over to face the other side and groaned as his side hurt. I thought I told you all. I don't want a peep of noise. Oh, it's you? Madame Pomfrey had poked her head into the Dream Team room. Harry just realized that there were more people inside of it. He reached over to the table, grabbing his glasses and sitting up. Stirs around him were the sounds of people waking up. Can I let them see me first? Harry pleaded with Madame Pomfrey as quietly as he could. He wanted to see his family, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George, before she shooed them away. Pomfrey nodded. Blimey, who's being so loud? Ron asked, rolling over on the floor. The other beds were being slept in by Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Hermione. Ron, be quiet, Hermione said, sitting up. Harry, she screamed, running over to his bed. Ron's eyes shot open and he too hopped off of the floor to his friend's bedside. Harry, how are you feeling? How long have you been up? Hermione pummeled him with questions. Harry didn't answer, he just pulled his two friends into a hug. Was it a dream? He asked. Hermione and Ron looked down at their shoes. They knew what he was talking about. Ron cleared his throat. No, I'm sorry Harry, I should have been there. Ron muttered, looking down. Harry bit his bottom lip. No, it's my fault. I couldn't protect her. You were helping Dumbledore. I should have. He cut off. It hurt him to talk about it. He couldn't believe she had died. He couldn't. He wouldn't, but he had to. Does everybody know about yesterday? Harry asked, looking out the window. He saw part of the lake. It looked bigger. Ron and Hermione looked at each other again, the way they did when they didn't want to tell Harry something. See Harry, the thing is you didn't faint for only a day. Hermione started sheepishly. Harry looked her straight in the eye. What a week, too? He asked, not at all expecting the answer that was coming. It's the 24th. Ron said blankly. Only 10 days, Harry said, wondering what the fuss was about. Of June. Hermione said, looking as if she were bracing herself from a physical attack from Harry. Harry fell back on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. You were out for 130 days. Ron said. Obviously he had counted. What happened that day? Harry asked directly. At that moment though Madame Pomfrey came in and rushed everybody out, including Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. Harry, we need to talk. Hermione as the three came out of the kitchens. Hermione had gotten a picnic lunch for the three and had decided to go outside before meeting the rest of Hogwarts. So far the only other Hogwarts student that had seen him was Ginny. The two talked briefly for a moment, but Hermione pulled him away. Potter. Malfoy stopped in front of Harry, staring at him in an almost challenging way. Buzz off Malfoy. Ron said, balling up his fists, but Harry saw something else. Malfoy was sizing Harry up, not challenging him. He was testing to see something. It's okay Ron, Harry said, taking a step closer to Malfoy. Draco backed up. What do you want Potter? He asked. Harry took a step closer and Malfoy took a step back. I want you to know something Draco. Harry started, practically spiting the word out. You're not as bad as Eve you think you are, and I know it. Harry smiled mockingly and walked past Malfoy, followed by Ron and Hermione, leaving him standing there. What was that supposed to mean? Ron asked as they opened the oak doors that lead outside. I don't know, I can just sense it. I have for a while. Malfoy isn't as bad as he acts. He may still hate me, but he's not evil. Harry wanted to say more, but Hermione covered his eyes with her hands. Now Harry, don't try to peek, just follow Ron, she said, leading him on a path. Harry could feel the rustle of leaves below him and guessed that they were going into the forest. Hermione WH. Harry wanted to ask where they were going, but Hermione cut him off. We're almost there, yes, now. She released her hands and Harry found himself in a perfect little setting. It was a serene enclose with a waterfall. It had lush palm trees and a small stream straight through the middle. All the rocks were huge. It was like an island paradise. What is this place? Harry asked. Ron hopped across the stream and sat on one of the rocks. It's our place, he said. Harry didn't need to ask anymore, he already knew. Those 3 words summed it all up for him. Harry hopped the stream and sat down on the rock opposite of Ron. Finally Hermione jumped across and sat on the rock with Ron, pulling out the food. So then Crumb and Plow lynched as the Potter plunge and grabs it from him. Harry, it was so cool. Ron was explaining the last Quidditch match between Ireland and Bulgaria. Harry was delighted that his accidental move was now a pro sports icon everywhere. The 3 continued to walk back toward the castle. It was street 8 ill daylight, but getting sort of late to be in the forest. Hermione was currently explaining to Harry everything he had missed in lessons, and ways she would help him make it up in the summer. Yeah, so maybe we could get McGonagall to let us 3 use magic outside of school so we can practice with you, she said, walking toward the end of the path that led to Hogwarts. Hermione, Ron hissed, but she just put her hand up. No, Hermione, we're coming toward Hogwarts, he hissed. She nodded hastily and kept talking until Ron finally ran in front of the 2. I can't let you 2 pass, sorry, if Dumbledore catches us we'll be in trouble, Ron said, holding his arms spread out. Oh really Ron, you know we got clearance to come here, Hermione said annoyed. Harry pushed past Ron. What aren't you trying to show me? He asked. Ron grabbed his collar, but it slipped as Harry ran onto the grounds and looked up at the castle. Oh my. He fell to his knees, followed by Ron and Hermione who ran out too, falling to their knees. I'm sorry Harry, we forgot, we didn't want you to see it, Hermione said. The castle was huge, though part of it, the south end by the lake, was completely destroyed. The brick was actually in chunks, as if it had been recently hit by a trebuchet. Did I do that? Harry asked blankly. He needed to hear that he did. He needed to know it wasn't all some dream, or some mistake. Yes. Hermione, Ron. We're going to walk back to the castle, then you guys are going to tell me exactly what happened that day. It wasn't a request. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry sat down on the sofa in the common room. Nobody else was there, they were all probably at lunch. What exactly happened that day? What happened when Fleur got killed? Harry drifted off a little. Hermione sighed a little and began. Okay. After you sent me and Fleur off, we were running toward the gates, but we saw Ron struggling with Dumbledore, and he didn't have his wand, so we ran back to help him. You know who were fighting in this really fast karate style, we couldn't even see you 2 most of the time. Ron had taken over form that point. So we started to carry Dumbledore and he regained consciousness, but he was hurt badly. Then Voldemort, he struggled with the name, Cam, and knocked Dumbledore, Hermione and I into the trees on the outskirts of the forest again. Then you magically appeared in front of Voldemort and he stabbed Fleur in her chest. Then you got real mad and your aura started to grow to the point that even normal people could see it. Dumbledore knew what you were doing and did this spell that put me and Hermione in a bubble with him and floated us away, but we were looking down and you erupted. He finished somewhat anticlimactic. Hermione, however, took over. What he's trying to say is that your powers took full effect and your aura spread out, blowing up everything it met. You know who body was destroyed, but you also blew up a big chunk off the castle, Hagrid's cabin, and you tore up all the grass. Most of the damage was fixed with spells though. Harry slumped back on the couch. He did all that. What about Fleur's body? What about the kryptonite stone? So, what happened to Fleur and the stone? He asked aloud. Hermione filled this one. As for Fleur's body, you kept it in the bubble that you were in when you erupted, and when you fell out you landed on her. The stone though, Voldemort has the stone. She said his name with confidence, and even though he didn't say anything, Harry was proud of her. What about the Muggle armies? Harry asked, standing up. Ron stood up too. They disappeared, and left no trace of them. When the Order checked them out they weren't brainwashed. Hey Harry, is this the piece of paper with your aura notes on it? Ron asked as the boys were changing to go to Fred and George's graduation ceremony. I still can't believe nobody told me Hogwarts had graduation ceremonies. I thought you knew honestly, they're only open to families though, so not many people actually come to one before theirs. Can I go then, to the twins I mean, if it's only family? Don't ask stupid questions, Harry, let's go, Ron said, tossing Harry his aura notes. He hastily stuffed them in the pockets of his dress robes before continuing. At the graduation, the valedictorian got up to say a few words, everybody clapped politely, and the night was almost over with no interference until Fred and George Weasley took the stage. Now, I know all of you have at least heard of us, we're the infamous Weasley twins, one of the parents called out. Are you anywhere near as bad as the Marauders? Harry, Ron and Hermione laughed while Fred and George smirked. We're sorry, we're not that good, yet. Though I bet most of you probably remembered the Marauders' first year, when they turned all the teachers into bananas, or their second year when they made all the women in the school fall deeply in love with James Potter. Or in third year when they locked Molly and Arthur in the broom closet for 2 days, or fourth year when they gave all the Slytherins a sleeping potion to make it seem like they were skipping class. Fifth year when they posted a picture of McGonagall and Sinistra together, and sixth and seventh year when they made various body parts disappear from people. Well, we want to relive the Marauders' legacy, so, Superiorisia. Fred and George yelled together, causing all the Slytherins to fall asleep. A large banner with McGonagall and Sinistra making out fell upon the wall. All the teachers in the room turned into bananas. Molly and Arthur disappeared, and various people's appendages disappeared. Plus Harry had to back away as all the girls in the room, including Hermione, started after him. He dodged a banana McGonagall chasing after him in circles as Hermione caught. Come on Harry, we love you, she chanted, until the twins did the counter spell. Molly and Arthur appeared. In the middle of banging onto a door, all the teachers turned back, all the Slytherins awoke. The banner left, the girls stopped groping Harry and all appendages grew back. Dumbledore walked on stage and took over the mic. Certainly the best performance we've had in ages, everybody give the Weasley twins a round of applause. The whole ceremony clapped for them, including some of the Slytherin parents. All in all, it was a good graduation dinner. Harry had stayed away from as many students as possible, he had eaten his meals at the most inopportune times, he went to bed early, or left the castle until really late. In fact, he hadn't run into anyone other than Gryffindors all weekend. Monday was the day to board the Hogwarts Express. Yes, tomorrow was the last day. Harry was packing his stuff together, and he pulled out his dress robes, reaching into them and grabbing the aura notes he had made. He had finally found out what every color meant in the spectrum they were on. White pure yellow, naively sweet green kind and forgiving. Blue average purple mischievous orange callous red evil. Black pure evil. So that's your spectrum, huh? When did you see pure black? Ron asked over his shoulder. Harry put the paper on his bed. When we were fighting, his spectrum was white, but when he stopped to talk, that's when it turned black. I figured an aura is only white when a person is actually using their powers. Some people like Ginny though, are slowly gaining theirs, so theirs are always white. Ron looked at him with a look of half confusion on his face. Yeah, so are you coming down to the leaving feast, or do you want to just get something from the kitchens? Ron asked. Harry wanted to just leave everybody, but he couldn't, he knew he couldn't, and he knew he'd have to face them. Sooner is better than later. Harry, Ron and Hermione walked into the Great Hall. Nearly everyone was already sitting in their seats, and as soon as the trio entered, the hall shushed. All eyes went to Harry and small whispers broke out all around. Do you think maybe they could be a little less obvious? Hermione asked sarcastically. Harry shrugged though. It's what they do, just ignore them. I have one question though, how much does everyone know about what happened? Hermione scooted him over to a few empty seats at Gryffindor Tail. Voldemort attacked you and destroyed the building. Fleur and Dumbledore fought him and Fleur died. Hermione said as that sat down, adding an afternote, but the Delacours know what happened. Harry froze inside when Hermione finished that statement. He had forgot about what the Delacours would think of him. He didn't protect their daughter. He couldn't protect their daughter. Harry went through dinner with strange looks coming from people, mostly sympathetic, and some just mean. Dumbledore stood up when the food was finished to say a few words. Harry had been dreading this part of the night for a while. What would Dumbledore say about him? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say some things before we depart from the castle, some of us for the last time, some of us for the first time. 3 months ago our school was attacked by Lord Voldemort, an evil wizard with a power-hungry persona. He not only destroyed part of our home, but he also killed one of our most beloved teachers. I would like everyone to hold up their goblets in respect to Fleur Delacour. She had taken up my offer of last year to promote togetherness, and that is the only way to defeat evil. The whole Great Hall stood up and raised their goblets, even Malfoy. Harry stared at him and he stared back. They had an understanding. Now, I would like to thank all the teachers for helping me this year, and I hope, sincerely, that you will come here next year with smiles on your faces and your burdens lightened. He looked at Harry when he said the last part. Harry, I wanted to give you this. Hermione handed him something as they all walked toward the carriages in the morning. It was a picture frame with Lily Potter in it. Thanks, Hermione. Tap the corner twice, she said. Harry obliged, and suddenly the picture in the frame changed to a picture of Fleur, smiling profusely and waving. Thanks, Hermione. Ron did the charm for me. I didn't know how. Harry opened his mouth a little wide at that remark, but he had a feeling Hermione had let Ron do the charm. Oh, stop playing, Hermione. We both know you let me. Thanks though, he said. Ron? Harry and Hermione climbed into the very last carriage even though there were many more in front. Just as Harry was about to close the door and hand grabbed onto it. Hi Harry. Can I sit with you guys? Ginny Weasley asked. Harry pushed the door open and scooted over for Ginny to climb in. She hopped up into the carriage and pulled the door shut as the carriage took off toward Hogsmeade. The ride was incredibly quiet as the four rode, Ginny throwing worried glances at Harry. When the carriage stopped at the village, Ginny opened the door and climbed out of the carriage. Harry climbed out behind her and shut the door quickly in Hermione's face, holding it shut by leaning his back on it. Ginny, I'm all right. You don't have to treat me like I'm fragile. That's the problem, Harry. You aren't all right. I'm not even all right, and you just found out. You're my friend, Harry, and I want you to feel better. Come stay with us this summer. I'm sure Dumbledore will let you. Just forget the Dursleys. I know, Ginny, but I think I just need to get away from it all for a while, he said, looking down. Ginny walked closer to Harry and hugged him before backing up. Harry stepped away from the door and Hermione tumbled out. She had been pushing against it all along. Harry caught her quickly and held her up as Ron climbed out, giving the two a weird look. All right. I don't even want to know what's going on. He laughed and walked past them, walking next to Ginny. They scrambled onto the Hogwarts Express, walking toward the back. Harry saw a first year walking into the back compartment, but another girl, obviously her sister, pulled her back. No, you can't have that one. That's Harry Potter and the Weasleys' compartment. Harry and Ron looked at each other and laughed before entering the compartment themselves, looking back at the girl talking to her sister. See. The train ride went by unexpectedly uneventful. Malfoy didn't show up. The Weasley twins showed up briefly. By the end of the ride, Ginny had fallen asleep on Harry's shoulder and Ron and Hermione were asleep lying on each other. Harry was left awake to ponder his thoughts alone. When the train stopped, everyone got off of it, walking slowly to King's Cross. Harry stepped out to find Mrs. Weasley waiting for him with a big hug. I'll miss you, Harry. Don't forget I love you, Hermione said as she hugged him. Harry and Ron stared at each other, nodding. It wasn't words, but the expressions were more than words could say. Ginny hugged him too. Bye, Harry, she said, letting go. Harry looked at the Weasleys, his real family. He turned around to find Uncle Vernon standing there waiting for him. At first he opened his mouth to say something, but he looked into Harry's eyes and must have seen something there because he quickly changed it too. Come on, Harry. The two walked off through King's Cross. The year he had just come from was one he wouldn't forget easily. Slowly he pulled the picture frame from the small travel bag he was carrying along with his trunk, looking at the picture of Lily, and then tapping the edge to find a picture of Fleur. He traced it slowly with his fingertips. I love you. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.